What really makes muscles grow? All the truth about bodybuilding and fitness. Alexander Pasko, ISBN 978-9662-544909. Foreword. Dear reader, I'm glad you are trying to understand how you can gain your muscle mass. I'm happy to meet you here. I wrote this book to help you in search of this information. I must tell you, I'm not a native English speaker. I originate from Ukraine and live here. For a number of reasons, I didn't ask a professional interpreter to translate the book into English and did it by myself. I did my best. Please forgive me for some possible mistakes in words, punctuation and wrong word phrases. Don't judge me strictly. Thank you for your understanding and welcome into the world of bodybuilding. From the author. To my chemistry tutor, Nina Bezvakova. One day, maybe about 20 years ago, my wife told me she wanted to be dedicated to personal training. We used to train together and saw our future in absolutely different ways. I wanted to compete for bodybuilding, but I was not going to be a personal trainer till the end of my life. And I told her this in response to her revelations. In a bit more than 10 years, life put everything in its place, and the activity I was running away from all these years made me turn my face to it. By the way, I came to the gym for the first time when I was 13, and at that time I didn't have any idea that pulling iron from one place to another will become my life purpose. At the moment when this book is finished, I'm doing bodybuilding for 30 years already and trying to understand all its niceties and wisdoms. And in 2010, I understood that only a gym and everything connected with it let me feel happy, peaceful and joyful from the work I did. And of course, being a personal trainer, but not in the sense everyone is accustomed to when a trainer has 10 to 15 clients a day. This is my path, and I will have to follow it as long as my legs are able to carry me on this ground. Thanks to my perfectionism, I decided at that time that since I'm destined to do this, I'll do this better than anyone. I didn't use to do something anyhow, not to use full force, thinking, it will be good, so if I start to do something, I either do it well or don't do it at all. This is how I treated my further activity, digging all the basics of fitness, if I can say so. And it happened so in the future that I dug the basis, at least I think so, not only of bodybuilding and fitness, but in fact of any kind of sports that is in any way associated with muscular work. It happened so that in about 2013, I learned that one of my relatives and close people was sick, a very serious and incurable disease, multiple sclerosis. I started to search for the information about multiple sclerosis, about its causes, about the ways at least how to stop its progression, and thus I got the foundations of the knowledge I have at the moment and will explain in this book further. From that moment on, I started to dig very deeply for information on physiology, on the nervous system, by studying both official resources that belong to the official science and alternative resources of information. Very often, the most alternative information itself is not some kind of marasmus or delirium, but a simple look at the issue and doesn't contradict the official science. And this information rather more deeply and fully complements it. I can't say exactly how much information in mega and terabytes I processed, how many resources I read, they are hundreds. There were moments when I seemed to get in a kind of meditation and didn't stop reading various scientific works, articles and other materials. I used to read about the construction of the nervous system, the muscular system, muscle cells, and about the physiology. I was like a vacuum cleaner during cleaning. I was just inhaling information page by page. My way of thinking didn't let me fix on standard wordings and typical standards, official conclusions and dogmas. Having once learned how to be a fool when asking some questions, I got rid of limitations like, this can't be because this can't be. How, in general, did I come to thinking this way? From my childhood, from the high school. When my academic performance in chemistry classes was not very good, my mother persuaded me to visit extra classes with a tutor, Nina Bezahova. And during half a year in my free time, I was learning to solve tasks in a non-standard way for a school, with moles. At that moment, school was teaching to solve tasks with proportions. This standard school program was like Chinese language for me, and the way to solve tasks with moles was absolutely non-standard, but it was absolutely clear for me. Of course, such way of solving tasks was longer, but it was fully developed and I fully understood it. It was then that the non-standard way of learning the basics of chemistry laid certain skills in me and allowed me to process information in my life in a quite unusual way. Moreover, lessons with the tutor showed me one thing: there are no stupid problem-solving methods, and there aren't stupid questions. Any way of problem-solving technique is good. The main thing is that they take me to a successful result and are not troublesome to me and other people. The main thing one needs to learn is not to remember things, but to understand them, as well as to search for keys and tips for himself on his own, to thoroughly understand the issue, but not to just remember the solving methods. These were these principles that Mrs. Berserkova laid in me. They formed my own algorithm of processing information. For this I am very grateful to my tutor. She used to work with me for only 1.5 to 2 hours a day, and in 6 months, she managed to give me the knowledge that my school failed to fully give me within 10 years. Although, I must confess, I am still very grateful to my school. There were many teachers who really used to put their hearts into us, and some ones used to realize the real potential of individual students and intentionally stimulated its disclosure. It was my case, for example, during maths classes, which I still remember with warmth. Sometimes I used to get lower marks, although I perfectly performed the tasks, for my teacher knew that I had been really able to perform it better and to use a more correct way. But let's get back to the main theme of the book. Further on, my thinking and perception of all sports in general, and bodybuilding in particular, were transformed with the works of Mike Mentzer, Arthur Jones, and Vadim Protasenko. It took me a while to accept what they were writing about, and to start to try these training methods for myself, and learning them from a denser, deeper side. But something was missing in Mentzer's and Jones's information. I really felt that the key detail was missing. At some point, I unconditionally believed the books of Mentzer and Jones. Then, I completely excluded other types of training and considered a super intense training and the principle of rare short workouts as a panacea for building muscle mass. Vadim Protasenko's works seemed to describe the effects of training in a very accurate and logical way, both from physiological and biochemical points of view. It seemed that I already got all the secrets of bodybuilding. But the way I used to understand the processes of muscle growth, both hypertrophy and hyperplasia, were polished that way. Just then, the time didn't come for me to understand this. And so, around 2013 to 2014, when I was mastering tons of information that could somehow help me in solving the problem of multiple sclerosis, other jigsaw puzzles began to be done in my head at the same time. Solutions, which at that time I was not looking for at all, started to come. I then was sure I knew everything about bodybuilding, and there was nothing more to read about it. But the more information on MS, on the nervous system, and on neuromuscular innovation I accumulated, the more these clandestine puzzles was put on the shelves in my subconscious. And at some point I started to understand these ideas. Sometimes I used to read some information deeply and enthusiastically and get into a kind of a meditative state. And from time to time, when I was in that state, I used to gain insights that simply shocked and made me stop and realize what has just come into my head. And then, approximately in the period from 2015 to the end of 2016, I fully formed a point of view on the real structure of muscles, on the real structure of the nervous system, on the real causes of muscle growth. And the main thing is that I realized these were the real causes of muscle non-growth. It was like a hit with a dusty bag from around the corner. Those conclusions, no matter what I was thinking about, began to fly into my head and made me get into a state of lethargy. For example, when standing in a store in front of a shelf with bread and thinking what kind of bread I should buy, suddenly, like out of nowhere, certain information flew into my mind, which I had not been thinking about for 2 weeks. And this information appeared not just in the documentary form in which I was thinking about it, but already with specific decisions, conclusions, and cause and effect relationships. This used to stun me so much that I even used to lose the power of speech and forgot what I had been thinking about and wanted to do, even to buy at least some bread home. I used to gain many such insights in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 years, and already thanks to these conclusions, the training courses I described on my website were born. It is clear that I have not yet shared all this information anywhere before this book. I used to give some information with hints, with fragments of phrases when, for example, making videos for my YouTube channel, Proper Bodybuilding. Who is this book for? What does this book tell about? First of all, in this book I collected my logical conclusions and insights from a pile of disparate information about the structure of muscles and the principles of their functioning. To some of you, the book will seem like a collection of my speculations and assumptions. Let it be so. I do not apply for a scientific degree. This book is about the structure of the human muscular system. This book is about the work principles of the human muscular system. This book is about the principles of hypertrophy and possibly hyperplasia in the human muscular system. This book is about the inextricable link between the nervous and the muscular systems of a human. This book is about the interconnection of three human systems, nervous, circulatory, and muscular ones. This book contains certain non-standard information, which anyone hardly will find put together in one source. Moreover, some of the information in this book is already a product of my own conclusions. I do not claim to be the ultimate truth. This book is more a reason to think for those who look for the key to both muscle work and muscle growth. Much information in it will be given the right way. The book will debunk a lot of myths about the importance of one thing and the absolute unimportance of another one and swap these objects. After reading this book, I guess you will begin to rearrange your knowledge about muscle growth, physiology, biomechanics, and muscle innovation in order of importance on the shelves of your consciousness. Perhaps the book will seem to someone like an alchemist's handbook or a Mad Hatter's notes, but I write everything as it is. The book will really show that heap, those series of knowledge, facts, and conclusions that I would like to share with the readers. This book is for everyone, for fitness club trainers, for athletes from various sports, not necessarily from bodybuilding or strength sports, for those who visit fitness clubs just to grow muscle or lose weight. I think everyone can draw conclusions from the information in this book. When I started to really realize the things I would be writing about further, I conducted a complete revision of all my knowledge of bodybuilding techniques, physiology, muscle structure, and the principles of their functioning. I very toughly and uncompromisingly eliminated really unimportant information. The wheat began to separate very abruptly from the chaff. It was even somewhat insulting that the chaff turned out to be a large part of what I used to consider being important. And this screening applies both to supplements used in sports, in particular in bodybuilding, and to the techniques of exercises. The physiological principles of the functioning of the muscular system and the principles of developing training programs. This book will open many readers' eyes and, I guess, will shock lots of them. Everything will depend on the quantity of time you spent on the search for reasons why muscles do not grow, why you can't increase your strength, why you can't increase your speed, why you can't increase your endurance, why your fat does not burn, and so on. But I think that all of you will find answers to your questions when reading this book. I really hope that this book will give you a clue. It will become a certain code that will reveal many topics you don't understand, that you find unsolvable and strange, that still cannot be confirmed or refuted. I will give you information in a simple layman's language. I will not and do not want to overload the book with medical terms and other clever and abstruse phrases. I want this book to be read and understood by as many people as possible. While reading this book, don't only listen to me but also hear me. I guess the simpler the language, the better. Perhaps while writing, I will be making some references to some scientific works, but I am afraid this does not make sense in this book. So do not be surprised if my statements seem unfounded. While reading, you will find both the information and my logic lined up in a more and more clear and logical picture of all the processes I'm discussing here. And one more thing. This book is not a scientific one or some kind of a scientific work. I'm describing my thoughts and conclusions. Someone will accept them, and someone will say that everything written here is nonsense. If somewhere and in some way I use a wrong terminology or the names, I am not a doctor. and I think this will not affect the general meanings that I will try to convey. Please don't judge me strictly. In this stream of my consciousness put on paper, you will stumble upon a lot of facts and other my conclusions, the confirmation of which you will be looking for by yourself for a very long time. But with patience, I guess you will find it if you set yourself such a goal. Let me repeat, I'm not trying to prove something to anyone. I just want to convey the result of my long-term searching for the truth in iron sports. For I don't like the information that is considered generally accepted and well known for a long time in terms of its primary importance of its effect on muscle work and muscle response to loads. Once I was wondering if we already know so well the biochemical aspects of muscle work, the role of creatine, amino acids, carbohydrates, fats, mitochondria, anabolic steroids and androgens, ATP resynthesis, etc. Then why doesn't everyone benefit from this knowledge when trying to grow their muscles? So then, this is not the key information. Much of what I will write in this book will require serious scientific confirmation or refutation, because research on this specificity is just the beginning to be carried out. And much information I'm giving here will seem like fantasy or nonsense to lots of readers. But I still want to convey this information and the logic which I drew the conclusions with. I really hope that everyone will like this book. By the way, I'll clarify right away. Later in the book I will mention anabolic steroids and androgens as a general class, as well as other powerful hormones and substances, and how they affect the body. I'm saying right away, any references to these substances and classes of supplements in this book are for informational and explanatory purposes only. Me, the author of the book, am welcoming their use and accompanying for it in no way, if it is not prescribed by a doctor and is not for medical purposes under the supervision of a physician. The disclaimer seems to be ready, so let's move on. It won't be boring, for how can a Mad Hatter's notes be boring? Seatbelts, everyone. Let's begin. A standard role of the skeleton and joints. I want to say right away that in the first chapters of this book, I will be describing certain concepts from anatomy, physiology, biomechanics, and, possibly, from biochemistry briefly and with very general terms. I will be doing this just to remind you the generally accepted standards, the generally accepted rules, and the generally accepted laws of the work of the skeleton, of the muscular system, and of the nervous system. In the chapters closer to the middle and the end of the book, I will tell you my point of view on these things, because at the moment it differs from a generally accepted one, in some cases a little bit, and in other cases very much. In this chapter, I will remind you about the functions of the skeleton. I won't tell about the number of bones the human skeleton contains. I won't tell about the types of bones. I won't, because this information is of little relevance to the topic of this book. Functions of the skeleton are of relevance to this book. Why is it so? It will be clearer as the story progresses. So, the generally accepted functions of the skeleton. The first one is support, which tells us that the bones in particular and the skeleton in general serve as a support for the muscles and internal organs attached to the skeleton with pellicles, ligaments and tendons, and are held in their positions in their places and, accordingly, don't run away anywhere. That is, roughly speaking, the muscular system and the system of internal organs as if lean against the skeleton and thereby determine their position in space and the body. Many understand this paragraph as a literal term, recognizing the very support of a person in an upright position with his feet on the ground. Meaning, the skeleton allows the body to rest in a standing position on the ground, and thus allows the body to move in space. It is so, partly. We are coming to the second function called movement, and here everything is simple. The skeleton is described as if the bones that make up the skeleton, for the most part, turn out to be levers to which muscles are attached with the tendons. Muscles thereby displace the levers in the form of bones in space and relative to each other, thus creating a movement. Some of it makes sense, but then again, only some of it. Shock absorbing is the third function. Supposedly, the skeleton is able to soften and reduce the consequences of collisions with solid objects when moving, thereby reducing a certain degree of vibration and shaking of internal organs. Partly it is so, but only partly. The skeleton can serve as a shock absorber only if it has certain additions to the structure in the form of bones grouped in a certain way. Such shock absorbers are, a design of feet, a design of the entire lower body, the lower part of the skeleton with the pelvis and lower limbs. You can't treat one bone as a shock absorber. Feet are the first shock absorbers. The second one is a set of pelvis plus lower leg bones plus thigh bones. This is the second shock absorber. The third shock absorber starts from the pelvis, that is, it is the spine and the rib system. Sure, the arms, the shoulder girdle can also be shock absorbers, but to a relative and unstable degree. For example, in those moments when you substitute your hands when falling down in order to soften contact with the surface and save both the torso and the head. But the skeleton in this case is not such a clear shock absorber. The skeleton at this moment is one of the components of the structure, which all turns out to be shock absorbing in combination with ligaments, tendons, muscles, fascia, and the skin. And when being only a part of the structure, the skeleton alone is a poor shock absorber. If we take away all the other tissues, it's just a bunch of bones. Therefore, the skeleton is only a structural element that can exhibit some shock-absorbing functions. Protective is the next fourth function. The bones of the skeleton can form the walls of the cavities and the cavities alone, and thus protect the vital systems and organs located there. For example, the rib cage, the ribs, spine, and sternum create the chest cavity. The same skull, the cranium, consists of the bones that form a cavity inside which there is the brain. Naturally, in the chest cavity, there are internal organs that provide the vital activity of the body. The pelvis protects a certain part of the internal organs, especially the genitourinary system. The spinal canal, the vertebrae, forms a canal, thus creating a space where the spinal cord is located and protected. The fifth function of the skeleton is participation in the metabolism. The generally accepted point of view is that the skeleton can be a supplier of minerals and mineral salts for the rest of the body, since it is a large depot of these components. For example, calcium, phosphorus. But it is important to understand one thing: this depot is also necessary there. And when the skeleton begins to give the body a lot of calcium and phosphorus, it itself begins to suffer from this. Therefore, the role of the skeleton in this case is very relative. But the skeleton works the way it should do as an ensuring element against a deficiency of minerals and mineral salts. The sixth function is the participation of the bones of the skeleton in the formation of blood, or in the process of hematopoiesis. Red bone marrow found in some bones is the source of red blood cells, granular white blood cells, and platelets. Official science recognizes a bone as a living organ, which is not just some kind of a stick, a part of the system of sticks called the skeleton, but also a certain useful component. And this useful component, like the entire skeleton in general, and each bone separately, is a certain important link in both physical and biochemical and physiological processes in our body. But we are interested how muscles work. This book tells how muscles work as well. Therefore, we will talk about the work of the skeleton not in the sense of its functions, which I have just mentioned. Let's look at the skeleton from another side. Is its function really so comprehensive, which is called a motor one? You will understand this when talking not only about the skeleton, but about other organs of the body as well. And when talking about movements, muscular work, and about some sport and strength results, it will become clear how the skeleton works. But looking ahead, I can say that the support and motor functions of the skeletal system are greatly overestimated. Many believe that the cartilaginous and synovial fluid in the joints don't let joints get damaged under a heavy loads and is a kind of a shock-absorbing agent inside the joints. In other words, many people treat compression in their joints during workouts as something absolutely literal, as if the bones are very strongly compressed to each other and begin to rub each other, touching each other with the endings absorbed with the cartilaginous tissue and, accordingly, are lubricated with a certain amount of fluid for this sufficient degree of sliding to occur. I can say one thing: relying only on the skeleton and on its certain mythical endurance in physical work, you can only get problems with your joints in the future, and you will have to solve these problems for a very long time, for the function of the skeleton is absolutely not motor and moreover shock-absorbing how we used to believe. The skeleton in general is rather a system of rigidity ribs. Well, I made a bad B-break. Another thing I want to say is that we make a big mistake when relying on a certain degree of endurance and efficiency of our joints, especially when we think they are able to cope with heavy physical work that creates a very powerful compression inside each joint. None of the joints in the human body will live long, performing heavy physical work to the fullest. We believe that joints are super strong places where bones connect to each other and are designed to change the angles between bones relative to each other. We also believe that they are designed to hold the bones in a certain system. At the same time, joints create certain mobility, both for individual joints of the bones and for the whole body. Yes, it is so. But we are also accustomed to thinking that, namely, the joints experience all the loads, that they will be the reference points doing a hard physical work or working out in the gym. This is our great mistake, since this mistake makes us believe that the joints are very strong, very enduring, and can work hard endlessly. Due to such incorrect understanding of the functions of the skeleton and its individual parts, many of us then have chronic, systematic, and very serious problems with the joints. A joint as a unit that moves the whole body, individual limbs and their parts in space, should provide only mobility, but not absolute power resistance. It should not experience a strength load while performing an exceptional power function. You need to understand that the joints are just the junction of the individual elements of the skeleton, that is, the bones. But I'll tell you about this in series, and I'll explain these things in more detail in the following chapters. Standard skeletal muscle physiology, common causes of hypertrophy. So, in this chapter, I will briefly tell you about the physiology of the muscles and muscle cells, just to remind you what the standard typical point of view on the structure of these organs is based on. The science we are accustomed to considers muscles as a kind of separate organs, dividing them into groups, classes, and subclasses. As a result, analyzing each muscle separately, we learn several hundred names of different muscles and their countless functions. That is, science considers muscles as separate organs that are responsible both for the movements of a human and for changing the position of the body in space. Roughly speaking, muscles help us move. The muscles are attached to the bones, and when muscles contract or lengthen, they force the bones to change their position relative to each other. Normally, the muscles always work in pairs. But, in fact, it is impossible to separate them, which muscle is working and which one is not at a certain moment. I will talk about this later when expressing my point of view on these issues. But I can say one thing. When working out the biceps, this does not mean that only biceps are working at the moment. Triceps are also working as antagonists to stabilize work both in the elbow joint and in the shoulder one. Of course, the brachialis, the brachioradialis muscle, and a whole bunch of other muscles are working. At this moment, they can be working more powerfully than the biceps, but let's return to the physiology. From scientific point of view, muscles consist of muscle tissue that is able to contract under the influence of nerve impulses, that muscles are a part of the musculoskeletal system responsible for individual movements, etc. There is a very extensive classification of muscles. They are skeletal, smooth, cardiac, for example. But we are interested now in skeletal muscles, and this book is primarily about working out the skeletal muscles. The main functions of the muscles are contractility, protection, shape building, thermoregulation, and trophic. The contractility is the ability of a muscle to contract under tension, thus affecting the position of the bones, and to lengthen when relaxed or stretched. Protective role is the ability of muscles to form a certain layer of tissue that protects, for example, internal organs or bones, and is not vitally important and critically vulnerable at the moment of danger when the body is physically damaged. The superficial muscles are certain shields and protection. Shape-building function is the ability of the muscles to shape, for example, the body and its individual sections. Thermoregulation is an ability of muscles to influence the general state of body temperature by absorbing or generating the required amount of heat. Of course, muscles produce heat no higher than 50 degrees Fahrenheit, but still. For example, the postural muscles give off heat very well, and the superficial muscles absorb this heat very easily. Therefore, if you need to get warmed up, your postural muscles, located right along your bones, begin to involuntarily tighten and relax. Shivering of your body when you are cold is the tension and relaxation in the postural muscles, which begins to generate the heat that warms you. Since I have already mentioned such a term as the postural muscular system, now I will clarify a small point, namely the postural muscular system is the first system to appear in a person's body when he is still in the womb. That is, from a certain point of fetal development, it is precisely the postural muscular system that begins to get formed. This system is the primary, main, and the basic one for a person. But it practically does not perform a visually shape-building function, since its fibers have limited abilities to hypertrophy. And it does not need this full ability to hypertrophy, because the postural muscular system has much more important tasks than to lift heavier things and to throw them further away. The postural muscular system curls over the very bones. These are the deepest muscles. The system is responsible, first of all, for a person's movements, for his movement in space, for maintaining balance, for thermoregulation, reaction, lymph movement, blood volume. It is also called the balance system, the system that connects the bones together. Basically, individual muscles of this system are involved in the work of one joint. This muscular system consists exclusively of slow oxidative fibers, and this is the system that, first and foremost, is subjected to psychosomatic influence and oppression. For example, at the moment when you are very nervous and worried about something or experiencing fear, certain parts of the postural system will begin to respond to this irritation with tension. Quite shortly before the child's birth, part of this system is reborn into superficial muscles, which you see in the mirror and want to work out or develop their power potential. The only problem is that you cannot always say which system is actually doing the main work during any exercise at the moment. In order to be able to say it, you need to have certain knowledge and skills, but I'll tell you more about that later. At the moment, we are interested in the superficial muscular system, and there are three main types of muscle fibers. This muscular system is heterogeneous. It has both white fibers, they are fast glycolytic ones, and slow oxidative fibers, red ones, although it contains very few of them. It also includes fast oxidative fibers, as if pink ones. This is an intermediate type of fibers that make up approximately 80% of the total number of muscle cells of the muscular system. Namely, these intermediate cells are able to easily adapt to environmental conditions and to a systematic type of activity that is often repeated. Accordingly, these intermediate fast oxidative fibers can change their purpose, functionality, type, and become very similar to the classic fast glycolytic power fibers, or adapt more to the state of slow oxidative fibers, if necessary. Fast glycolytic fibers are powerful and explosive ones, capable of making very fast and powerful force in a short period of time, while expending vast amounts of energy in the form of glucose and not using the oxygen. Slow oxidative fibers are the fibers that are able to perform monotonous, energetically low-cost work. At the same time, they can perform this work at a normal level of intensity for them for a very long time. For example, maintain the position in which you sit or stand. In other words, these are very enduring fibers that function more due to fat and oxygen metabolism. Well, and the intermediate fibers, fast oxidative ones, mostly have certain parameters that are often averaged between fast glycolytic and slow oxidative fibers. For example, that's a combination of average strength and average endurance relative to two other extremely opposite types of fibers. But fast oxidative fibers are namely the class of fibers that is the most necessary in a human life. In this book, I won't analyze the structure of every single type of fibers. There is a huge pile of various materials, scientific papers, and entire encyclopedias about this. I'll just tell you about this superficially. The problem is that we already studied the internal structure of each cell in the human body very well, in particular, the internal structure of muscle cells. And we delved into it so deeply that you notice no more obvious things and understand no more what is really important and what is secondary. We dig inside this topic in its depth as if looking for some incredible treasure. We get to the smallest details and think that they are the most important and the most basic things in what we need, for example, in bodybuilding, in fitness, or in other kinds of sports. Science has studied the length and breadth of cell nuclei, mitochondria, myofibrils, and other cell organelles. It almost completely described the biochemical processes that are responsible for the release of energy, for the disposal of waste, etc. But, as for me, this knowledge is still secondary. It is secondary because, in fact, it is very difficult to say what the cause is and what the effect is in the work of a muscle cell. Many processes take place simultaneously, and it is very difficult to determine which one of them was primary and entailed the rest ones. And something tells me that most of the biochemical processes that we observe in the same hypertrophy are actually an inevitable consequence of this process and an inescapable regularity. We perfectly know that there are active elements, myofibrils, inside each muscle cell. These are contractile units that are responsible for the tension in a cell, for its inflammation, and, subsequently, for its relaxation and extension. We know about mitochondria. We know that myofibrils and mitochondria are tightly bound with each other and closely cooperate in such a process as muscle fiber hypertrophy. Mitochondria are the main organelles that provide energy for the life of a cell within the cell. Mitochondria provide a lot of energy for a cell to function. And now I'm not talking about tension, relaxation, contraction and extension. I'm talking about energy for the flow of other biochemical processes for a cell to be alive. Accordingly, the more mitochondria inside the cell, the more processes this cell is able to provide with energy within itself. Therefore, hypertrophy, that is growth of new myofibrils, is connected with the ability of a cell to provide itself with energy and maintain this level of energy. Accordingly, the more mitochondria, the more myofibrils in a cell can potentially grow under certain conditions of physical activity. It seems to us that we already completely studied the muscle structure. We think we know everything about what muscle hypertrophy depends on and already start to look for the answers to questions about hyperplasia, although many do not believe in it. But at the same time, everyone knows that in the cell membranes there are cells, satellites, that is, spare cells, which at some point are released by themselves and begin to form additional, almost full-fledged muscle cells from themselves as active units. And here we are getting to other important components of each cell, and a muscle cell in particular, muscle cell envelopes. A lot of systems in your body, for example, the central nervous system, are enclosed namely in triple envelopes. That is, if you examine cells or certain systems of the body globally, then you will find at least 2 or even 3 layers of envelopes in them. The same is true for muscle cells. If you examine the central nervous system, you will see a conditionally 3-layer envelope. The outer layer is the most rigid envelope, which is a relative of the entire connective tissue system of the body and all its fascial structures. Then there is the middle arachnoid envelope, and the deepest envelope is the innermost one, the softest one that contacts directly with the spinal cord and the brain. The muscle cell envelopes have a similar design, just the names of the layers are different. The outermost envelope of each muscle cell is called the endomysium. It is the toughest, the most elastic part of a muscle cell that attaches a muscle cell, I'll tell you later more about the way it does this, to the fascial connective tissue structure and to the tendons. Under it is the envelope of the contents of the muscle fiber, the sarcolemma, from Greek sarko flesh, lemma sheath. It is a thin elastic envelope that consists of the outer membrane, basal, and the inner ones, plasmalemma, meaning the sarcolemma conditionally consists of a double layer of 2 thin envelopes. These 2 thin envelopes are made up of lipids, with proteins and other components inbuilt in them. The main function of the sarcolemma is not to let all chemicals penetrate the body, to stimulate and conduct the excitation transmitted from the nervous system to a cell. The basement membrane gets the impulses from the nervous system and, accordingly, transmits these commands for further contraction and tension of a muscle cell. The basement membrane consists of collagen, glycosaminoglycans, and lipids, and the innermost envelope membrane of a muscle cell that contacts with the inner world of a muscle cell is called the plasmalemma, and, in fact, in our case, it is the softest and the most permeable. The plasmalemma consists mostly of phospholipids and proteins, and I would ask you to remember this triple union of envelopes because you will meet it over and over again in the book, and the memory of it will be useful. By the way, based on even a brief description of the components of both basement membrane and the plasmalemma, it is easy to understand how important the various fats you eat are for the muscle cells. But let's focus on our main subject. In this chapter, I just want to say the following. We so often focus on the depths that we stop noticing what surrounds us there, outside on the surface. People in general are strange creatures. They try with all their might to see what is there in the farthest corners of the space, study it up and down. But at the same time, they have not yet completely studied everything in front of their noses. The same applies to the structure of the muscular system and muscle cells. It seems to us that we already studied them up and down, and having tremendous knowledge of the biochemical processes occurring in the cells, we think that by regulating these biochemical processes, we are able to influence hypertrophy or hyperplasia. But as for me, everything is a little bit different. We also think we studied the causes of hypertrophy of skeletal muscles very well, and in particular, the causes of hypertrophy of a single muscle fiber. We call hypertrophy the increase in the number of myofibrils inside the muscle fiber. Myofibrillar hypertrophy of muscle fibers is considered to be the main reason for increase in volume in this hypertrophy. In other words, muscle fibers begin to increase in its diameter because more and more myofibrils are accumulated inside it, but they grow in response to their own destruction. A theory of destruction says a certain level and intensity of physical activity entails damage to myofibrils in muscle fibers. And in this regard, then you get the effect of supercompensation when torn myofibrils begin to repair inside the muscle fiber, and in order myofibrils not to be damaged so much the next time, new ones are built. But there is one nuance. Not everyone imagines the process of myofibril destruction. It was interesting to me what people think about that. I asked many ones who like to talk about hypertrophy, how are myofibrils actually destroyed or damaged? I asked them to describe the exact detailed process. Nobody could give an answer. Everyone, or almost everyone, thinks that myofibrils are torn in half, across. Or they think that myofibrils accumulate a critical mass of detachments of the bridges that ensure the movement of actin and myosin relative to each other. But no one had a clear picture. Although Alla Vladimirovna Samsonova described this process in her works. But in fact, myofibrils exfoliate along, like a branch of a tree, along the axis into two parts of equal or different lengths. Later it will be clear why it is so important to clearly understand the essence of the process of myofibril destruction inside a muscle fiber. There is also such a term as sarcoplasmic hypertrophy. The muscle fibers increase in volume due to the accumulation of an excess amount of intracellular fluid inside them without an increase in protein mass. That is, without a significant increase in the number of myofibrils and mitochondria. The sarcoplasm alone is more of a gel or jelly-like structure. It's not exactly water in its natural form. But sarcoplasmic hypertrophy occurs when there's more this gel inside muscle fibers without increase of the number and size of the myofibrils. That is, muscle fibers seem to inflate from the inside due to this water component. They believe that usually hypertrophy occurs due to both of these effects, when myofibrillar and sarcoplasmic hypertrophy occur at the same time. This happens often. This is logical and clear, because the increase in a new number of myofibrils, or the growth of existing ones, requires an additional increase in the amount of sarcoplasm to ensure the function of myofibrils. Again, there are several generally accepted incentives for the muscle fiber hypertrophy. In addition to myofibril breakdown, we know such a term as metabolic stress, when working out till energy reserves in muscle fibers are exhausted, and this is a stimulus for subsequent hypertrophy. But since I have many questions and doubts about muscle fiber exhaustion, then I'm also not sure that muscle fatigue is a stimulus to hypertrophy. But let's talk more about this later. Many also believe that hypertrophy is caused by a very large amount of so-called acidification of muscle fibers as a result of accumulation of a large amount of lactic acid in muscle fibers when it doesn't have enough time to remove it during a workout. So, lactic acid causes certain damages, and this way again causes hypertrophy processes in response to destructions. But there is another theory called mechanical stimulus. By mechanical stimulus, I mean exactly the degree of pressure within the muscle group itself, the degree of pressure of the fibers on each other, the degree of pressure when they are fully stretched with maximum tension, and the degree of pressure when they contract with maximum tension. And, in my opinion, this is the main stimulus that entails hypertrophy of both individual muscle fibers and the entire muscle group as a whole. But while reading this book, it will be clear for you why I think so. I can say that it is the pressure that the fibers develop and exert on each other and to the sides is the determining factor for the further increase in their muscle group size, both within one workout and in the long term. Anyway, the generally accepted causes of muscle hypertrophy are explained by the theory of stress and differ only in the ways this stress develops for the muscles we train. Later, I will talk about the causes of hypertrophy. I consider them real and not generally accepted theoretical ones. They are illogical, somewhat different from the stress theory, and do not quite fit into it. They rather explain the logical flow of the processes and needs of the muscular system. The training stress we are used to describing and distinguishing, to a greater extent, leads to excessive oppression of the system and requires large expenditures of resources to restore its consequences. More often, this leads to marking time, but not to the processes of supercompensation and hypertrophy. The role of the circulatory and nervous systems in providing muscle work, vessels and nerves. In this chapter, I'm finishing the most boring introductory part that contains the usual banal description of the physiological processes and general physiology associated with the structure of the muscles, of the nervous system, and how all this works altogether. This information is just a statement of certain facts that have long been known in medicine and sports. Standard information is long used for treatment of various diseases and for the study of certain biomechanical and neurophysical processes. Here I want to briefly tell you about the fundamental connection and dependence in the work of the muscular and nervous systems. I have long called these two systems linked together as well as neuromuscular system. The nervous system is the center for providing impulses to the muscular system. The nervous system is a kind of power plant, although the analogy is very incorrect, and an extensive network of power lines to which consumers are connected. In our case, these are muscles. Of course, not only muscles are the consumers of impulses and commands from the central nervous system, but also internal organs and other cells that make up our entire body. But we are talking about muscles, so we will keep on talking like this. The nervous system, when speaking exaggeratedly, is three large components. The first component is the control center, that is the brain. Next is the large segment, which is the oldest part of the two apparatuses of the central nervous system, the spinal cord. In this chain it plays the role of an amplifier and a pulse distributor, although in some cases this organ performs a control function. This happens when instant reactions are needed beyond the limits of the possibilities of an adequate conscious state, for example, in the heat of passion. Speaking figuratively, the brain gives orders, and the spinal cord finds the ways to follow them. The impulse leaving the brain in the form of a task is finally distributed to the muscles, which the parts of the spinal cord need to involve in work. The third segment of the nervous system is a large-scale one. It is branched throughout the body. It is very similar to the space a network of nerve fibers or nerve wires leave both the brain and spinal cord, permeate the entire body, and reach its farthest corners. The network of transmission of impulses and reading information from sensors of the nervous system scattered throughout all tissues of the body is the most branched and the longest one. But there is another system in the body that almost completely repeats the network of the nervous system. It is the circulatory system. The circulatory system, that is the network of both large and small vessels and capillaries, completely repeats the structure of nerve fibers that are scattered throughout the body. The farther we move from the central nervous apparatus along the wires to the body, the more we will understand that next to each nerve fiber there are always one or more vessels of the circulatory system. Both the nervous and the vascular systems are like two Siamese twins that inextricably follow each other. We do not yet know what the set of functions of the brain really is, but will now conditionally consider that this is a part of our consciousness. We will focus on the fact that the brain controls consciously both our body and actions. That is, the brain is like an analyzer. Of course, at the moment, there is no stable and clear opinion in the scientific community what consciousness really is and where it is located. There are lots of options about the place of consciousness in our body and how it is formed. Therefore, we won't put forward any of these controversial theories here. But to easily percept the information, we will assume that a certain area of our brain is the center where consciousness is formed. In fact, I don't think so, and I think that consciousness is formed by all cells of the body collectively. But to easier understand this process, we'll accept the brain as a source of consciousness, even if it is just an antenna that connects our consciousness with the world around us and the information field. Anyway, the brain is one of the main points in the chain for the information transmission. Accordingly, we will assume that the brain either transfers a set of tasks by consciousness to our body or generates them by itself as the main source. Many of you know that there are two people with approximately equal anthropometric data and the initial muscle mass. And having started working out at the same time and simultaneously performing the same techniques of the exercises, they differed completely in the growth of muscle mass and strength. One of these people progresses faster in gaining muscle mass or building strength, and the other one, after a certain period of time, begins to lag far behind him. You would wonder what the reason is. After all, these two ones perform the exercises exactly the same way from technical and biomechanical points of view. They do the same set of exercises and initially started workouts with the same weights. Why do results vary so much over time? Oh, it's very simple. The one who progresses much faster has a stronger and more stable connection of the central nervous apparatus with the superficial muscles that follow the orders and receive impulses. So, one of them initially had a better developed neuromuscular connections before he started to work out. This component cannot be traced immediately. It becomes clear only over some time and after a certain time of training. Roughly speaking, the one who progresses in training faster better controls his muscles and has a more perfect neuromuscular connection of muscles with the central nervous apparatus. That is, with the segments of both the brain and the spinal cord that control these muscles. In general, there are three large main links in the chain of impulse transmission to a muscle: the brain that sets a task, the spinal cord, the segments of which receive this task and are responsible for a certain number of muscle groups to which this task is addressed. It is the spinal cord that distributes the main impulses for movement through muscle fibers, muscle bundles, and muscle groups of certain parts of the body. These impulses go along the axons, the third link, from the spinal cord to the target muscles and set the system in motion. Muscles receive impulses, begin to tense and contract, and the body or its part begins to move while performing a movement in space. If talking about banal, simple movements like going, sitting down, lying down, standing up, then they all are performed in approximately the same way for all people because they are controlled by the primary muscular system, called postural 1. This is the muscular system that is responsible for balance. It controls and performs the most elementary movements given to us from birth. If we mean a strength work and set strength tasks for our body that differ in intensity from the usual natural movements, the superficial muscles then start to work. And here a very important role will be played by the connection of these superficial muscles we see in the mirror with the source of impulses, that is, with the spinal cord and the brain. This connection includes both reverse signals and direct ones. Feedback is when sensory fibers located in the muscle tissues transmit certain signals to the centers of the spinal cord about the degree a muscle gets tensed and stretched, as well as the position of the body in space. A direct connection is the response of the central nervous system to the data received through the feedback. Central nervous apparatus analyses the data it gets from the sensory fibers located in the muscle groups and from the Golgi receptors located in the tendons of these muscle groups. Based on the analysis, it decides what next actions should be taken in accordance with the initial data. The central nervous system decides which muscle groups should be relaxed and which ones should be tightened in order to continue moving or maintaining a certain status quo. The snag is that the postural muscular system is reflectively and unconsciously controlled by the central nervous system in accordance with the feedback signals and functions. And here is the difference between the two characters, which have different training results. Both of them have more or less normally connected postural muscles, otherwise they would hardly be able to walk. It cannot be another way, just because it is an unconscious part of our movement, an unconscious part of muscle activation. The postural muscle fibers, their work, their degree of tension, can't be controlled by our own consciousness. We cannot command them to relax or tense up. They do it according to reflexes. First of all, these are response reflexes to stretching. This reflex curve is mainly controlled by the spinal cord paired with the vestibular system and the cerebellum when it is necessary to maintain balance. Our consciousness does not participate in these processes because processing of information by the cerebral cortex, its motor centers and supply of information there by feedback and sending certain response instructions in a straight line, takes much more time than the control of the same reflex movements along a shortened arc that reaches the cerebellum. That is, muscle, spinal cord, cerebellum, back to the muscle along the same chain. Therefore, the simple tasks like sitting down, standing up, lying down, walking, running easily, and maintaining balance are the work of the reflex system. This system is activated on the basis of reflex responses to stretching of the muscle groups that are involved in the performance of these elementary tasks and movements. It is clear that the brain sets a task and expresses a desire to sit down, to lie down, to get up, to go, to run, or to sit on the couch. But the movement alone is no longer controlled by our consciousness because to a greater extent the system needs it to fulfill tasks and react. Maintaining balance requires an instant reaction, an instant analysis, and an instant reflex action. In this case, the system just does not have time to think about it. Otherwise, we will simply fall down while thinking which muscles we need to activate. If we consciously control the execution of elementary movements, it seems to us that we control them, but in fact, we are simply aware of intentions. We would spend an enormous amount of resources, both physical and nervous ones. We would have to be aware of what we are doing, every step, every turn of our head, every wiggle of a finger. We would have to be aware that certain muscles are tensing up in order to take this step, and we would have to be aware of the task for these muscles to take this step. But, actually, during the day, we make thousands of such unconscious reflex movements. Therefore, this function performed by reflexes is almost entirely controlled by the spinal cord and the vestibular apparatus for the main control center not to be disturbed over trifles. Let's go back to our two athletes. We have a completely different picture between our two characters when they work with weights to build bigger superficial muscles. The one athlete, whose spinal cord is initially better connected with the superficial muscles, will progress faster and more clearly expressed. The other one, whose neuromuscular connection of the central nervous system with the superficial muscles is not initially so good, can't generally suspect this and involve his superficial muscles in intensive work. For this reason, he will perform all the exercises with the reflex muscular system, that is the postural one. The postural muscles are very strong and hardy. People who do not think about the importance of the neuromuscular connection with the target superficial muscles, in most cases do most of the exercises precisely with the deep reflex muscular system, by the way. Posture muscles are often also mysteriously called muscle stabilizers. Therefore, they cannot achieve any tangible growth of the surface muscles of the biceps, quadriceps, triceps, latissimus dorsi muscles, and other muscle groups, just because they think that their superficial muscles are currently working, but, in fact, deep ones are doing the most of the work. This happens so when there's very weak neuromuscular connection, hereinafter referred to as NMCN, with the superficial muscles. Moreover, this lagging behind character is not aware that a high-quality NMCN is really necessary. Accordingly, he does not understand that the only way to correct this situation is to connect consciousness to the process and consciously develop NMCN with the superficial muscles, and to use this tool as much as possible when doing every exercise and every rep. That is, you will have to consciously control every rep. What is conscious control? Everything is very simple, but another person can't notice this. Let's say someone asked you to show him your biceps, how big, beautiful, peaked and spherical it is. You pull up the sleeve of your t-shirt and tense your biceps, demonstrating it to the one who asked you. This very process, when you intentionally tense your biceps in order to demonstrate its development, is a conscious control. I called it a bit differently, a neuromuscular control, hereinafter referred to as NMCL. Your conscious desire and the intention to tense, and most importantly, the process of tensing this muscle and the degree of its tension that you are creating at this moment, is this neuromuscular control, NMC, and a conscious control of muscle group tension. It is clear that the more you develop this skill of neuromuscular control with each separate muscle group, the more you can later rely on the reflex reactions of even this superficial muscular system. It will be enough just to take a barbell or dumbbells in your hands. But it will take someone the first years and the rest of their lives for other ones to constantly work on maintaining and creating an effective NMCL with each muscle group and maintaining the quality of this NMCL. The problem is that the system uses a very long path to transmit an impulse to a muscle group. And on this long path, there are a lot of places where the main impulse, a set task, and an already distributed impulse can break off, decrease, or acquire certain errors. When forming certain pools motor centers, brain nerves set tasks for other groups of neurons in the spinal cord called motor neurons. In order to perform a movement or to perform a work and overcome a certain resistance by muscles, motor neurons must deliver an impulse to target muscle cells and muscle groups. Motor neurons of the spinal cord, which are responsible for those muscle groups that should be involved in work, can also be grouped into pools when it is necessary to increase the power of an outgoing impulse to a muscle group. And if there's not enough number of motor neurons in one pool, the output power of the impulse is not enough, then additional amplification of this pool can be formed with the interconnecting neurons. This is called adaptation. The more difficult tasks you set, the more even the nervous system has to adapt to these tasks. Their own axons come out of the motor neurons, which are collected in bundles and come out of the spine, while representing long nerve wires that look like cables. These wires are also not all in one. Each individual nerve fiber from an individual motor neuron is also discontinuous. These junctions of segments are called synapses. These are such peculiar ports where there is a father and there is a mother. Similarly, there are synapses on neurons and on motor neurons, and on the junctions of neurons and motor neurons with each other. Synapses are also located on the surfaces of muscle cell membranes, and the thinnest branches of axons fit there. Particularly thick sections of axons are always covered with myelin, which plays a certain role in the insulation of wires. The more powerful an impulse an axon is able to conduct, the thicker it will be in itself, and the thicker envelope insulation of myelin it will have. And the efficiency of impulse transmission from the brain to a target muscle group will depend primarily on the state of this entire transmission system. No matter how powerful the impulse is, if there is a break or an abnormal condition in one of the places through which it is transmitted, the impulse that has reached the goal will be reduced significantly, or not delivered at all. Your brain can send very strong impulses, set tasks for a muscle group, but, as a result, the spinal cord will not be able to fully deliver this impulse. Accordingly, the muscle will contract and generate the tension that will correspond only to the force and frequency of the impulse delivered to it. A simple example of physical impediment to momentum delivery is that the biceps and triceps may not respond well to training due to abnormalities in the cervical spine or due to abnormalities in the shoulder joints. These distortions in the position of the parts of the skeleton in most cases will lead to a decrease in strength of the impulse that has gone beyond the spinal cord. Moreover, often pathologies in the geometry of the joints simply do not allow the muscles connected with these joints to stretch and contract in full force. For example, when working out biceps, the serratus anterior muscle presses the scapula, long head of the triceps or rear delta to the ribs. And because of the dysfunction of the serratus anterior muscle, the scapula is not normally fixed and deprives these muscles of a fixed point of attachment. As a result, the muscles attached to the scapula, when tensed, simply shift the scapula in the direction of their contraction. This process does not allow these muscles to get stretched to the fullest at their peak tension and contract normally. Thus, they just completely nullify all the athlete's efforts to induce hypertrophy of these muscle groups. Later, I will explain why stretching with weights is so important for hypertrophy. For these reasons, when sharing information and experience at the gyms and fitness clubs, a situation akin to a survivor's mistake occurs. The essence of this error is the following. There are very gifted athletes from birth who, without even thinking about the state of their neuromuscular connections, do exercises, sets of exercises, reps. And they keep on gaining muscle mass and strength over several years. Further, these athletes begin to give recommendations to those who do not have such nervous system and neuromuscular connection genetic data. The guys, who are not so much gifted, try to perform the gifted guys' methods and ways to achieve the same training results. Thus, they receive, at best, a waste of time and disappointment. At worst, they get injuries and health after training fruitlessly for several years, and they don't get any positive results in gaining their muscle mass compared to the gifted guys, although they literally copy the training strategy and lifestyle of these very gifted ones. And everything is simple. The initially gifted one's muscles are well connected to the nervous system, and there are no serious distortions in the geometry of their skeleton and dysfunctions in the postural muscles, an example of the serratus muscle, and scapular fixation. The ungifted guys have hard fate. They will have to constantly develop this connection. But to develop it, you still need to be aware of it and to understand the necessity of this process. But we have significantly digressed from the main topic of this chapter. Let's return to the structure of the dual component of providing muscle tissue in the form of a peripheral nervous system and a peripheral vascular network. As I already said, the nerve wires are always bundled. They are close to the large and small vessels of the circulatory system. Let me remind you that a muscle cell conditionally has 3 envelopes, and the outer one is the toughest. The envelope of the central nervous apparatus is designed according to the same principle. Both the brain and the spinal cord are located in the same space and are enclosed in one cover. This cover is a single unit and consists of a 3-layer envelope. The surface layer of this envelope has a rigid tissue called the dura mater. The layer of the envelope that is in direct contact with the neural network of the brain and the white matter of the spinal cord is called pia mater. And between dura mater and pia mater, there is a layer that allows some biochemical processes to proceed and the both inner and outer envelopes not to stick together. This layer is called the arachnoid sheath, the outermost layer of the meningeal envelope that surrounds and protects the brain, and the spinal cord is called dura mater. The fact is that it is nothing more than a part of the fascial network of our entire body. It is a relative of the connective tissue and consists of it. The hard outermost muscle cell envelope is basically the same. Moreover, dura mater, which surrounds the central nervous apparatus, has exit points to the general fascial system of the body. These are exit points of the nerve roots from the spine, extending from the spinal cord. This can be described in other words. Thick nerve wires branch off the spinal cord through small holes on the sides of the spine to the body. And dura mater gets through these holes to the general fascial system of the body, connective tissue system of the body, and is woven into it. The fact is that there are certain processes under the meninges which are responsible for servicing the central nervous apparatus. CSF, cerebrospinal fluid, moves there. Cerebrospinal fluid is produced in the ventricles of the brain and is designed to serve neurons, motor neurons, and the rest of the central nervous system structure. It is a certain infiltrate of blood plasma. That is, cerebrospinal fluid is in fact a relative of blood, and it is almost identical to blood plasma. It just contains a bit different substances. Functions of the cerebrospinal fluid are to completely wash both the brain and the spinal cord, to bring useful components like various minerals, trace elements, and albumin protein, to pick up metabolic wastes of neurons on the way back and remove them from the central nervous apparatus to further neutralize and completely eliminate them from the body. One part of the cerebrospinal fluid is excreted through the venous sinuses located in the upper part of the skull near the top of the head. Another part of the cerebrospinal fluid enters the general systemic venous circulation and lymphatic circulation through the same venous sinuses already in the region of the spinal cord. And now we're getting to the most interesting process. All the nerve wires and all the vessels distributed throughout our body, as I said earlier, always go side by side, repeating the trajectory and path of each other. They are sewn into large fascial layers, into small fascial layers, and into other connective tissue structures. They, vessels and nerves, are neither above the pellicles nor under the membranes. They are in the membranes. That is, the fascia, the fascial chain, and the chain of the entire connective tissue of the body are various membranes, various compounds that in one way or another contain the main protein collagen. Also, these tissues are filled with liquid of a gel-like consistency. This gel contains all the vital cells and other components necessary for the regeneration and vital activity of the connective tissue. Let us imagine that the fascial system and the fascia themselves, both large and small ones, are pellicles. How do the nerve wires and blood vessels pass through these pellicles? You can very easily imagine this. Just take any banknote. Now all the banknotes have this component. Imagine that this banknote is a fascial pellicle and a connective tissue. And in each banknote you can see a control strip that is sewn inside the banknote. It is not outside, but inside. In the same way, nerve wires, large and small vessels and capillaries are located in the connective tissue structure. They are in the membranes, inside the structure itself. Accordingly, any movements of this membrane system set in motion small wires and vessels built in them, both large and small ones, as well as they create movement of their peripheral network. In fact, the state of our nerve wires and blood vascular network primarily depends on the state of the membranes in which they are located. By condition, I mean mobility, elasticity, flexibility. Paired propulsion of nerve wires and blood vessels allows you to create a complete set of exercises for working cells. In other words, a nerve provides impulses and the vessels provide blood supply with oxygen and other substances, along with the removal of cell waste metabolites. The thing is that the volume of the human circulatory network far exceeds the volume of blood. That is, 3 to 5 liters of blood is clearly not enough to fill the entire volume of the circulatory system in accordance with its potential. Therefore, muscles pump blood through small peripheral arterial vessels and veins by muscles, and the heart provides pressure in large and medium-sized arterial vessels. Therefore, constant muscular work is so important, and movement is life. All corners of the body must receive their portion of blood, including substances with oxygen and nitric oxide. Otherwise, local degradation processes begin. I'll talk more about nitric oxide later. I forgot to mention that the cerebrospinal fluid does not only circulate inside the central nervous apparatus under the envelope and is not only excreted through the venous sinuses in the skull and in the region of the spinal cord. Part of the cerebrospinal fluid flows out into the external environment outside the spine and almost flows into the general connective tissue structure. That is, the cerebrospinal fluid is distributed in exactly the same way throughout the body, while repeating all the moves of the connective tissue that makes up the body. I just guess that psychosomatic manifestations, especially those ones that relate to the powerful emotional states, such as intense fear, grief, or unbridled joy, affect the entire connective tissue structure of the body through the cerebrospinal fluid and nerve transmission. Thus, they cause the correction of certain physiological, physical, and biochemical processes in the connective tissue globally and locally. But let's return to the functioning of the nervous system and to the principles of muscle activation by the nervous system. The fact is that in each muscle group, there is such a functional structure as a motor unit. What does it represent? The motor unit is not consisted solely of the muscle group, but is a set of some components, both of the central nervous system and a muscle group. In other words, the motor unit is an executive organ that obeys a group of neurons in the motor center of the cerebral cortex, those ones that command to start moving. It consists of a motor neuron of the spinal cord, which distributes the impulses to a specific muscle and a specific group of muscle fibers that are connected to this motor neuron. In fact, one motor unit is a node of a motor neuron in the spinal cord and a group of muscle fibers connected to this motor neuron. Depending on the severity of the tasks performed, the characteristics of various motor units also differ even in the same muscle group. For example, when you perform easy tasks, like get out of your bed and go pour some water into your glass, a system with very low pulse intensity and low frequency is working at the moment. This command will be given by a fairly limited segment of neurons in the brain and will be executed by a group of very small motor neurons of the spinal cord. The higher the frequency of impulses at which the motor neuron is able to be excited, the larger its size. The smallest motor neurons are connected to the weakest muscle fibers that are located in the postural layers and are responsible for doing hardy, long and smooth work. These are slow oxidative fibers. As the complexity of the performed power tasks increases, the commands from the brain get louder, more serious, more powerful, and the frequency of the transmitted impulses begins to increase. The higher the frequency of impulses passing through the spinal cord to motor neurons, the larger motor neurons begin to wake up and respond to these commands. Accordingly, more powerful muscle fibers are connected to larger motor neurons, which can be also called intermediate ones. More powerful impulses primarily involve slow motor units with slow oxidative fibers. Further, as the frequency of impulses increases, intermediate ones, faster motor units which contain more powerful muscle fibers, fast oxidative ones, begin to get involved. These fast oxidative fibers have an ability to get energy without oxygen by glucose breakdown, and they perform more powerful contractile tasks. Fast oxidative intermediate fibers generally possess both types of energy production, oxidation in mitochondria, with the help of oxygen, and an anoxic way of breaking down glucose. Therefore, they are called intermediate ones and are universal with average characteristics like strength and endurance. Very powerful short-term impulses with the highest frequency involve all three types of muscle motor units and, accordingly, muscle fibers. These are very powerful, fast and abrupt movements that require high speed and high power fiber contraction. Accordingly, in the chain of transmission of the most powerful impulse from the brain to the muscles, there are also the largest motor neurons, along with the rest ones, to which the strongest fast glycolytic muscle fibers are connected. At the highest frequency of impulses and with the most serious power tasks, ideally, all three types of motor units are taking part in the work. From the weakest slow oxidative ones, in such cases they act as stabilizers, to fast glycolytic ones. The only problem is that when you do not consciously control your actions and movements, then the central nervous system chooses the degree and sequence at which it will involve muscles and fibers in work. If you do not consciously control a movement and muscle tension, the central nervous system then decides by itself which fibers will get tense to this or that extent, along with the order in which the muscle groups will participate in the work. And often due to an incorrect technique or an incorrect work of the reflex system, the central nervous system can't use all its impulse potential to involve the muscles in work. It limits itself with the defense mechanisms just because there are flaws in the biomechanics of movement, in the connection of the muscle group, and in the geometry of the skeleton. Accordingly, there is a certain threat of damage of muscle tissues or joints because of an incorrect movement trajectory. In such situations, the protective system goes off. It consists of certain spindle cells located in the muscles and signal the central nervous system about the degree of tension and stretching of the muscles. There are also Golgi receptors in the muscle tendons. They read information about the state of the tendons at the moment. That is about the degree of their stretching and the pressure value between the collagen fibers. Then Golgi receptors transmit this information to the nervous system. If this feedback system, that is sensitive sensors, transmits frightening information to the central nervous system apparatus, a part of the impulse is blocked at the level of motor neurons of the spinal cord. This blocking takes place due to the impulses that generate all these sensitive sensors in the muscles and tendons. They, as it were, interrupt the path of the impulse transmission from a motor neuron to a group of fibers. This interruption occurs due to the sending of an oncoming impulse as if in opposition to the main one. And in this way, either a part of the direct impulse or the whole impulse is extinguished. And neither the muscles nor especially the brain as a part of the central nervous system, which is trying to send the loudest orders and commands there, can fully manifest themselves. This happens because the system of the feedback protective connection blocks or interrupts a part of this impulse with a reverse impulse. That's a foolproof. A conscious tension is the only way to get the muscle to develop the maximum possible tension, that is to synchronize the maximum tension in the maximum possible number of fibers at a time and to receive the maximum possible impulse that the central nervous system is now able to issue. Do an experiment now. Take the heaviest dumbbell that you are able to bend your arm with and try to do it without the neuromuscular control, as both you and a lot of other people are used to doing perhaps. While bending your arm, fix and remember the degree of tension in the biceps. But you may confuse the tension in the brachialis and brachioradialis with tension in the biceps. At this moment, the brachialis and brachioradialis are tensed, but not the biceps. You have yet to learn to distinguish between these moments, what you think is tensed and what is actually tensed. Remember these feelings. Put the dumbbell on the floor. Now just bend your elbow to 90 degrees and tense your biceps as much as possible while keeping your shoulder in the same position when you were doing the dumbbell biceps curl. I think that your sensations of tension in the biceps will differ much from the ones you were experiencing when bending your arm with the weight. You will easily understand that without a dumbbell, your biceps gives out brighter and clearer sensations. Moreover, by listening you can still feel the tension in the forearm muscles and can compare what is signaling you more powerfully, the forearm tension or the biceps tension. You will begin to realize that without a dumbbell and with a certain degree of neuromuscular control over your biceps, you can develop much stronger tension in it than while doing biceps curl with a heavy dumbbell without a neuromuscular control and a conscious tension. This experiment suggests that the frequency of impulses your biceps receives during a conscious tension without a dumbbell is much higher than the frequency of impulses your biceps received when you had the heaviest dumbbell in your hand. At the same time, you can learn a lesson if it turns out that the tension of the forearm muscles still dominates the biceps tension. Thanks to this lesson, it will become clear to you that earlier you used to do dumbbell biceps curls to a greater extent due to the forearms muscles, but not the biceps ones. You will need correct this flaw by teaching your neuromuscular system to work more specifically with the biceps when doing biceps exercises. At that time, the training is always conducted with neuromuscular control. And you will find a lot of such flaws over time when trying to tense other target surface muscles. In these cases, you will also have to retrain, as if to reflash, the nervous system and its usual settings in controlling your muscular system. So we are coming to the next intermediate conclusion we also need to remember. The degree of surface muscle activation during a workout, especially if talking about bodybuilding, does not depend much directly on the weight of gym equipment that you are trying to lift. The degree of tension of a muscle group and the quality of its work when doing a set of exercises, first of all, will depend on how much the nervous system controls it and on how much the consciousness controls the work of this muscle group. That is, the degree of tension, and the scale of involvement of muscle fibers will depend on how much you can tense this muscle to make a movement with your own consciousness and will. The heaviness of the weight is actually secondary. Control with the brain and consciousness over the muscle group tension is primary. And the more this tension in the muscle you can develop with our own consciousness, the less weight of a dumbbell, barbell, or other equipment you'll use to load the muscle with an additional resistance. Moreover, when working out, your ego will prevail over the mind and you will take too much weight. That's why too rapid increase in working weights can play a trick on you and destroy this chain of neuromuscular control with the muscles. And everything will be ruined because the conscious tension of the muscle together with a very heavy weight will create an exorbitant demand on the muscle to tense. You won't just be able to lift equipment. Please remember, if you work out with this heavy weight as you can, it will be up to the nervous system then which muscle will perform this task. And if you work out with lighter equipment, the brain will be able to control the tension in the required muscle. We'll spoil everything when we work out with the weight we are not yet able to consciously control, and this equipment will be too heavy for already high tensed muscle without any weight. In order to execute further movement, we'll use our subconscious mind. In other words, in this case, our nervous system determines by itself how to execute the given movement with the given weight of equipment. I mean, it will be up to the nervous system which muscles and in what trajectory the movement will be executed. And the target muscle group may not be a priority at this moment. And how it is in most cases, if we do not use neuromuscular control, the most of the sets and repetitions, especially when executed by beginners, are performed primarily by the postural muscles and the reflex system. The postural system, is perfectly connected and gives excellent feedback. And the nervous system no longer needs to think how to connect additional superficial muscles. If the reflex unconscious postural system perfectly copes with this task, If you try to increase your weights while all the time doing the same amount of repetitions and thinking that the weights are already too light for your muscles to grow, you are doing yourselves a disservice. Thus, you overload your reflex system while still not being able to activate the superficial muscles when working out. As a result, at best, you can get just a few minor injuries or joint pain, and these, perhaps, will make you think and wonder what wrong thing you may do. And in this whole situation, you need to understand another very important thing. The state of your spine and the pathways from the brain to the target muscle groups is a priority and primary for the impulse transmission and involvement of muscles in work. The healthier the state of your central nervous system and pathways, the easier it is for your body to develop neuromuscular connection and to transmit impulses of a higher frequency. There will be no obstacles and the impulses will be easily transmitted. But if you get some problems with the spine or with some joints, your brain automatically will get difficulty delivering impulses to the muscles, especially to damaged areas. The following conclusion is that the conductivity of impulses depends not only on the state of the spine, joints and the entire skeleton, but also on the state of the fascial structure of the body, on the state of individual fascia and the entire connective tissue of the body. We will talk about this question a bit further, but, in my opinion, this is the most important and the most interesting part of learning the training process and work with the body and muscles. What is post-workout muscle soreness? A standard opinion. In this short chapter, I will briefly describe the standard opinion, the standard point of view, and not the only one, about what exactly muscle soreness after a workout is. In the gym industry, and in sports in general, there are two main points of view on the reasons of muscle soreness after a workout. One point of view says it's the reaction of a muscle to acidification, that is, to an excess production of lactic acid. Supposedly, lactic acid burns the fibers, thereby causing an inflammatory process. And then you begin to feel this inflammatory process in this muscle in the form of pain. There is a second point of view, which I used to be committed to. The idea is that the inflammatory process is not provoked by the burning fibers with lactic acid, but by the destroyed muscles when doing resistance training. Damaged myofibrils require restoration and repair. Accordingly, an inflammatory process occurs, and we begin to feel it in the form of pain. But either theories or hypotheses are still flawed, because, having worked out with any, even a very moderate weight, muscle fibers get destroyed anyway, even if we did not feel that load. But this process is not the reason for muscle soreness, at least palpable one. And the thing is that when we regularly execute many repetitions while producing a huge amount of lactic acid with our muscles every time when training, we feel muscle soreness only at the very beginning of a workout. Well, maximum within the first or second week from the moment when we started to do many reps. Further, when continuing working out the same way, we no longer experience muscle soreness, although muscles keep on producing the same amount of lactic acid during each workout. The question is why we no longer feel the inflammation and pain following a workout. It turns out that the standard hypotheses let both points of view exist, both the theory of destruction and the one of burning with lactic acid. None of them explains this phenomenon completely and absolutely logically, because there are always exceptions, nuances, and contradictions. In the same way, none of the theories have right to exist, since both are flawed. So, you can wonder what the reason is for muscle soreness after a workout, what exactly hurts, and what is the mechanism of this pain. Which hypothesis will explain without contradictions all cases of muscle soreness after working out? For me, until recently, about 4 or 5 years ago, this mystery was not solved. But later in the book, I will explain you everything. I think that there will be only one opinion what muscle soreness after a workout is and why it occurs. Because the information and logical conclusions that I will give you are, in fact, unambiguous and do not cause any exceptions and contradictions. By the way, the key to understanding what muscle soreness after you work out really is explains the reasons why the muscles grow and why they don't. But first things first, protection is the real essence of muscle cell envelopes. Connective tissue fractality. So, my dear friend, now we came to the most interesting, the most important, and perhaps the most incredible thing I would like to tell you about. Everything I will continue to talk about looks like science fiction. Very incredible things, and there is very little confirmation of them in official science. In order to make the conclusions that you will read below, I had to dig through tons of different materials and information. And often these materials were not quite, to put it mildly, approved by official science. Part of what I'm going to tell you about is beautifully described in Anatomy Trains by Thomas Myers, but his book is written mainly about fascia chains and about muscle tissue without focusing on the work of the muscle cells. So, many of those who read Myers' book missed very small details. These details were mentioned in passing, but they are almost the most important confirmation of my theories. I formulated them even before I got the book Anatomical Trains in my hands. What I will talk about is confirmed by scientists who investigate the connective tissues. The work of Dr. Robert Schleip, Dr. Jean-Claude Guimberteau, chiropractor Thomas Myers. Almost all the effects that I will describe are already shown either in the printed materials or in the videos on YouTube. Let's start with a hypothetical representation of a certain situation. Let's just try to mentally simulate. Imagine that you love some jam very much, and someone promised to give you a liter or a kilogram of jam soon. But on one condition, the jam will be just in the form of jam, without any vessel, jar, box, bag, without any other container in which the jam can be stored. That is, they will bring the jam and pour it in your vessel. Hypothetically, you do not have any vessel or a pocket where this jam can be poured. Tell me, please, would it make sense for you to potentially have this jam if there is no place where you can pour and store it? Well, you won't, after all, pour this jam on the table and then just lick it in portions. Although, of course, such an option is possible, but I'm afraid you will fail to store this jam for a long time this way, and it will definitely quickly acquire a completely inedible appearance, taste, and texture. Why did I give this analogy? Well, without a jar or any other vessel where you can store this jam, it will lose all practical meaning and you will have more problems than joy. The same is with the muscle cells. None of the content in them, and in particular in the body in general, has any meaning if all this content does not have any envelopes. And the most important conclusion I've come to within the recent years is as follows. The body and all the cells that make it up have the most important components in their structures, the envelopes of both the entire body as a whole and of each individual cell. These components, that is, envelopes, are much more important than the rest of the internal contents of the body and cells. Without envelopes, both the body and the cells are completely defenseless. Harmful substances can damage them. Protective function of the envelopes is the first and the most important one. They also maintain cellular shape, its rigidity, etc. But the most important and the very first function is the protection of cell content. A cell without an envelope is just a set of organelles that will simply be scattered on the table, like your jam without a jar. A body without an envelope is just a bunch of protein structures mixed with calcium, other minerals along with micro and macro elements, which is absolutely unsuitable for life. The envelope of the body is the skin. The envelope of a cell is endomysium, that is, a hard, outer envelope of the cell. The envelope of the central nervous system apparatus, that is both the brain and the spinal cord, is the dura mater. The envelope of the entire body under your skin, that is the envelope deeper than the skin itself, is the outer fascia. Then the envelopes begin to decrease and localize. Every single muscle has its own envelope. Epimysium has its own fascia. Every single bundle of muscle cells has its own envelope, perimysium. Every single muscle cell that makes up these bundles also has its own fascia, which is called an outer hard envelope or endomysium. That's not all. Under the muscles there are bones, and they are there in the same envelopes. Again, that's not all. A bone alone is a direct component of all that fractal arrangement of connective tissue layers, of all that pyramid of envelopes that I've just described. The main component that is found in bones, muscle cells, and throughout the whole body is the protein collagen. It is the main protein of all fascial connective tissue. In fact, all other components, such as actin, myosin, and other organelles in muscle fibers, like calcium and phosphorus in bones, like liver and pancreas cells, are only inserts and inclusions in those pockets, in the shapes that connective tissue forms. Myers gave a very cool example of how to conduct an experiment that will let you be sure that, in fact, the main component of a bone is not calcium, but connective tissue, the main component of which is collagen. A chicken bone is immersed in some vinegar and kept in this periodically fresh changed vinegar until all the calcium and all the rest of the contents are washed out of the bone. After such a washing, just the structures of the bone, the framework formed by the connective tissue, were left. But the bone didn't lose its shape. The bone just turned into a kind of rubber and became translucent. The whole body is formed exactly the same way, according to the fractal principle. If you remove all the blotches and inserts from the whole body, which determine the organs and systems that we know, then you will get a translucent body or frame. This carcass will look like half rubber, half polyethylene, if I can describe it that way. Of course, it will be soft, flexible, but at the same time, it will still retain the contours and outlines of the body that we are used to seeing. In general, the most necessary protein for our body is not albumin and no other types of protein we know. The most necessary protein is collagen, since the body is almost completely, and for the most part, consists primarily of it. Connective tissue is the main element that forms our body. It forms the envelopes and the structure of all organs and cells. Fascia, skin, bones, tendons, ligaments, cartilage. In fact, our body is just a frame of connective tissue, which was created so initially and which is, as it were, an externally finished element. Cells or organelles and some substances were interspersed locally into this soft skeleton. These blotches then determine the kind of tissue by type, muscle tissue, bone tissue, and so on. Our body is a fractal structure, or a matryoshka. It's easier to imagine a matryoshka, which consists entirely of collagen and other components of connective tissue. Although you can imagine a body in the form made of bubble wrap. Imagine that someone took a bubble wrap roll and made one structure of it, having fused it together. But that is not all. Imagine that the bubbles alone, or rather their walls, also consist of bubble wrap. And later, the cavity of the bubbles is filled locally with various defining elements. In the very center, in the depths, the bubbles are filled with calcium and phosphorus bones of the skeleton. Throughout the volume, there are bubbles filled with the components of nervous and vascular tissues, nerves and blood vessels, and in the center there are large bubble cavities filled with medulla CNS. The layers of bubbles above the inclusions of calcium and phosphorus are filled with actin and myosin muscles, and the next layers of bubbles are filled with fat. And all the layers are created this way up to the outermost layer of bubbles that make up the skin layer. There are only some internal organs that do not contain cells enclosed in an envelope of connective tissue. In common as an integral organ, they have a common large envelope. For example, all liver cells are enclosed in one large common envelope that makes up its shape. This liver gives a huge advantage in intercellular metabolism and the speed of this exchange within the organ itself for the occurrence of various biochemical reactions, which the life and health of the entire system depends on. But the internal organs, which are created this way, are rather an exception to the rule than the rule itself. In fact, this way they are created is due to their functional purpose for faster and more efficient intercellular permeability and intercellular exchange. You must understand that the more connective tissue and cell membranes there are inside an organ, the lower the degree of intercellular permeability and the lower the rate of intercellular exchange it has, and the slower the biochemical processes inside the organ in which its cells participate. Part of our internal organs must have a very fast, efficient and powerful internal intercellular permeability in order to ensure and maintain the vital activity of the rest of the body in a good condition. Both the connective tissue and the membrane system permeate our entire body through and through. They are the most important link that allows various parts of our body, organs and systems that are too far apart to communicate with each other. These envelopes provide the maximum possible exchange of information and the safe biochemical exchange between the organs and systems that are adjacent and far from each other. Similarly, vice versa, envelopes can block this communication between cells and organs if there's an external threat. Everything will depend on the state of the environment in general and the local state of the environment in particular. It is the state of the connective tissue and cell envelopes, organs and systems that determines insulin resistance. What it depends on, I will tell you a bit later, but I can say one thing now. The connective tissue is the main structural component of our body, and its different parts, both globally and locally, can get more rigid or more elastic, more permeable or more resistant when they don't allow the main part of biochemical processes to pass through and preserve them within themselves. Everything will depend only both on the local or global state of the entire system, primarily biochemical and emotional ones. Let's remember what I said about the nervous system and the central nervous apparatus. I will describe now a simple example of the influence and distribution of a person's emotional state throughout his body. That is, the transition of a mental and psychological state into a physical and physiological one. The following is just my hypothesis or assumption, but for some reason, I'm sure that everything often happens this scenario. The cerebrospinal fluid, also called cerebrospinal fluid, and which serves our central nervous apparatus, both the brain and the spinal cord, is not completely excreted through the venous sinuses in the area of the spine and in the area of the parietal part of the skull. The outer dura mater enters the connective tissue structure through the holes in the spine, and part of the cerebrospinal fluid enters the connective tissue structure outside the spine through the same holes. The cerebrospinal fluid gets not under and not over the connective tissue structure, but inside it, in the very inner part of the layers and walls of the structure. Liquor gets there as a liquid component and is distributed very quickly throughout the body. It carries information while thereby influencing both physically and biochemically the state of the connective tissue structure of the whole body. Imagine a plastic bag and the liquid is distributed in the structure of its walls. That's a crude example, but an acceptable one. Now imagine such a process as crying. A person can cry in different situations and with different emotions, but these situations and emotions are divided into two types, diametrically opposed to each other, either out of a great joy or a great grief and pain. While crying, the lacrimal glands produce tears. They get out of special openings, wash the eyes, and leave our body flowing down the face. The thing is that the eyes and the eyeballs are located very close to the ventricles of the brain in which cerebrospinal fluid is produced. And there are times when people hold back tears for various reasons, trying not to cry. But the paradox is that the body is still crying. The tears in this case do not get out through tear ducts. They get out of the lacrimal sac into the nasal cavity, where they are absorbed through the mucous membrane inside the cranium into the structure of the brain. The same way nootropics with a peptide structure intended for intranasal administration work. Tears carry certain neurotransmitters that carry information about a person's mental state at the moment. When a person experiences joy, neurotransmitters have one characteristic, and when a person experiences grief, sadness, pain, and is crying at the same time, the neurotransmitters contained in tears have absolutely different properties. And these neurotransmitters, when entering the structure of the brain, change the composition of the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, which further carries them throughout the central nervous apparatus and takes them to the connective tissue structure outside the spine while distributing them throughout the body. Thus, your emotional state through the lacrimal apparatus is carried by the cerebrospinal fluid throughout the body and begins to have a specifically expressed physical effect. Since neurotransmitters carry certain information, which subsequently has a global impact on the entire body, thus they impregnate the connective tissue in the most remote corners of the body and lead to a cascade of hidden biochemical and physiological reactions. This is just one example of the hypotheses of how, for example, the nervous system and the whole body exchange information, and one of the examples of how a person's mental state impacts the physical state of his own body globally. But let's digress from such nuances and move on to the most important thing, in my opinion. The thing is worth understanding and knowing about the work of muscles, muscle cells, and the body as a whole. The most interesting is yet to come, what skeletal muscles really are. Veins, actin, and myosin. I said earlier that the book will give you not quite a standard vision of the structure of a person's body, muscles, and tendons. In the book, I want to share my own vision of the muscular system structure. My vision is not unique. Many people, along with world-famous scientists, either tend to such points of view or have been researching them for a long time and receiving confirmation of the hypotheses. In this book, I want, as I said earlier, to offer you a non-standard approach to the view of the muscular system and of its work, its functions, and the principles according to which muscles start to hypertrophy. We are used to thinking that a muscle is an organ both sides of which end with tendons, which then attach this muscle to the bone. And as long as we think so, we do not fully understand what a muscle really is. We see a muscle as something separate from the whole system. Moreover, we see its active part filled with actin and myosin, also separate from a tendon part and especially from the bones. I already said that the most prevalent protein in our body is collagen, as well as that the envelope system from a cell envelope to our skin is a certain fractal structure that looks like a matryoshka. But even more, it looks like the body structure made of a bubble wrap from the surface to the very depths. And from my point of view, it would be foolish to consider the active part of each muscle with actin and myosin separately from this whole structure. I propose to look at the muscle not from the point of view of its active part, but from the point of view of the total integrity and integration of this knot into the general system of the connective tissue of the human body. We are accustomed somewhere in our imagination to believing that fascia and connective tissue pellicles, in general, are just like sheets of polyethylene or paper in which the muscles are simply wrapped from the outside for them, not to fall apart and deliquesce. In fact, the structure of connective tissue sheets is spongy. There is also liquid medium there. And this environment is called the extracellular matrix. In the extracellular matrix, that is, within the connective tissue structure, a whole bunch of biochemical and physiological processes take place. These processes just allow the functioning of those organs and systems that are enclosed in a connective tissue envelope and have a structure from it. And now, when we look globally at the entire connective tissue system, I propose to imagine that the active part of each muscle is just a blotch, just an insert into a huge mass of connective tissue. I propose to imagine that every muscle cell is not a separate organ, but a secondary insert, which provides certain properties to the main structure. I propose to imagine a muscle as a structure made of connective tissue penetrated by thin tubes and cavities. And active components are inserted into these tubes in the form of myofibrils from actin and myosin and other muscle cell organelles. I propose to imagine a muscle as a kind of a hood, a kind of cartridge belt, the basis of which is a frame of connective tissue from the outer envelope, from the outer fascia to the envelope of each cell. Imagine that this whole structure is one whole, along with, of course, the tendons. Imagine that active components of actin and myosin were simply inserted between the tendons in this structure. Let's imagine that from one bone to another one, there was just a tendon along the entire length, and after that it was required that this tendon began to somehow shorten and lengthen. As a result of this, longitudinal loosening was made in it, in the cavities of which active contractile elements grew. That is, the muscle, first of all, must be perceived as a former vein ligament in which a secondary component appeared in the form of a bunch of elements capable of shortening and lengthening this vein. The basis of a muscle is not actin and myosin, not its active part, but the frame. The remaining components are secondary. They only determine some of the properties of this frame and its abilities. If we remove all active components from actin and myosin, if we remove all the components of cells, the organelles of all cells, we will get just this structure of connective tissue. Instead of the components the cells are filled with, it will contain just empty spaces, voids, long tubular pockets. I propose to imagine that each muscle is in fact a ligament loosened in the middle. And active components in the form of myofibrils and other cell organelles are inserted into the places of loosening, which provide efficiency of myofibrils. Imagine a muscle as if it were just fabric elastic bands. How is it organized? This is a piece of fabric which consists of a bunch of threads and fibers into which some components, elastic bands, are inserted. These elastic bands give the whole structure a certain degree of increased elasticity and resilience. This is a very rough and inaccurate comparison, but perhaps it will let you understand exactly what I mean. Let me repeat. A muscle, from my point of view, is an organ in which the main role is played not by the active part, but by its main component, that is, connective tissue components. In other words, the entire muscle frame from the tendons to the active part is a frame of connective tissue. And this connective tissue in its specific place, depending on the number of muscle heads, is attached to the bones. But it is in no way separated from the general structure of the connective tissue of the whole body. It's the entire whole one. Imagine a body that consists entirely of connective tissue and has a framework up to the smallest details of cells from this tissue. And the muscles alone are just local inclusions of active components of actin and myosin, along with other muscle cell organelles into this structure. Imagine that in this connective tissue, in its walls and structure, in the extracellular matrix, where the active part is inserted like in clips in the form of actin and myosin and other cell organelles, there are places, a lot of places where, as it were, embryos of new muscle cells. These embryos then participate in such a process which has not yet been completely proven as hyperplasia, an increase in muscle cell numbers. Connective tissue is the main component of each muscle, a structural component that will completely and totally affect its strength indicators, its indicators of elasticity, its ability to hypertrophy, its ability to tense and contract. For the most part, it consists of collagen, elastin, and of course, water. It is the state of this frame, this through structure, that will further influence the progress both in strength and in the growth of muscle mass. We can consider a muscle as a more global device, a more global organ. Muscles are a part of the connective tissue, tendon or ligamentous system in which locally active parts of actin and myosin are interspersed. The task of these active inserts is not just to pull the tendons while bringing the bones together, but to stretch or lengthen locally and globally the entire structure of the connective tissue of the body. You will begin to understand me a little more when you imagine that a tendon without the active part of actin and myosin is called a link. That is, this organ ligament is that part of the connective tissue that connects the bones to each other while not being able to actively contract and lengthen. It performs only binding, fixing, guiding, and weak shock-absorbing functions. It is very difficult to rebuild your imagination in this direction. It took me also some time to do it. But as soon as I realized that the most important component of the muscle is completely different from what we are used to working with, I gradually began to understand the real structure of the muscles, the real causes of muscle growth, hypertrophy and hyperplasia, and other muscle reactions to workouts. I began to understand the essence because, in fact, the active part of actin and myosin is just an auxiliary element that allows the vein, the carcass of connective tissue into which it is inserted, to actively tighten, contract, and lengthen. A superficial muscle is not a flexor extensor but, first of all, a shock absorber. Wherever there are inserts in the connective tissue in the form of an active part of actin and myosin, our body needs additional shock-absorbing abilities. It is these active inserts that provide these shock-absorbing abilities. That is, all the superficial muscles of our body are first of all shock absorbers. And flexors and extensors are already in the second place. Postural muscles are primarily a balancing system that maintains balance and postural stability. But when taking a closer look, we will see that almost all muscles have very short amplitudes of work, and those amplitudes in the exercises we use in sports, especially in bodybuilding, are already our own inventions. Vessels and nerves that pass inside all the layers of the extracellular matrix are exactly the same inserts in the connective tissue structure that penetrate the entire structure to the deepest and farthest corners and provide the active part of the muscles with impulses and blood supply. Collagen, elastin, hyaluronic acid, fibroblasts, connective tissue components. The main component of the connective tissue structure of our body, that is, the main protein of our body, is collagen. To a lesser extent, is elastin. Everything will depend on the place of our body we are examining. The extracellular matrix is the entire structure of the connective tissue. Its internal structure is located in the walls, pellicles and cell envelopes, muscles, individual muscle bundles and individual muscle systems or chains. Fibroblasts are the most active components, namely the cells that create the structural basis for various tissues formation inside the connective tissue. These are the cells that are engaged inside the connective tissue in almost everything necessary for the functioning and regeneration of the extracellular matrix. But first of all, fibroblasts are engaged in synthesizing the proteins that make up the extracellular matrix. Fibroblasts heal our wounds, new muscle cells appear thanks to fibroblasts, and so on and so forth. Fibroblasts also synthesize collagen, elastin, and other proteins of the extracellular matrix. In fact, in the connective tissue structure of the fibroblasts themselves, there are several functional varieties. But the fibroblasts alone, as one class, are engaged in almost all the most important biochemical and physiological processes that take place in the connective tissue. The activity of fibroblasts affects both the local state of the connective tissue segments, for example, wound healing, along with the global state of the entire extracellular matrix of our body. Let's talk about two most common connective tissue proteins called collagen and elastin. The very name of elastin speaks for itself. The predominance of elastin over collagen in certain locations of the connective tissue creates additional elasticity. The predominance of collagen over elastin leads to a more rigid and elastic structure of the connective tissue. In order to understand the difference between elasticity and stiffness with resilience, let's imagine a car tire as resilience and stiffness, and a condom as elasticity. When your body needs an explosive power and very powerful shock absorption, entire areas of the connective tissue get even rougher and more rigid to perform such tasks during a workout. They acquire more and more components from collagen. Thanks to this process, the connective tissue structures get springer, more resilient, rigid, and are able to endure and withstand very heavy weights. Naturally, fibroblasts are very active in this process. They create an additional framework for this rigidity inside the extracellular matrix. But as soon as elastin begins to predominate in the connective tissue structure, or there is more of it, these segments of the connective tissue immediately begin to lose their rigidity and springy function. They get more elastic, more inert, stretcher, softer. And these characteristics already let them cope with very heavy weights. If talking about two human bodies, we can immediately imagine a man and a woman. Collagen predominates in a man's connective tissue, but in a woman's one, there's more elastin and less collagen. Accordingly, a woman's tendons of a ligament and the muscles themselves will always be more elastic than a man's ones. This explains a greater flexibility and elasticity of a female body. Well, such characteristics are also provided by a certain influence of sex hormones, testosterone and estradiol. But nevertheless, the systemic structure of the extracellular matrix for collagen and elastin differs both in men and women. Due to an excessive elasticity of the tendons and the rest of the structure compared to men's one, women's muscles are not able to develop the efforts that men's muscles can do, in which, nevertheless, the role of collagen dominates. Male tendons, due to these characteristics, the dominant role of collagen, have a greater elasticity and a greater rigidity. They allow them to cope with heavier weights. Let's look separately at a male or a female body, not comparing them with each other. Then, even within the same body, we can find differences between different locations in the body, where the role of collagen or elastin in the muscles predominates. In these places, there is a different amount of collagen and elastin. If talking about a male body, those parts where there's more elastin will be physically weaker, but they will still be more elastic. The places in the body where there's more collagen and less elastin in the muscles and tendons are tougher and stronger, but at the same time they get stretched not so easily. Often, an excess amount of collagen or fibroblasts in the extracellular matrix can also interfere with muscle fiber hypertrophy. An example of the hardest piece of the connective tissue is cartilage, which is harder and stiffer than a tendon or a ligament. Accordingly, cartilages do not have any prospects for building up the active part of actin and myosin. The strength parameters of each muscle depend primarily on stiffness and elasticity, and the potential for hypertrophy depends to a greater extent on elasticity. Therefore, if in an individual's connective tissue, especially in the region of the active part of the muscle's muscle bellies, there is at least slightly more elastin, he has a higher ability for muscle hypertrophy. The envelopes in his muscles will have less resistance, and at the same time, the lack of stiffness and elasticity for better shock-absorbing properties will be compensated by a more active hypertrophy of the active part. Thanks to more elastic membranes, the newly accreted actin and myosin will be able to quickly and easily push these envelopes apart, and the envelopes alone will not pinch and stifle the active part of the muscles over time, and thus will not prevent additional hypertrophy. Athletes with stiffer muscles, in which there is more collagen, have more complex and vaguer prospects for muscle hypertrophy. Higher rigidity of the entire connective tissue structure and, in particular, in those places where connective tissue has inserts from the active part with actin and myosin, will more strongly impede hypertrophy. In this case, the active part in the form of actin and myosin will face enormous difficulties in expanding the space of its functioning and habitation even inside one cell. Because the cell and muscle envelopes will be too rigid to get quickly and permanently pulled apart for a bigger space and more additional cell components, myofibrils, in the form of actin and myosin. Tighter muscles will always literally harder choke the inner active part. And this is the problem with most ectomorphs with thin bones. They have difficulty gaining additional muscle mass, though most of them are very strong and their strength does not at all correspond to their frail physical size. The system compensates the lack of bone thickness with an increased stiffness of connective tissue. Hard gainers ectomorph always contain a more rigid and elastic structure of fascia, ligaments and tendons due to such compensation, which leads to difficulties in gaining additional muscle mass. This is so because you will spend a lot of effort to increase elasticity of the envelopes for the new components of actin and myosin to grow. Another component, both of the entire extracellular matrix and the entire connective tissue, is a conditionally liquid medium in which collagen, elastin and other proteins are located along with fibroblasts and other cells of connective tissue. It is conditionally liquid because the liquid medium of the extracellular matrix is more like gel than pure water. It is a gel-like state of the liquid medium of the extracellular matrix that allows all its internal components to function effectively while creating an inert, stable, sticky, and viscous environment. Hyaluronic acid is another very important component in the connective tissue structure, which ensures the highest possible degree of sliding of the pellicles and envelopes layers relative to each other. As a lubricant, hyaluronic acid provides an additional degree of elasticity of the connective tissue layers, their mobility and slipperiness relative to each other. When there's not enough hyaluronic acid, then the connective tissue layers begin to stick together and lose their mobility, and this eventually leads to coarsening of these areas. They coarsen because the layers merge and completely get immobile and non-sliding relative to each other. This process is easy to imagine by smearing the fingers with gelatin dissolved in some water and squeezing them together. Very quickly the fingers will begin to stick together, and this adhesion will be very tenacious. In fact, such a loss of mobility then leads to a phenomenon called fibrosis, coarsening, gluing and fusion of several layers of connective tissue or cell envelopes, which ideally should move relative to each other. Rough and rigid connective tissue layers gradually pinch the nerve fibers of the circulatory system and blood vessels that pass through these layers. Thus, the throughput of the highways of both the nervous system and the cardiovascular system gets naturally reduced. Over time, this process leads to the health deterioration of the whole body, along with the individual areas in the regions of roughening of the connective tissue structure. The least concentration of collagen, if talking about muscles, is in the active part of a muscle where there is the largest amount of actin and myosin. And the closer to the tendons, the more the concentration of collagen increases and the concentration of elastin in the connective tissue structure decreases. The structure of the stacking of collagen and elastin threads also changes, and the entire former volumetric structure of tendons turns into a concentrated bundle of collagen fibers, which reach the places of attachment to the bones, or rather, the places of transition into the connective tissue structure, into the collagen frame of the bones. But the extent of the connective tissue that makes up the muscles does not end there. Only a part of it is woven into the structure of a bone. The rest is woven into the overall system and diverges, going to other muscle groups and parts of the body. Thus, each muscle has a functional connection not only with the bones to which it is attached, but also with neighbor and distant muscle groups. Accordingly, when tensed, a muscle pulls not only the points of its attachment to the bones, but also the pellicles that connect it with the near and far muscle structure. This is the way how the neighbor muscle groups, synergists, are activated through the tensed fascial layers. The more actively all biochemical processes occur in your connective tissue, the more actively and correctly the synthesis of collagen and elastin occurs, the more active fibroblasts are. The more actively hyaluronic acid is produced, the faster the regeneration of connective tissue structure occurs, and the more all this is supplied with fluid and fatty acids that provide all these processes with moisture and mobility. This supports the vital activity and health of the absolutely entire system because its main structural component is actively renewed. Senility we see every day is nothing more than the drying of the connective tissue structure and the extinction of the biochemical and physiological processes of the extracellular matrix, which are accompanied by moisture loss and a slowdown in the resynthesis of all the components, collagen, elastin, hyaluronic acid, etc. it needs. Fibroblasts and myofibroblasts, pH system, and so we got to one of the most important chapters of this book. In this chapter, Pandora's box will be open, because all the previous chapters were more descriptive and, in principle, didn't tell you anything new. The information in this chapter, to some extent, is also not new to this world, and does not carry any new information. Just few people know this information. And do not ask me how I know all this and where I got it. Don't demand me to provide you with the sources and proofs. Throughout the book, I will mention, and will continue to mention, all the sources that I remember, but these are my logical conclusions built from cause and effect relationships between various puzzles of information taken from others. They are surely mine. Much seems to be unbelievable, and as if I dreamt of it. So be it. But this does not negate the fact that everything fits logically and harmoniously into a harmonious, colorful picture. So, let's assume that I dreamed about the key conclusions. And really, why can someone dream but I can't? So, let's continue. Some of the information you will read in this chapter is available from a public source called Anatomy Trains by Thomas Myers. In general, while reading this book, I noticed that everyone who is familiar with it tried to understand a lot about fascia and about the mechanics of movement itself. But at the same time, no one paid attention to the small details that occurred periodically in this book and specifically related to the functioning of the extracellular matrix and fascia. The extracellular matrix is the connective tissue structure, which are the envelopes of cells and the envelopes of all systems and organs. In other words, this is the internal structure of connective tissue. It fills the intercellular space and is called the extracellular matrix. At least, that's how this structure is called in the book Anatomy Trains. The two most interesting components of the extracellular matrix are fibroblasts and myofibroblasts. You can read about fibroblasts in any source on the internet or in books that relate to histology and physiology. But the book Anatomical Trains by Thomas Myers tells about myofibroblasts in more detail. Therefore, in part, I repeat information found both in the public sources on the internet and in books such as Anatomy Trains. But I will repeat exactly the information that became a part of me and the one that few people paid attention to. Namely, this information is the key to understanding what I will tell you. It is the key to understanding the causes of muscle growth, division, and hypertrophy of muscle cells. The main thing is that it will help you understand the reasons for the lack of muscle growth in general and the lack of hypertrophy. Together we'll also find out the reasons for the decrease of muscles in size and their deep atrophy. In general, in order to understand why muscles grow, I had to formulate the question the other way. What doesn't let them grow? What blocks hypertrophy? But first, we need to understand how to make sure that muscles grow and how to understand the real causes and triggers that start this growth. What are fibroblasts? These are connective tissue cells that synthesize almost everything that connective tissue needs. They synthesize almost the entire extracellular matrix. They secrete precursors of collagen and elastin proteins, for example. These are the two most massive and necessary proteins for the connective tissue to function and renew. Fibroblasts also secrete those mucopolysaccharides that create a semi-liquid, jelly-like slippery and viscous environment of the extracellular matrix. That is, this gel-like substance fills everything in the connective tissue structure. Fibroblasts are scattered throughout the entire structure of connective tissue of our body, throughout our body. Depending on their location, fibroblasts alone are a whole bunch of species and subspecies. They can have different shapes, different functionalities, and can perform different roles. But this whole class of cells of connective tissue goes by one name: fibroblasts. I will not delve into the purpose of every single their subspecies or subtype. We are interested in the general functionality. I'll give you just an example. There are dermal fibroblasts that are responsible for skin regeneration. They synthesize the main components of the skin, such as collagen, elastin, and hyaluronic acid. When people get older, they lose some of the fibroblasts in the skin, and it begins to change its structure and appearance. First, the amount of hyaluronic acid, which holds water both in the skin and in the rest of the connective tissue structure, begins to decrease. Accordingly, the synthesis of collagen and elastin also begins to slow down. In general, all metabolic processes in the drying environment of connective tissue begin to slow down. The main problem of delayed metabolic processes is the gradual loss of water by the extracellular matrix. In other words, the amount of this gel-like substance the entire extracellular matrix is filled with begins to decrease. Drying and aging processes begin, and over time we begin to see their external manifestation. These degradation processes occur everywhere, both in the skin and in the deeper layers of connective tissue. Skin only visualizes the essence of the internal processes of the body. There is another subspecies of fibroblasts, which Thomas Myers called Myofibroblasts in his book. Although perhaps he modernized the usual name fibroblasts to the state of myo, I failed to fully understand this. He compared the functionality of these fibroblasts to some extent with muscle cells and therefore added myo to the name, that is, skeletal muscle fibroblast or fibroblasts that are able to contract and lengthen. Myofibroblasts are described in Google as a separate type of fibroblasts. For example, a quote from Russian Wikipedia: "Myofibroblast is a cell that simultaneously resembles a fibroblast and a smooth muscle cell." Several pathways for the formation of myofibroblasts are described, both from progenitor cells and stellate cells, liver and pancreas, and from fibroblasts and muscle cells. When connective tissue is damaged, fibroblasts participate in healing by contracting the wound. So let's continue. Fibroblasts in their part can be active by elongating and contracting, but basically this function is performed by myofibroblasts. They are scattered throughout the connective tissue structure, and only their number and concentration in different areas of your body differ. Constituent elements of fascia can develop a certain degree of contraction and tension, thereby contracting the fascia itself or allowing it to expand in area and elongate when relaxing. Thomas Myers writes that these cells are something in between smooth muscle cells and ordinary fibroblasts. He says that myofibroblasts are found in superficial fascia, intrinsic muscle fascia, such as the thoracic fascia, the fascia lata, the calf fascia, and the plantar aponeurosis. They are also found in ligaments, in menisci, tendons, connective tissue capsules of internal organs. An interesting nuance is that the density of these cells, that is the number of myofibroblasts per certain area of connective tissue, increases when both a physical activity increases and weights get heavier. But in any case, it varies greatly both in different parts of the body and in different people. The most important thing is that these cells, myofibroblasts, have the ability to contract, particularly to shorten because of tension and lengthen due to relaxation, primarily under the influence of a changed biochemical component. That is to say, these cells do not obey the signals of the nervous system. They obey changes in the general biochemical state of the environment in which they are located and react to biochemical changes in this environment. First of all, myofibroblasts respond precisely to pH changes. When alkaline pH level increases, myofibroblasts begin to gradually relax, and thus the areas of connective tissue in which they are located get more mobile and elastic while expanding their surface area and weakening tension. But when the acid pH starts to predominate, myofibroblasts begin to tighten, contract and shrink, thereby tightening the structure of connective tissue in which they are located and making it rougher, tougher and denser. These cells don't give in to either conscious or unconscious neural regulation in our body. They live their own lives and react according to the biochemical and physical changes in their environment. But they still have a network of microscopic thin nerve fibers associated with them. These nerve fibers are involved in the transmission of information by feedback from the fascia to the apparatuses of the central nervous system. Due to this network, taping works. It creates a certain necessary physical effect in the form of stretching, compressing, reducing or increasing pressure on a segment of the skin fascia and superficial fascia. This betters the feedback from the muscles under this segment of connective tissue, and the improved feedback automatically refines the direct nervous regulation of the activity of these muscles. Another interesting thing is that myofibroblasts respond to mechanical impact on the areas of connective tissue in which they are located. If you constantly put pressure on some point of your body, the myofibroblasts in this area will begin to tighten and shorten while making this area more rigid and, accordingly, increasing its degree of elasticity and resistance to pressure from your impact. But I can tell you that you can press on the fascia both with your finger, for example, from the outside, and with a muscle itself from the inside. When we build our muscles, they swell, so to speak, pump, get filled with blood, fluid, and thereby create pressure on the superficial fascia, not from the outside but from the inside. This pressure stretches the layers of fascia transversely and longitudinally, both during each contraction and lengthening and during the entire workout, all the time that the swelling of the muscle remains increased. The same way, this pressure affects the envelopes of each cell that is in the working muscle group. These envelopes undergo the same changes and endure the same impact, in fact, like the common fascia that surrounds the entire muscle does. And here are other interesting nuances. What can make myofibroblasts relax, and what can make the connective tissue structure more elastic? First, your pH gets too alkaline. That is when alkalinity gets increased. Second, it is nitric oxide. The more nitric oxide is produced in muscle tissues, the more elastic connective tissue that surrounds them and creates their structure from the inside gets. And one of the most powerful nitric oxide donators is the amino acid arginine. There is another factor that makes myofibroblasts relax. This is carbon dioxide. In fact, the action of arginine and carbon dioxide is similar. Both agents cause fascial chains and the entire structure of connective tissue to relax in places where there is a high concentration of carbon dioxide and nitric oxide. Each of these agents acts in this respect in much the same way. Thus, by training muscles, we get a lot of carbon dioxide during the workout, and when taking arginine additionally, we also produce an additional amount of nitric oxide. Thus, with each set, we make connective tissue of the working muscle more and more elastic. Naturally, this allows the muscle to expand during the pump. The only problem is that when you finish working out, the amount of carbon dioxide and nitric oxide returns to normal, and myofibroblasts begin to react in the opposite direction. Do you remember that when alkaline pH level decreases, myofibroblasts react with their response voltage and contraction? Accordingly, the more lactic acid we accumulate in the muscles, the more we increase acidic pH level locally in the working muscle. This entails the reaction of the myofibroblasts to contract the connective tissue structure of the muscle, which produced a huge amount of lactic acid. As a result, after some time after a workout, the muscles that have experienced a powerful pump decrease in size, shrink, and look not full and dense but worn out, flabby, and depleted. Just the connective tissue structure of this muscle, the entire extracellular matrix, is shrinking because of the previously decreased local alkaline pH level. It is this factor, compression of connective tissue, that slows down the recovery processes after a workout. The recovery gets delayed because the extracellular matrix structure contains both nerves that give impulses to the muscle and vessels that provide it with blood and all the necessary biochemical components. Accordingly, at the moment when the extracellular matrix gets compressed, the nerves and vessel that are vital for the functioning of a muscle get compressed the same way as the entire structure of connective tissue does. It looks like a local insulin resistance. As a result, the muscle begins to receive less oxygen, less blood flow, and less background impulses, which provide tone. That's why it looks worn out. This process of inhibition of the muscular internal structure, which affects all its cells, lasts for quite a long time. The process of tension and smooth contraction of fibroblasts can last from several minutes to half an hour, and it can take even longer time for them to relax as the acid-base balance is leveled. I am sure that the way blood vessels expand and narrow their lumen depends not only on the walls of the vessels themselves, which also contain connective tissue components and smooth muscles, but also on the state of the extracellular matrix of connective tissue in which they are enclosed. Connective tissue shrinks under the influence of various factors, which I have just talked about and which I will discuss later, and it automatically compresses thus all the vessels that are sewn into it, thereby decreasing their lumen. For example, let's see what happens when you are cold. You are cold, and the skin fascia with the outer fascia starts to shrink. They begin to physically compress the vessels that are embedded in them and under them, the same large veins. As a result, the skin and outer fascia push the vascular structure inwards. In such a situation, even large veins, which normally protrude from under the skin, become invisible. They disappear because the connective tissue structure has contracted very much due to the reaction to the cold and hid that all. This is how the adaptation of the body mechanically works under the influence of cold. Connective tissue just compresses all the vessels as it cools and contracts from the surface of the body inward, driving the blood deeper and closer to the internal organs. As soon as we are warm and hot, connective tissue expands, and accordingly, all the vessels that are enclosed in it also begin to expand under the pressure of blood in them. At this moment, we begin to see with our own eyes both large and small venous vessels protruding from under the skin. When myofibroblasts get more concentrated in certain working muscles and areas of the body, they help the muscles hold the corset connective tissue. In the same lumbar region, their number may increase. Regardless of whether the lumbar muscles are tense or relaxed, myofibroblasts can create additional tension and stiffness in the lumbar region. This explains the hardness, stiffness, and constraint of the lower back even when you stopped your workout, and several days have passed since the moment when the lumbar has worked with some weight during the workout. Myofibroblasts are the cells responsible for the tension of the connective tissue structure independently of muscle cells. In fact, this information was just a colossal breakthrough and a colossal revelation for me. I understood how the flexibility of our body can change when we are vegetarians or malicious meat eaters. Eating meat, especially in large quantities, always increases acidic pH level within the body. This provokes absolutely all myofibroblasts throughout the body to tension and contraction. As a result, they develop a steady tension, pulling together the entire connective tissue structure that is also the structure of tendons and ligaments. As a result, flexibility is greatly reduced. But the desire to eat more meat products can also be a positive thing, for example, for athletes who do strength sports such as powerlifting. It is an athlete's need for rigidity and elasticity of his entire connective tissue that makes him eat more meat products to acquire the necessary rigidity of tendons and ligaments. But as soon as a person refuses to regularly eat a large amount of meat and eats moderate amounts of meat, the connective tissue structure, tendons and ligaments begin to get more elastic. This happens because alkaline pH level increases and myofibroblasts begin to relax. Any substance, action, or emotion that makes the pH environment of our body more acid provokes contraction of the entire connective tissue structure due to tension and contraction of myofibroblasts. And the more often we eat these substances in large quantities, experience negative emotions, etc., the harder and rougher our body gets. But nitric oxide and carbon dioxide are only two agents that relax myofibroblasts at least temporarily until alkaline pH level becomes stably normal. Nitric oxide is produced in our body when we move by muscular tension and relaxation. It is the working muscles that are the main producers of nitric oxide. And so a direct 100% connection with the saying, "movement is life," is clear. It is the activity, elasticity, and mobility of connective tissue of the whole body that is the key, first of all, to health and longevity. Connective tissue itself is the mechanism that allows various cells and organs of our body to communicate with each other. It also provides certain intercellular metabolic processes. And the more elastic, mobile, and permeable the connective tissue structure of the whole body, the more actively metabolic processes will be, and the cells will breathe and live to the fullest. By the way, now I think it will become clear to many of you why it is strictly forbidden to work out during various viral and especially infectious diseases. During such diseases, the body attempts to localize the source of the spread of the virus and infection. But when working out at this critical time, we increase the permeability of the entire system that contributes to the spread of the infection, and we're making things worse. But let's get back to the main topic of this chapter. Nitric oxide is produced to a greater extent with physical activity and mainly by muscle tissue. Accordingly, it is very difficult to overestimate the role of physical exercises and the amino acid arginine, which is a donor of nitric oxide. In the same way, physical activity, primarily muscular one, provides an increase in the concentration of carbon dioxide, which also entails, even if only temporarily, an increase in the elasticity of the entire connective tissue. You can find confirmation of my words in the works of Dr. Robert Schleip and Wieland Dank. Their work is even partially demonstrated in the film Fascia, The Mysterious World Under the Skin. Thomas Myers also took part in this film. Also, the information that I am giving now is confirmed, albeit in some moments and indirectly, by the work of another well-known scientist and surgeon, Dr. Jean-Claude Gimberto. Based on his work, the movie Strolling Under the Skin was filmed. On the border of cells, between the inner world of the cell and the extracellular matrix, there are proteins. These proteins are integrins and fibronectin. Integrins, the name itself suggests the essence of their functions and location, perform their functions inside the cell and outside it. That is, they seem to exist both inside and outside the cell, passing through the membrane. Therefore, they are called transmembrane proteins. The second protein, fibronectin, connects the ends of these transmembrane integrin proteins. It is with the help of these two groups of proteins that the extracellular matrix affects the life of each cell. It can make it divide, move, or die. This is also written in anatomy trains, but for some reason few people decided that this information could be related to such a sport as bodybuilding and to power sports in general. I talked to those who read Thomas Myers's book, and none of them paid much attention to all these passages. And now it's time to get to the next chapter, in which I will also discover, probably, something new for many. Post-workout muscle soreness, what it really is. To begin with, I will recall what is written in anatomy trains about the function of the cells themselves. I think that this information is written not only in this book, so I will just list some points that relate not so much to functions as to the vital activity of cells. For example, cells respond to a geometric change in the environment in which they are located. As Thomas Myers wrote, the stretched or flattened cells were more likely to divide. Scientists confirmed this by one of the experiments. They hung a turkey upside down for several days, and in these several days they stated that the muscles on its legs visually increased. That is, the muscle cells of the turkey were fighting for not be too stretched, and for the bones of its legs not to move apart at the joints. Accordingly, for 2 or 3 days, the leg muscles of the turkey were being stretched under the tension of the weight of the bird itself, which ultimately led to hypertrophy of the muscle cells of the legs and an increase in the number of muscle cells, hyperplasia. According to Myers, the round cells, which were not allowed to flatten out, started a program of cell death through apoptosis. When the cells were not too flattened and not so round, they didn't divide and die. Instead, they triggered a tissue-specific differentiation. Capillary cells formed hollow capillary-like tubes, liver cells secreted proteins that the liver normally supplies to the blood, etc. This is an excerpt from anatomy trains. We are interested in muscle work and, accordingly, both muscle hypertrophy and hypertrophy of each individual cell. Each tense muscle anyway creates in itself an environment of huge competition between muscle cells for space inside this muscle. That is, every time the cells are very tense, they begin to put pressure on each other and outward, distributing pressure in all directions. The pressure is distributed both towards the bone and neighboring cells and in the opposite direction from the bone towards the skin. This creates certain conditions in the form of excess pressure inside the closed space created by the muscle envelopes. For the system, such excess pressure can mean only one thing: there are too many cells. But at the same time, muscle tissue is periodically subjected to forced stretching in tension with tense muscle cells, resisting weights that move according to the gravitational force. Thus, we stimulate muscle tissue to hypertrophy. But what prevents this hypertrophy? The envelope of each muscle cell and the multiple envelopes of each muscle do this. Each cell experiences a constricting pressure from its envelope in the same way that each muscle experiences pressure directed inward from its own fascial envelope. This fractal structure always struggles with pressure from the inside out. That is, the task of a shell is to maintain the constancy of the internal environment and the constancy of the muscle size that is optimal for the mobility of the controlled joint knot. The entire extracellular matrix resists highly systematic and repeated stretching, along with an attempt to increase the amount of matrix. And the muscle cells that we intensely force to strain and want to achieve hypertrophy from them act in the opposite direction. They constantly stretch and stretch this extracellular matrix, fighting for a place inside this environment. They tense and increase in diameter. As a result, the entire muscle increases in diameter. A confrontation between two forces begins in it: the extracellular matrix in general, and the fascia in particular, which surrounds the entire muscle. They strive to keep the entire internal environment of this muscle in an assembled single normal mechanism and prevent it from expanding and falling apart in different directions. And this whole mechanism of muscle cells creates an excess pressure within itself and spread outward to the outermost fascia and skin. As a result, in every muscle that we work out to get hypertrophy, two features are constantly fighting with each other. And this will still sooner or later lead to an equilibrium balanced state of the environment inside the muscle. The first feature is that with an increased struggle of active cells between each other for additional space, these cells need to get this additional space for existence. First, they need to increase the amount of extracellular matrix by having increased volume amount of muscle connective tissue. Thus, the volume of its structure will increase, and there will be an additional space for the development and growth of muscle cells. On the other hand, the second feature is the growth rate of the extracellular matrix, and, in particular, the synthesis of collagen and elastin, along with the general synthesis of connective tissue. And connective tissue does not allow expanding the cell habitat as quickly as we would like. As a result, after each workout, high alkaline pH level in each trained muscle causes the entire connective tissue of that muscle to contract. Thus, all regenerative processes in the muscle are suffocated, blood flow to the muscle cells is partially stopped, and neuromuscular impulses are partially blocked with compression of the nerves going to this muscle. And here we are getting to the most interesting discovery of my recent years. What is really muscle soreness after a workout? I guess that having carefully read everything written in this book up to this point, you already understand what it is about. But I will still express my thoughts about this matter. We are used to hearing from everywhere that muscle soreness after you work out is some kind of mythical inflammation nobody understands of what and where. And in fact, there's a specific cause for these inflammation and soreness. This cause is not some specific muscle cell in which for some reason there was a microtrauma of myofibrils and everything got inflamed there. The connective tissue and the extracellular matrix themselves cause this soreness. Every time we excessively stretch connective tissue, and in an unusual way for it either along or across, we force it to expand and we injure it, thereby causing inflammatory processes inside the extracellular matrix. When we work out with very heavy weights for the first time, this immediately affects connective tissue. Connective tissue is not used to such heavy weights. So, out of habit, there are very few myofibroblasts in the extracellular matrix, along few rigid collagen chains in those areas that we decided to work out. That is, connective tissue adapted to inactivity, to the workouts with lighter weights. The muscles did not need elasticity, so we began to work out with heavy weights. And the first time, muscular connective tissue that is taking part in this work suffers greatly during the workout. And the matter is not in the destruction of actin and myosin, which are constantly destroyed, and we don't always experience pain afterwards. It is the destruction of connective tissue under the influence of a non-specific load that leads to inflammation within the extracellular matrix itself. And, of course, this inflammation leads to contraction, narrowing and coarsening of the connective tissue structure, to compression of all cell envelopes in this area after a workout. Subsequent inflammation leads to pain sensations that come namely from the extracellular matrix structure. Inflammation itself transmits the sensation of pain to our brain through the nerves, which are the feedback from connective tissue that I was talking about earlier. But besides, the nerves that participate in the innervation of muscles and are sewn into the extracellular matrix physically experience compression of the very extracellular matrix structure. Connective tissue, just like the vessels, compresses the nerves, reducing the background impulse of the muscle on the one hand and delivering certain painful sensations from a muscle to the central nervous system on the other hand. The same goes when you do multiple reps when working out. It would seem that we are already accustomed to the heavy weights during a workout. We do 4 to 6, 8 reps every time, and our muscles are no longer sore. It's just that the connective tissue structure, extracellular matrix adapted, got more rigid and accumulated more collagen laid in the optimal direction to resist heavy loads. Also, to adapt to loads, more myofibroblasts appeared in the extracellular matrix. More liquid component is accumulated to increase the hydraulic effect and elasticity. The system is now ready to handle such kind of repeated load during every workout within the recent weeks and months. It prepared itself and strengthened the connective tissue structure to manage the high longitudinal loads that the muscles experience in the first place during low-amplitude basic multi-joint movements. And single-joint exercises with less reps and heavy weights lead to the same longitudinal adaptation, which begins with strengthening the tendon ingrowth points in a bone and increases the elasticity and rigidity of the muscular connective tissue structure along the length of the bone. For this reason, in many cases after a frequent, basic workout with heavy weights, muscles get pressed to the bones and the volume is visually reduced. But suddenly you decide to do many reps when working out. Multi-rep training differs from the strength one, and the difference is that during strength training, you never have such a high-quality pump as during a multi-rep one, especially when you do multi-reps for the very first time after strength training. Strength training squeezes the muscles. It requires great elasticity and high rigidity from the extracellular matrix, which also leads to a decrease in the throughput of both arterial and venous vessels and capillaries, and thus it reduces trophism in muscle tissues, the rate of intercellular exchange and excretion of decay products. That is, muscles normally get adapted to their needs when the same loads are regularly repeated. And so, when switching to a high-rep workout after a strength one, your muscles abruptly begin to increase in diameter. During the first pump workouts after low-rep ones, muscles get powerfully pumped just because the muscle structure still has low permeability due to adaptation to the previous strength training. As a result of this low permeability, decay products are not quickly eliminated after the high-rep workouts. Hence, you get a wild pump during the first multi-rep workouts. If strength training stretches the muscles longitudinally along the bones, multi-rep training stretches the muscles very much across, causing them to protrude off the bones. This protrusion occurs because each muscle cell and each working muscle gets swollen very much by the means of the influx of blood, fluid and the accumulation of a huge amount of decay products, the same lactic acid, due to the reduced permeability both of the extracellular matrix and cell envelopes after previous strength training. With a powerful pump, you begin to change and tear the newly built strength structure of the extracellular matrix and all connective tissue across that is perpendicular to the bones. And again, the connective tissue from the skin to the cell envelopes faces a problem. It is not ready for such a nature, geometry, and vectors of loads that lead to destruction of the extracellular matrix structure. And again, both your extracellular matrix structure that surrounds each muscle cell and all layers of connective tissue, which contain bundles of muscle fibers along with the entire muscle up to the superficial fascia and skin get globally destroyed. They all suffer here. Only during strength training all these processes were occurring along the bones, and when collapsing, all the muscles were damaged and then experienced inflammatory processes. And after a pump training, this whole structure expanded in diameter in an unusual and excessive way, moving perpendicularly from the bones. The same way the cell envelopes, the fascia of the muscle bundles, the external fascia, and the skin over the pumped muscles were stretching in an unusual way. And again, there were an excessive stretching, destruction, and damage of the extracellular matrix structure, leading to inflammation once again. Only in this case, there is also a strong local acidification because multi-rep trainings produce a lot of glucose breakdown products, that is, the same lactic acid that locally increases alkaline pH level. So, it turns out that during multi-rep training, the muscle that has just encountered it when you started to do multi-reps gets a double shock. The first shock is overstretching across the fiber fold and perpendicular to the bone, resulting in muscle soreness after a workout. The second shock is an excess concentration of glucose breakdown products and intracellular metabolism, that is lactic acid, the locally growing concentration of which in each trained muscle leads to higher alkaline pH level. High alkaline pH level leads to additional compression of the entire connective tissue of this muscle after training, just because myofibroblasts unequivocally react when pH level gets more acidic, they begin to shrink. Therefore, after a strength low-rep workout, the muscles do not look as worn out as after a multi-rep one. During strength training, there is stress for longitudinal stretching, but there is no acid stress in such quantities. Still, during a multi-rep training, there is a double stress, both inflammation due to the transverse stretching of the extracellular matrix perpendicular to the bones and excessive acidification. These stresses lead to an almost double effect of compressing the extracellular matrix and fascia. Thus, muscle soreness after a workout is a phenomenon that tells us that the entire connective tissue structure is inflamed locally in the trained muscles. You begin to feel this soreness when it is transmitted along the nerve fibers from the structure of the damaged muscle. That is, muscle soreness is in no way caused by damaged actin and myosin or by burning with lactic acid. Muscle soreness after a workout is an inflammatory process due to the destruction of the extracellular matrix itself, along with the connective tissue that surrounds both each cell that participated in the work and the entire muscle. This is, in my opinion, the real way how muscle soreness after a workout appears. No matter what physical work you do for the first time, you will always experience stronger or weaker muscle soreness. It will appear because you can load those parts of your body that were not ready for such extracellular matrix tension. As I said, if you are doing strength training for a month and then immediately do multi-reps, all the same you'll feel muscle soreness at the beginning of any training. It's clear that when you use heavy weights when doing strength training, you feel muscle soreness afterwards. But no one could explain why you feel muscle soreness during multi-rep training when the working weights are much lighter. And most often they blamed muscle fibers burned by lactic acid, which does not stand up to criticism at all. But everything turned out to be very simple. Connective tissue, fascia, extracellular matrix is damaged intensively both during longitudinal force, stretching along the bones under load, and during transverse stretching, perpendicular to the bones. It's just because muscles are not ready to lift heavy weights when longitudinally stretched during strength training. But when muscles are transversely stretched, you feel muscle soreness because of biochemical processes. The fluid, blood, and metabolites are accumulated when the muscles are trained. And the result of these biochemical processes then has a physical effect. That is, pump is pressure in the muscle that comes from the inside out, bursts a muscle in different directions, and these forces already act perpendicular to the bone. Naturally, when you additionally use heavier weights during high-rep workout, you start to provoke longitudinal tensile loads of the pumped muscle, thus damaging connective tissue twice. And it is these damages of connective tissue that make it then react with inflammatory processes inside the extracellular matrix and transmit pain. The nature of this pain is very similar to the pain when tendons are stretched and is already classified as injuries. When we get an injury, the pain is immediately clearly localized and concentrated in a specific bottleneck, so we feel it stronger. But when extracellular matrix is damaged after a workout, this pain is spread over the volume of the muscle, therefore it causes slightly different sensations and emotions. Naturally, when a muscle group is sore, its recovery is greatly delayed. The entire extracellular matrix, down to the muscle fascia and outer fascia, is compressed, hardened, and got less permeable by damage and inflammation. This way it compresses both nerves and blood vessels. Accordingly, the muscle doesn't get for some time normal impulses and a normal blood flow, oxygen, and nutrients. Therefore, muscle soreness alone is evil for the restoration and growth of myofibrils of damaged muscle fibers. The inflammatory process that develops inside the extracellular matrix structure simply blocks the normal communication of this muscle with the whole body, which would like to help it quickly recover. But the tools that could help recovery are not able to reach out there normally, either with the help of nerve impulses or with the help of blood flow. Thus, they try to remove muscle soreness after a workout with heat and additional means, that is, massages, which will at least temporarily break through this inflamed defense. But very light work, light warm-up training with a light pump without excessive acidification is the best way to restore a sore muscle. This light training will additionally fill the muscle with blood, warm up the extracellular matrix and restore its normal permeability. And the recovery processes will proceed actively but not passively, as is the case with a sauna or massage. Exposure to a hot bath or steam in a sauna or steam bath is also effective for restoring muscles and connective tissue. They help to warm up well the affected muscle structure. But this heat does not particularly contribute to the active blood flow to the sore muscle tissue and can only start a passive recovery. Why aren't muscles always capable of hypertrophy when they are regularly sore? Everything is very simple. If talking about training without supplements, then it will take from 4 to 5 to 10 days for the extracellular matrix to restore to a normal state of permeability and elasticity, depending on the intensity of damage. And protein synthesis inside the muscle cells lasts no longer than 2 days after training. Therefore, the additional growth of myofibrils in muscle cells after training is nullified, being completely reduced by inhibition of blood flow and impulses due to the shrunk and less permeable extracellular matrix. And by the time the extracellular matrix gets restored, gets rid of inflammation, and can normally provide the cells with everything necessary, the cells will no longer need additional protein synthesis. And while the connective tissue structure of a muscle is still inflamed, protein for hypertrophy of myofibrils can be synthesized only by forced blood flow. This can be done only by warming up light training. By the way, many drew attention to the fact that the capacity of a muscle to generate power before it was pumped and afterwards is strikingly different. It is erroneously believed that a pumped muscle is stronger than not a pumped one because the first one is warmed up. It's actually just a matter of hydraulics. The pumped muscle itself creates a more powerful elastic force in the tendons and in its extracellular matrix structure due to swelling and resting on the bone, which creates a good preliminary tension. This factor allows the pumped muscle to mechanically show greater strength than the muscle that is simply warmed up due to the articular warm-up and active stretching. But more on that later. Why you need to train in the heat, cardio, sauna, Vaporium, taking hot baths. In fact, the entire connective tissue structure of our body obeys elementary physical laws. One of them is that when heated, the medium expands, and when cooled, it narrows. I have already mentioned in previous chapters that when we cool down, starting to experience cold, our superficial fascia is the very first to shrink and thereby begins to hide all the large blood vessels, that is veins, deeper into the body by squeezing them. Accordingly, when we are cold, no matter how protuberant our veins are initially, we lose almost completely all of them in the cold. The same thing happens with the tiny arterial peripheral, vessels, and capillaries. As the cold penetrates deep into the body, the deeper venous and arterial vessels are contracted the same way. As soon as we get warm, the connective tissue structure begins to warm up and naturally expand. The fasciae relax and expand, and we begin to see our large vessels, for example, on our hands and on other parts of our body. When the body begins to feel cold, the outer fascia, which is the second to cool off after the skin, begins to constrict the blood vessels. Thus, the deeper the body experiences cold, the deeper the process of squeezing the blood vessels gets. Therefore, this is a purely mechanical and physical process when we get cold and more blood goes to the inner circle of circulation, rushing inside the body to the internal organs. And in my opinion, there is no mystery about what exactly mechanism gives the command to the blood to go deep into the body. Everything is very simple. The temperature of connective tissue of the outer layers drops, and the decrease in temperature penetrates deeper and deeper into the body. Connective tissue begins to shrink deeper and deeper from layer to layer and, to a certain extent, compresses the blood vessels enclosed in it. Thus, the extracellular matrix squeezes the blood to where it can still move freely and where the vessels do not yet experience constriction due to compression. And this process, when we are cold, is possible only in one direction, deep into our body. And a completely opposite physical process, a mechanical one, occurs when we get hot. The outer layers of fascia and connective tissue warm up, relax and expand, thereby allowing the blood vessels enclosed in these layers to expand. The pressure and resistance in the blood vessels at the periphery of the body drops, which allows the heart and muscles to fill them faster. That's the whole secret. The very connective tissue of our body, when reacting to the temperature, regulates the movement of the blood and physically influences a lumen size of the vessels. Expansion and decrease in the extracellular matrix, density when heated, is a boon for recovery after a workout. And when you do various exercises like strength, cardio, or even stretching ones, fascia and the rest of connective tissue is gradually warming up. Mechanical action in the form of movement makes the connective tissue layers move relative to each other, which begin to warm up. And started increased work of the postural muscular system warms up the fascial structure from the inside. The heating itself leads to the expansion of the connective tissue structure and fascia, increasing more the mobility of this tissue. It also enhances and accelerates trophism and the flow of metabolic processes in this tissue, increasing its permeability. The more heat it receives, the more it heats up, the more actively various biochemical and physical processes take place in it. The intercellular exchange in general, and the communication of various parts of the body, organs and systems with each other depends on the connective tissue structure, which is the totality of the envelopes of all the macro and micro elements of our body. Thus, all physiological and biochemical processes throughout the body get activated with a moderate increase in temperature. Let me clarify one thing. This increase in temperature should not be confused with the increased work of the immune system during illness, when temperature is increased beyond 37 degrees. These are completely different things. If talking about training activity, you can see that most bodybuilding exercises mainly develop local temperature changes. That is, the part of the body that is currently being trained heats up the most. Global warming up occurs during cardio exercises like running, fast walk, working out on the elliptical, a stepper, or an exercise bike while standing. When you do these exercises, the whole body and the entire fascial structure are working and moving. At this moment, the postural muscular system is heating your body additionally from the inside. The superficial muscles are not great heat generators and, basically, they consume the heat. Therefore, you need to put on warm clothes to preserve heat and, let's say, accumulate it in the area of the superficial muscles, which you are trying to work out all the time and achieve hypertrophy and other their qualities during training. You can work out in a t-shirt and shorts when the temperature in the training area is not lower than 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. You can actually see this during training outside in California or in rooms without air conditioning. When the temperature in a gym is below 2,324 degrees Celsius, body itself needs to keep warm during training. Accordingly, it is better to wear pants and some kind of sweatshirt when working out. This explains why athletes are wrapped in clothes to the very top of their heads and even put on the hoods till the end of their training. And despite the fact that their sweatshirts, shirts and sweatpants are already soaked to the skin, they still do not take them off and keep on training fully dressed until the very end of the workout. Because the fascia and cell envelopes heated to the limit provide a powerful metabolism, the transmission of impulses through the nerve fibers, blood and oxygen through the vessels. At the same time, when expanding to the limit even during one workout, the fascia allow you to generate the maximum need for additional space for muscle cells while not being traumatized intensively. And as I already mentioned, a hot bath, a sauna, a steam bath, intensive full body massage, or additional light pumping of hard-used muscles will help your body to recover when having a rest after a potentially traumatic workout. And cardio is also a very good restorer after working out with very heavy loads. It helps narrowed, roughened and hardened fascial layers and muscle cell envelopes to get warmed up and expanded. Muscles are sore after a workout because the connective tissue structure got damaged after being overloaded during training. And naturally, sore muscles look pale and exhausted. That is, the general fascia of these muscles and the entire structure of their connective tissue are very stiff and compressed, which naturally blocks recovery factors for each muscle cell, blood flow with oxygen, and with micro and macro elements for recovery, as well as innervation along nerve fibers. For the muscles to recover faster, especially sore ones after a workout, it is enough for you to do some cardio exercises in order to warm up these muscles at least a little and facilitate their rapid recovery due to the expansion of the connective tissue structure and increase in its permeability. The second method that will let a sore muscle group locally restore after a workout is a very light and short pump without acidification. That is, do additional high-rep training with very light weights and with a neuromuscular control of a specific muscle group that you need to restore. These restorative exercises will let the muscles warm up and recover, but not load in any way. Besides, a light muscle pump will most likely let your muscles grow a little. Passive methods for faster muscle recovery will not provide such an opportunity compared to the cases when you train without supplements. Why beginners' muscles grow easily? And so, let's try to figure out why beginners very easily begin to progress when they start to work out their muscles. Many explain this only by hormonal characteristics, especially in young people. Some just say that due to training stress, the muscles begin to easily react. Is it really so? Let's understand. First, the beginners are different. One beginner is 15 to 20 years old and another one is 35 years old and older. The rate of muscle growth in both individuals will be completely different, even if their anthropometry and health state are absolutely the same. Of course, the younger one's muscles will grow faster, and this is primarily due to the number of the fibroblast cells that generate almost the entire extracellular matrix and its main components such as precursors of collagen, elastin and jelly like structural environment. An older beginner will have less fibroblasts. Accordingly, the ability of his body to synthesize new components and volumes of connective tissue will be lower. You need to understand one point. To gain new muscles, you need to create first additional structure volume, the frames of these muscles. You cannot build up new actin and myosin even if you grow your muscles, not to mention hyperplasia, without increasing the amount of space for new cell myofibrils and new cells. Of course, older athletes' rate of resynthesis and synthesis of collagen and elastin and of all other components of connective tissue will be slower than of younger ones. Moreover, an older athlete's environment will be more dehydrated. It is the rate of synthesis of additional volumes of connective tissue that determines the rate of total muscle mass growth. Because having not created the structure, you will not be able to fill it with anything because there will be nothing to fill. For the same reason, there is a genetic limit to muscle growth, and it will be unique for everyone. Someone will be able to build no more than 5 kilograms of muscles for his lifetime, while someone will be able to build 20 kilos. I'm talking now about training without supplements. Everyone will have different potential to grow additional extracellular matrix. Hence, there is the difference in genetic potentials for additional muscle growth. These are my own logical conclusions. I failed to find real results of real research on this topic. But that's not all. It's harder for thin-boned athletes to gain muscles because they have a more rigid connective tissue structure. This is the way compensation for insufficient bone thickness works. Thick-boned athletes' muscles grow much easier because there's no need to strengthen their strong skeleton with a more rigid connective tissue. And biomechanical proportions of a small and thin-boned skeleton in most cases do not imply large muscle gains. And muscles grow slowly to 2-3 kilograms a year or two at best because of a very slow synthesis of an additional amount of connective tissue. But let's get back to the beginners. An older beginner will progress slower than a young one, even if their anthropometry and health state are the same. And if also taking into account this state of health, then an older beginner sure will be in a losing position. By the way, the state of health directly depends on the state of connective tissue of the whole body. And now let's compare a beginner and an experienced athlete of the same age with the same health state and anthropometry. Why does a beginner build much more muscle mass as a percentage of the initial body weight within the first years of training than a much more experienced athlete? Why do the majority of professional and amateur athletes who have a long training experience and much more muscle mass more and more notice a slowdown in the growth of the following kilograms and centimeters? And why can beginners with proper training and nutrition see an almost explosive increase in muscle mass within the first 2 years, of course, with a good neuromuscular connections and good skills in neuromuscular control? Everything is very simple. In any case, a beginner will have a reserve of muscle structure volume. That is, the amount of actin and myosin in myofibrils is disproportionately inferior to the amount of the main structural component. In other words, connective tissue, extracellular matrix, and the increase in new structure tissue volume due to myofibrils in each muscle cell will not influence much internal pressure and internal structure in a muscle itself. Roughly speaking, a beginner's connective tissue structure itself does not experience much stress and crisis during expansion, and it has a reserve volume. The only thing it needs to do is to fill this reserve volume with additional actin and myosin after the last training till the next one. Moreover, a beginner has a reserve vascular network in relation to the number and size of myofibrils. It supplies the muscles that have just begun to actively work and hypertrophy with enough blood and oxygen. A completely different situation is for an already experienced athlete who has used all his inherent genetic potential for the reserve volume of connective tissue and vascular network. In fact, the genetic limit, if talking about natural training without supplements, is precisely this limitation on the volume of connective tissue as the main structural component of muscles. That is, the volume of muscles steadily increases after training as long as the body has enough initial volume of the structural element and blood with oxygen. But the progress stops when a muscle and each fiber reach their limit amount of actin and myosin, when it begins to experience constant overpressure by signaling that the internal components of the muscle itself do not fit in the space created in advance and interfere with each other. Do you remember that when there is a small space for cells, and if there is no way to expand space where these cells live, some of them undergo apoptosis? This point is the genetic limit to muscle mass building. Sure, everyone will reach this genetic limitation at his individual stage. And further, when you try to go beyond the genetic limits of the connective tissue you have as a structural component of muscles, an unequal fight begins in trying to force the main structural component extracellular matrix to increase its own volume. The process begins when an athlete tries to force his connective tissue and muscles to increase and expand the internal space in both external and its own fascia, as well as to increase the internal volume in cell envelopes. Of course, an increase of these extracellular matrix volumes requires synthesis of additional connective tissue components, and synthesis of collagen, elastin, and other components of connective tissue is a very slow process, to put it mildly. So, the growth of each additional centimeter or kilogram is determined precisely by the growth rate of the main components of connective tissue. And at this moment, someone faces the fact that the synthesis rate of his connective tissue does not allow to gain more than 0.5 kilogram of muscles per year, while for someone else this barrier is at the level of 3-5 kilograms per year. Everything depends on the connective tissue structure genetically assigned to each individual. These genetic parameters are the predominance of collagen or elastin and other components of connective tissue, the required number of fibroblasts, and the necessary capabilities of the internal organs. All the balances in the form of proportions between collagen, elastin, and other components determine then an individual's appropriate physical characteristics and appropriate tissue quality. These factors tend to be more elastic in someone's body from birth. Accordingly, muscular components grow faster since the environment expands much faster and easier. And there's a completely different situation with lean, fit, and tough guys whose muscle bellies can be short. Already the length of tendon says that this athlete's connective tissue is tougher. These guys, as a rule, are very strong, but their muscles have great difficulty growing because connective tissue structure of their entire body is not elastic enough. In most cases, muscles lose when there's a fight between the strength of pressure the muscle cells can put towards the outer fascia and between the strength of pressure the outer fascia puts back on the cells in the intramuscular group. External envelopes win just because the muscles are not systematically able to develop strong, consistent, and durable enough pressure to make both the cell envelopes and the whole muscle envelopes really start the process of expanding due to synthesis of more extracellular matrix volume. Another limiting factor for an experienced athlete is the overall tension of fascial structure of his body. One of the functions of the muscular system is to stretch the tent of the fascia and the entire connective tissue structure for a balanced tension of all tissues of the front and back sides, left and right sides of the body. Moreover, these balance rules also apply to local tensions in relation to each joint and internal organ. Many muscle groups of an experienced athlete are excessively developed, so his body and connective tissue system are already within the limit of their abilities to maintain balances because few people are able to train each muscle with an accurate account of the needs of the entire system in its ability to create tension. Therefore, an experienced athlete has many formed places on the body where the rule of the balance has already been violated, and the connective tissue system is already struggling in these places with excessive hypertrophy of muscles that create imbalances in tension. For example, often the experienced one's biceps stops to progress, since his triceps doesn't grow quickly enough to maintain balance in tension relative to the shoulder, elbow joints, and the entire limb. Moreover, such an imbalance often leads to weird injuries, although especially stubborn athletes already not balanced muscles are still able to grow locally. But very often this causes joint and muscle damage, especially of antagonists, when doing exercises with maximum loads. By the way, when superficial muscles get excessively hypertrophied, obvious dysfunctions and disturbances in the work of individual muscles, of the deep postural muscles, get invisible. As long as an athlete maintains competitive high muscle mass, these problems are not visible, and the athlete looks more or less harmonious and symmetrical. But when it's time to get rid of the increased surface muscle mass, the curvature of a once professional athlete's body very soon gets visible to the naked eye. The more the surface muscles lose their volumes, the more clearly and distinctly the distortions and asymmetries of the body you can see. Moreover, prior to the start of building muscle mass, most of these athletes had no problems with body symmetry and balance. These problems appear after years of hard training, but as long as there is a spacesuit of huge superficial muscles, the posture muscle problems are invisible, and negative changes in the postural muscles are hidden. You start to notice these problems when the spacesuit disappears, and an athlete that has been recently harmoniously and symmetrically built turns into a skewed and twisted patient of osteopathic clinics. Factors that decrease and increase the elasticity of connective tissue, overtraining and rhabdomyolysis. And so, let's first try to generalize the factors that decrease the permeability of connective tissue layers, cause their coarsening and loss of elasticity. I am now talking about connective tissue as envelopes of individual muscle cells, of bundles of muscle cells, of muscles and sheaths of the whole body. Factors that cause narrowing, coarsening, increased rigidity, and reduced permeability of connective tissue layers, extracellular matrix. The very rank one is acidic pH. Several factors increase acidic pH level. The first one is, of course, food. A person who does not eat a balanced diet, who is used to overeating, who eats low-quality foods, is fond of harmful foods such as semi-finished food and byproducts, who eats too much sweets, sugar-containing foods, or too many proteins that do not have time to be digested normally and lead to malfunctions in work of the intestines, increase acidic pH level in his body. And of course, pros and amateur athletes always increases their acidic pH level when constantly overeating to keep their bodies under constant nourishment with proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. A constantly clogged intestine soon ceases to function normally. The ability of the pancreas to produce enzymes and insulin decreases. All these lead to disruption of normal digestion in the intestines, with all the ensuing consequences, and further to increased acidic pH level in their bodies. Alcohol also increases acidic pH level. The second point is your daily regime, the general lifestyle and hormonal regulation. Lack of sleep, irregular abnormal sleep, sleep significantly shifted in time from the set hours for sleep, according to circadian rhythms, 22/6, also greatly affects the condition of connective tissue. Insufficient, unregulated abnormal sleep leads to hormonal imbalance, to an increased concentration of cortisol during the day, first to its excess and then to a lack of thyroid hormones. Connective tissue coarsens under the influence of too much cortisol and significantly boosted blood sugar level, which it increases, although the extracellular matrix should receive a dosed effect from corticoid hormones only in the morning, and here its influence should end. Both corticosteroids and thyroid hormones help extracellular matrix to recover very well. But, in fact, too much cortisol in a person's body during the day leads to the opposite effects. Permeability of extracellular matrix is completely compressed and decreased. Thyroid hormones are primarily responsible for the restoration and biochemical processes within the extracellular matrix. And permeability of the connective tissue can also be stiffed and decreased when there's not enough thyroid hormones in a body. And both the extracellular matrix structure and the entire fascial network of the body get gradually deteriorated if connective tissue is not able to recover quickly or in normal terms after workout due to a lack of key hormones. Accordingly, under-recovery and inflammation get accumulated in connective tissue that automatically leads to coarsening, increased rigidity, and reduced permeability. An excess of thyroid hormones compared to sex hormones and cortisol, for example, leads not to restoration, but to the destruction of the extracellular matrix structure. This is how the powerful catabolic effect of thyroid hormones first manifests itself. Further, if the excess of thyroids is not regulated, global diseases of connective tissue start with inflammation, as well as pain in various places of the body with loss of mobility. The next factor is overtraining. What is overtraining anyway? There are indecently many judgments and different versions on this matter, but they all are about one concept, very general and very vague one described as a general overload of the body due to systematic excessive training and non-training loads. Allegedly, these loads lead to a systematic under-recovery of the body, which then leads to a decline in some or many life-supporting systems. Later, this decline leads to certain negative consequences, like lethargy, chronic fatigue, constant drowsiness, lack of energy to work out normally at all. There is also a decrease in metabolic processes, vitality, mood, immunity, and so on. In fact, overtraining has a very clear physical expression when connective tissue is gradually under-recovered while the body is not systematically recovered after training. Under-recovery gets gradually accumulated due to constant increased loads, and the permeability of athletes' connective tissue layers and cell envelopes gets totally coarsened, not elastic, and completely decreased. Overtraining, of course, causes immediately, and in fact it is a certain degree of insulin resistance, since insulin resistance is the same permeability barrier of cell envelopes. And again, insulin resistance, it has a relationship with overtraining to the state of it's the same thing, has a physical expression. But more on that later. While global under-recovery of the entire fascial structure and extracellular matrix is accumulated throughout the body, all biochemical processes in the body slow down and all the vessels get narrowed. This happens because the entire connective tissue within the body gets coarser and begins to compress the peripheral vessels, which automatically reduce their lumen. This is how hypertension occurs in an overtrained body. Sure, the shrinking extracellular matrix begins to compress the nerve fibers sewn in the connective tissue structure. And this leads to a total loss of strength, a decline in mood, depression, along with other negative mental manifestations, and of course, you can't work out at least moderately further anymore. In a particularly neglected case, such an overwork of connective tissue leads to consequences you need to treat with medication or in a hospital. It is much more difficult for an athlete to get overtrained when doing constantly splits than full-body workouts, especially if you constantly do basic multi-joint exercises during a full-body workout. Why is it harder to get overtrained when a split workout regimen is based on isolation exercises? Everything is very simple. The fact is that during one training session, the power and capacity of an athlete's nervous system, along with the other energy reserves within the nervous system and muscle cells, are not depleted. So they still allow him to intensively work out to train various layers and areas of the body to the fullest, which afterwards do not have an opportunity to recover normally till the next workout. Roughly speaking, when doing isolation exercises in a split, that is training different muscle groups on different days. You just do not have both the time and an opportunity to physically work out the whole body well for a short time. And as a result, the body has no time to accumulate serious under-recovery of its structural tissue. Although, of course, you can overload one or several muscle groups so that they can't recover quickly. In this case, everything will already depend on the stubbornness of the athlete, the frequency of trainings, their intensity, and the exercise techniques. And it is quite another thing to overtrain when constantly doing basic multi-joint movements. Not isolation exercises, but basic multi-joint movements, exercises target to a lot more muscle groups when doing one exercise with the same intensity. If comparing with isolation exercises, this peculiarity of multi-joint ones makes it possible to train noticeably more muscle groups at the same time and a greater area of connective tissue of your body. Accordingly, the state of overtraining is a very frequent companion of those athletes who are addicted to a training regimen with many basic multi-joint exercises and also do a full-body workout with an uncontrolled intensity. This way, the connective tissue structure of the whole body can't completely recover with all the ensuing consequences. But an athlete can get even very severe local under-recovery, or rather his connective tissue can get destructed if he is especially stubborn. A good example of this is such a condition as rhabdomyolysis, which primarily affects CrossFit athletes. What's its essence? This is a total injury to muscle tissue, the muscle tissue structure, the connective tissue structure, up to the cell envelopes the body is no longer able to cope with. Such injuries lead to necrosis following inflammation. Necrosis leads to the total destruction of the muscle tissue frame structure, which was too much damaged in a muscle group during training or competition. The destruction of this muscle tissue depends primarily on the degree connective tissue is injured. And connective tissue makes up its structure, the structure of certain muscles that are excessively damaged and can't quickly recover. It is jerky, rigid movements during a CrossFit workout. There's a very strong pressure in the diameter and stretching in the longitudinal direction that very quickly and heavily damage the extracellular matrix structure in the working muscle. And namely, these movements together with a strong tension heavily damage the entire structure of the particular muscle. And sometimes it happens that the body can't recover the damaged muscles while training or competing within the time necessary for the normal work of the system. And rhabdomyolysis starts precisely because of irreversible damage to the connective tissue structure of a particular muscle, and this damage causes a global inflammation and ischemia of this muscle. It is these factors that then lead to the total muscle tissue destruction, the development of a very powerful inflammatory process in the connective tissue of this muscle overrides all the factors contributing to the restoration of the muscle group. It also isolates this muscle group from the rest of the system. Blood supply with oxygen and nerve impulses don't reach it normally anymore. And the muscle group is isolated so much that the process of necrosis starts to develop in it. Now let's try to analyze and summarize the factors that, nevertheless, will be very useful. Factors that will let you build muscle mass and strength and, first of all, allow you to increase the connective tissue elasticity, both its useful and necessary stiffness and elasticity, as well as allow you to recover faster after training. Such manipulations like stretching and massage very actively help connective tissue, extracellular matrix to recover faster. Both stretching and massage help the superficial and deep layers of connective tissue of your body squeeze out in the longitudinal direction. But massage works at the expense of someone else's hands that press the muscles from the outside inward to a greater extent perpendicular to the muscle axis. Thus, massage locally squeezes out an excess amount of fluid from the extracellular matrix structure. Such squeezing out then activates the production of hyaluronic acid and additional accumulation of fluid in these structures. Thus, it restores good lymph mobility both in the tissues and throughout the entire lymphatic system. But stretching, leading to similar effects, evenly activates all connective tissue layers of the muscle, which we stretch with a longitudinal tension. This tension is similar to twisting wet laundry gently with your hands. All extracellular matrix layers up to the cell envelopes get thinner and, again, these water resources get squeezed out from the deep layers of connective tissue and superficial fascia, followed by a response accumulation of these water resources. By the way, the idea about a particularly sadistic procedure came to my mind, a massage of a stretched muscle. I have not tried it yet, but I assume that the efficiency will go off scale and indescribable sensations will be provided. After easing the tension in stretching, we trigger the same biochemical processes in the connective tissue structure. Activation of the production of hyaluronic acid and the response accumulation of normal, required amounts of water in the extracellular matrix structure, which in turn increases mobility and elasticity. All these effects are very good for the restoration of connective tissue. The next factor that contributes to a better recovery, relaxing and trophism in the extracellular matrix structure is heat. When working out, you put on warm clothes. Thereby you activate or maintain the normal course of intercellular biochemical and metabolic processes in connective tissue, which intensively gets warm during training. But even after a workout, things like warm clothes, going to the sauna and bathhouse, or at least regularly taking hot baths, have beneficial effects. An increase of the extracellular matrix temperature to a large extent activates regenerative processes, leading to expansion of the structure and acceleration of biochemical processes and thus helping connective tissue to recover faster. This heating leads to the expansion of the lumen of the peripheral vessels. Through these vessels, sufficient amount of oxygen and blood is supplied already into the active contractile part of the muscles, which also starts to intensively recover. Nerve innervation also gets restored due to the fact that nerve fibers get released from the excess pressure by connective tissue, and the nerve fibers provide both the background and muscle impulses. Also, carbohydrate gas and arginine are the factors that are very beneficial for the restoration of connective tissue, its relaxation, and greater ability to expand. Even with little physical activity, arginine allows the muscles to produce an increased amount of such an agent as nitric oxide. It, in turn, has a very good impact on myofibroblasts, which, under the assessment of nitric oxide, start to relax, stretch, and lengthen. This leads to the expansion of the total volume in the bags of fascia and the connective tissue layers, which was previously restrained, enslaved, tightened and strangled by them. The nitric oxide also increases elasticity, mobility and flexibility of the whole body or of its parts. A similar function with similar effects is performed by the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the tissues. Increased carbon dioxide concentration also has a relaxing effect on fibroblasts. Thus, due to their relaxation, both the extracellular matrix structure and fascia layers are expanded and muscles are more elastic and flexible. There is another factor that allows you to keep your connective tissue always in an alert state, good permeability and good elasticity balanced with firmness. This is nothing more than a proper and balanced diet and a periodic fasting. When you follow the right diet, do not overeat, do not abuse proteins, fats, or carbohydrates. When your intestine is in excellent condition and is able to digest efficiently and absorb food normally, you automatically increase alkaline pH level of your body. It is alkaline pH that provides total relaxation of myofibroblasts and an increased sensitivity of cell envelopes throughout your body. This results in a more relaxed and more elastic state of both the superficial fascial layers and the deep connective tissue layers. Fasting has an even more powerful impact on the elasticity of the connective tissue structure, but the matter here is not so much in alkaline pH when fasting, but in the regeneration processes started in the extracellular matrix structure. The fact is that hunger still requires the body to allocate resources, primarily proteins, to maintain the vital activity of the entire system. And when your body is hungry sufficiently long, it gets a certain protein amount from the connective tissue structure too. It does so first to maintain the necessary level of blood protein. Of course, the body pays attention to such a structural protein of connective tissue as collagen. At this moment, the body has an opportunity to sort out the blockages of collagen in connective tissue and to put them in order, and chose exactly those structures that have long been worked out and require restructuring and repair. Thus, because of hunger, connective tissue structure inside the fascia starts to loosen and put itself in order due to the regulation of structures of elastin and collagen threads. This process leads to the changes in location of structure of collagen and elastin threads, to a larger gap between them, to mobility, and to the total relaxation of the structure of the entire connective tissue. Moreover, when fasting, your body gets rid of the consequences of collagen glycation, thus increasing the elasticity and mobility of collagen threads in the connective tissue structure. I will describe the essence of the glycation process in the following chapters. Now I will only say that there is definitely nothing good in glycation. I noticed one thing. Already on the second day of fasting, the muscles, tendons, and ligaments abruptly get more plastic and elastic. You can easily see this when comparing the effect of simple stretching exercises done before fasting and 2 days later, or at least a day and a half after the onset of fasting. In my own experience, I can say that even when fasting for 24 hours, my body gets noticeably plastic. Muscles, ligaments, and tendons get visibly elastic too. The stretching exercises that used to be uncomfortable or even painful before fasting are no longer uncomfortable after at least 15 to 20 hours of fasting, and it seems to me that I've been doing stretching all my conscious life. The whole body gets more elastic. Alkaline pH and a clear need for protein explain the flexibility of the yogis, vegans, and vegetarians, not to mention raw foodists. Most yogis become vegans or vegetarians in order to gain some degree of elasticity in the muscles, ligaments, and tendons. Well, most vegans also practice yoga. And this magical technique, when you eat no more animal proteins, always has the same result. The elasticity of the entire connective tissue structure is improved. This happens since undigested proteins stop breaking the work of the liver, intestine, and increase acidic pH level. The work of the intestine gets normalized. Moreover, the lack of proteins in the diet leads to the need to maintain the level of blood protein at the expense of structural tissue proteins. Digestion of these people normalizes. Their intestines begin to work normally, receive enough fiber. The digestion is improved, thereby again increasing alkaline pH level. And the constant need to maintain blood protein forces the system to constantly shake up the extracellular matrix to search for more glycated proteins, collagen and elastin. All this totally increases plasticity of the whole body and the elasticity of individual muscles, tendons, and ligaments on one side, and obvious power capabilities are decreased due to lower elasticity and rigidity on the other one. Hypertrophy and hyperplasia due to an increase of the living space of cells, water, hydraulics, creatine, inflammation of fat cells, the accumulation of fluid, water in the muscles in general, and in muscle cells in particular, has a variety of effects. The liquid component itself can get accumulated both inside the extracellular matrix, inside the connective tissue structure, and cell envelopes, along with outside or inside the spaces that all these envelopes form. Considering the fractality in the structure of Matryoshka, you can understand that what is accumulated outside the small space will automatically be inside the larger one, absorbing this smaller space into itself, a bubble in a bubble, etc. Naturally, the additional accumulation of water, or conversely, the outflow of water from these connective tissues leads to certain changes, primarily in the physical properties of these tissues. The entire connective tissue system is a kind of hydraulic mechanism that completely changes its properties depending on changes in the concentration of fluid in its structure. For example, during strength training, especially during classical strength training like weightlifting or powerlifting, additional accumulation of at least water under the skin is very welcome. Most athletes look like inflated bubbles that accumulate water inside themselves. The fact is that this water, actually there is a mixture of water, fatty acids and other components, a gel, in general, is accumulated not only under the skin, but also under the main fascia that covers the entire body. And the same way the water goes deep under and into the rest of the fascial layers and cell envelopes. Water is accumulated not only in those reservoirs that are formed by connective tissue cells, but also in the very extracellular matrix structure. Increased amount of liquid in this whole structure leads to some interesting effects. Definitely, an additional influx of fluid leads to an increased tissue elasticity, both inside the tissue itself and inside the volume, which is formed by the walls of this tissue, thus creating tissue pretension. As an example, you can take an ordinary rubber ball and imagine that you added an additional amount of liquid inside its walls, not inside the ball itself, but inside its walls. Since the liquid stretches the structure of the wall of this ball, the rubber that forms the volume of the ball will get more elastic, because the wall structure itself will be tenser. The same thing will happen globally with the entire ball if you fill it with water. It is enough to pour enough water for the walls of this ball to start to get stretched at least a bit. The ball will be twice as elastic when you pour some water both inside the ball and inside the structure of its walls. Take an empty balloon, stretch its ends to the sides, then let one of its ends go. Watch it quickly going back to its original shape and see how strong it is. You do exactly the same actions with a balloon filled with water. You'll have difficulty stretching it now. When the balloon is filled with such amount of water that stretches its walls, you again stretch its two ends to the sides. Firstly, it will be more difficult to stretch the balloon because of the internal resistance of water, and secondly, the ends of the balloon will return to each other much faster and more powerfully after you release them. This is provided by the same preload that water creates. For this reason, the gait of strength athletes looks like a gait of a solid deck without normally rotating individual nodes. The tissue pretension due to excess water makes the movements constrained, and the gestures are performed by almost the whole body but not the individual limbs. The same thing happens with muscle cells, individual muscles, and with the entire muscle tissue structure of the body. An additional influx of water both inside the connective tissue walls, inside the muscle group, and inside each muscle cell increases elastic properties of the system and at the same time causes changes in the elasticity and rigidity of the system. When stretched, general flexibility is reduced by increased muscle resistance to shape changes. It is very easy to bend an empty balloon in half than a balloon filled with water. So, the connective tissue structure filled with water when the extracellular matrix itself is filled with water gets more elastic and mobile. But at the same time, when the cavities formed by these connective tissue walls are filled with water, the elasticity and overall rigidity of the muscle and muscular system increase due to the creation of a preliminary tension of the structure, and therefore, in combination with increased mobility and elasticity of the extracellular matrix, along with increased rigidity and resistance of the volumes enclosed in it, the system is able to withstand higher loads by resistance to compression and stretching compared to the state when it contains less water. In the same way, a muscle filled with water from the inside and each of its muscle cells filled with water from the inside are able to develop a greater resistance to stretching and, of course, faster, more easily and powerfully return equipment from point A to point B from its stretched position to a contracted one. And you will have to develop less tension inside each muscle cell due to actin and myosin to develop resistance of the same strength than with a lack of fluid inside the system and its envelopes. Roughly speaking, with the accumulation of water, the power capabilities, especially speed and strength ones of each muscle, and especially of the entire muscular system, since the global tension of the system is activated, get increased. This does not apply to a classic correct bodybuilding workout when it targets each muscle, its neuromuscular connections with a strict neuromuscular control. When using these principles, an athlete tries to completely eliminate the moments associated with an uncontrolled lowering of equipment, stretching the muscles by accelerating equipment in the negative phase, and abrupt return of equipment back to a contracted muscle position. That is, in classical and ideal bodybuilding technique, absolutely any inertia and uncontrolled stretching and contraction of muscles are excluded for the maximum tension in the very structures of myofibrils from actin and myosin, with involvement of the maximum possible number of muscle cells in work. Thus, the elastic qualities of muscle tissue, increased elastic strength and speed, for one reason or another, filled with an excess amount of fluid, are almost nullified and ignored. for you have to rely only on the effort developed by the active part of each muscle cell, that is by the myofibrils. But in the same way, water can play an additional role in increasing more volume of muscle groups. If talking about a short-term effect, then a muscle simply increases in size visually, having absorbed an additional amount of fluid. But if talking about the long term, then if there's an excess amount of fluid inside the muscle structure and each muscle cell for a long time, then the envelopes of both the entire muscle and each muscle cell individually get stretched. If a muscle is swollen long enough, for about several months at least, then the connective tissue structure that makes up this muscle and each cell has time to build up enough additional components of its envelopes, extracellular matrix, collagen, and elastin, along with other components, and to expand to the required additional volume formed by the accumulation of water. But since water alone is not an active component, but the main component of the environment, the additional space is then easily filled with some active elements, mitochondria, components of myofibrils in the form of actin and myosin, and other structural elements of muscle cells, hypertrophy. And sometimes this process is accompanied by the formation of new cells, hyperplasia. The system is deceived this way. By the way, the expression, to pump fat into muscles, is not so absurd. An excessive amount of fat in the body is accumulated not only under the skin, thus stretching the skin fascia, but also in deeper layers of connective tissue up to the space between the cells. The fat in this case performs the same role that the accumulated excess water does, as I described above. When fat is burned with a diet and exercises, excessively expanded voids are left in the extracellular matrix structure and outside afterwards. This additional space formed with appropriate loads is quickly filled with active components of muscle cells and sometimes with new muscle cells. Since the compression and contraction of the extracellular matrix environment after being stretched over years of obesity is also an inert process and does not happen immediately after you burn fat. The skin is the last to react by contracting to the formed additional empty space, and at first it simply sags. This period of time between the release of tissues from fat and the start of their contraction to nullify the excess space is used by easily hypertrophied muscle cells. Therefore, the observation is true that the muscles of the ones who began to work out when being fat grow faster and easier. But let's get back to the water. In this way, due to the accumulation of water, some anabolic steroids and androgens act. They cause the accumulation of excess fluid in muscle tissues and throughout the body. But more on that later. This is how creatine and other supplements work, causing the accumulation of additional volumes of water in the muscles and in the body that increases the overall pretension of the system and strength capabilities, and also provokes the stretching of the extracellular matrix to facilitate hypertrophy. Creatine increases energy output of muscles during the first seconds after you start working out, and moreover, it also contributes to the accumulation of additional amounts of fluid. If you need to take creatine supplement long enough, the additional fluid accumulated with it is able to stimulate the growth of the connective tissue structure in muscle groups, that is, to provoke an expansion of the environment in which cells and their active components live. Of course, creatine has a limited effect on fluid accumulation. Therefore, the muscle mass, which then does not drain from the athlete along with water, is increased at the initial stages of training experience. The reason is that there is still no global and rigid resistance of the system because of maximally developed potential to expand the environment. This potential is limited by the individual ability of each body to synthesize the components of the extracellular matrix collagen and elastin. Since in a cell and in the intercellular space, when the medium expands, there can't be an empty space. The entire medium must be used to the maximum with the highest efficiency. The formed free space is filled, if necessary, with components of muscle or other cells. If muscle cells don't need a more expanded habitat at the moment, the pressure between the cells is not strong enough, then the environment begins to shrink to eliminate voids. Absolutely any legal and illegal substances can lead to such effects, which can retain additional amounts of water inside muscle cells and within the entire muscle group. Synthol is used for the same purpose, to stretch the extracellular matrix structure. The envelopes of each muscle cell, muscle envelopes, that is the very connective tissue structure of a muscle, react very painfully to forced expansion both in diameter and in length. But if this process lasts sufficiently long, without stop from several months up to a year, then it first causes a sluggish, long-term inflammatory process. Further, in 3 to 6 months after its start, this inflammation causes the connective tissue to adapt, expand its volume, increase its structure due to the growth of new components like collagen, elastin, and other components of the connective tissue, which is characteristic of a given location on the body. On the same principle, fat cells grow and increase in size. And thanks to this principle, at some point they begin to divide just because a fat cell is full of fat molecules. And it stretches so much due to filling and constant insulin commands that it is no longer able to take in additional volume and an additional amount of new fat molecules. But if insulin continues to insist that they need to take in more fat cells, and so they start to multiply in order to form new reservoirs, actually, new cells appear next to the ones full of fat. That is, the connective tissue structure begins to delaminate in the required place, forming a place for a new cell. This is not quite a division of cells, but the appearance of new ones. This is a very exaggerated and simplified explanation, but generally it corresponds to reality. Of course, when there is not enough resource to increase the volume of already existing fat, cells together with their membranes begin to experience very strong inflammation because of being constantly chronically stretched. This leads to a decrease in the permeability of their membranes, even with constant insulin commands. This is how insulin resistance of fat cells is formed. As a result, adipose tissue stops to accept additional portions of fatty molecules, and they continue to ply in the blood, thereby uncontrollably raising blood sugar levels. By the time fat cells get insulin resistant, all other cells in the body have gotten such ones much earlier. Fat cells are the last ones to get insulin resistant. The moment when fat cells are not able to take in the required amount of new fat molecules is the start of development of diabetes. When the cells refuse to take in fat, more insulin in response is produced to open up resistant cells full of fat. Thus, they try to take in more fat, and this happens when other cells of the system have long been deafened, and even under such portions of insulin, they do not want to absorb glucose. And the race begins. Each increase in portions of insulin by the pancreas makes fat cells, and especially muscle and other cells of the system, more insulin resistant. A new degree of insulin resistance causes the pancreas to further increase the amount of insulin, and this way this process runs in circles until the pancreas destroys by overvoltage most or all of its cells responsible for the production of insulin. At this moment, insulin resistance wins, and diabetes occurs. Initially, a person is non-insulin dependent, but as the pancreas cells die, he becomes insulin dependent. That is, the patient can no longer do without additional injections of insulin from the outside. I described the process of reducing the permeability of the muscle cell envelopes in previous chapters. Constant systematic longitudinal and transverse stretching gradually leads to the destruction of some connective tissue structures from which additional cells, exactly their embryos, are released, the so-called satellites, which form new active muscle cells in the connective tissue structure, extracellular matrix. Excessive pressure within each muscle cell from the inside to the outside leads to excess pressure in the entire muscle group. If this pressure is being maintained sufficiently long, it provokes, first, the hypertrophy of already existing muscle cells, and later, new ones appear due to damage, stratification of muscular extracellular matrix structure. The so-called stem cells, the embryos of the active part of actin and myosin part, are released. The turkey, hanging upside down by its feet for several days, demonstrated this process in all its glory. The muscles of its legs were constantly in a tense, stretched state, thus creating powerful pressure with the muscle cells from the inside out. Excessive pressure in the muscles was formed due to their stretching and due to the resistance of each muscle cell to this stretching, and this eventually led to dissection of the connective tissue structure and to the release of satellite cells. The satellite cells were integrated into the structure of the leg muscles, got more active, and helped to resist stretching. that is, the main provocateur of hyperplasia and hypertrophy, both of individual muscle cells and the entire muscle, is a very powerful resistance of muscle cells to strong stretching, accompanied by the maximum possible tension. And this tension, in turn, creates additional sufficient pressure within a muscle group. It can be assumed that the exercises that make a muscle resist a powerful load when stretched to the maximum will be the most effective for hypertrophy and possibly hyperplasia. But at the same time, the muscle must be active. Thus, when stretched, it makes the most possible tension and the ability to contract without creating an excessive traumatic load on the joints and tendons. On exactly the same principle, a muscle can acquire new muscle cells in the places where it would seem they cannot be. To put it differently, some small corrections in size and appearance of a muscle, its length and the growth of new muscle cells in those places where it would seem there should be just a vein, a tendon. Constant intense stretching with excess pressure at the edge of the active part of a muscle at the point of transition of the abdomen to the tendon can create an increase in additional active components, cells with actin and myosin, due to the volume of the area and space of the tendon extracellular matrix. This process is necessary for this place, if required, to have additional shock-absorbing properties just because satellite cells are almost everywhere in the muscular connective tissue structure. Speaking figuratively and roughly, there can be two types of training that will provoke hypertrophy. The first type is the creation of additional volume within each muscle cell and the entire muscle group. That is, an increased additional volume of the connective tissue structure is provoked, which will entail the formation of, so to say, voids that will have to be filled with myofibrils. The second type that provokes the growth of active components, myofibrils, in muscle cells, and presumably new muscle cells in a muscle group, is a very powerful, almost static stretching of a muscle with very powerful tension and holding this muscle group in this state quite long. AAS, protein synthesis and water accumulation, HGH, insulin, testosterone and estradiol, rigidity and elasticity. As I said in previous chapters, or rather mentioned in passing, anabolic steroids and androgens indirectly affect the additional synthesis of the extracellular matrix connective tissue structures, the cell envelopes. Structures, envelopes of muscle bundles and muscle envelopes in general. How does it all work? It works according to the same principle of excess pressure from the inside, as with the accumulation of liquid. There are two types how AAs can work. The first one is that they just provoke an excess synthesis of actin and myosin, thereby creating a constant excess pressure from the inside in the cells on the cell envelopes. The problem is that this growth occurs very quickly, and the pressure on the cell envelopes endlessly lasts long. Cell envelopes, and the envelope of the entire muscle group, are under constant excess pressure from the inside because of the synthesis of proteins inside cells provoked by AAs. This gradually causes inflammation of these membranes, since the synthesis of the extracellular matrix occurs much more slowly than the internal growth of myofibrils requires. The problem is that the synthesis of actin and myosin, that is, the active part of muscle fibers, occurs almost immediately compared to the speed at which an additional extracellular matrix is synthesized. Therefore, the growth of the internal components of cells when influenced by AAs occurs many times faster than the growth of the envelopes in which these components are located. And there is a conflict, but unlike training itself, when excess pressure from the inside on the cell walls occurs only for a certain short time during workout and a short period of time after it, the effect of AAS lasts as long as the blood contains them, as long as their concentration and their excessive effect on protein synthesis are increased, and as long as they stimulate hypertrophy. This pressure is maintained almost around the clock. During workout it goes off scale, and on the days when you don't train, pressure is provoked by internal excess protein synthesis in cells, by the accumulation of additional amounts of glycogen and other components that get accumulated due to the commands of anabolic steroids and androgens. You can physically feel this effect when the muscles get full and elastic. The second type is the accumulation of water. Many AAs cause excess accumulation of water both under the skin and superficial fascia, under the muscles' envelopes, as well as inside the muscle cell envelopes alone. Besides increased protein synthesis inside muscle cells, there is an additional accumulation of excessive water inside the cells and inside the muscle envelopes, both in the very extracellular matrix structure and inside the volume that these membranes form. Thus, the supplements cause not only increased protein synthesis, but also increased accumulation of water as well. They also cause even greater excess pressure from the inside on the cell walls, on the envelopes of muscle bundles, and on all muscle envelopes as a whole. A synthesis rate conflict is the only problem in these two cases. I'm not talking here about the side effects of using AAS, and it explains the rollbacks after taking AAs. The conflict is in the form of a discrepancy between the rates of tissue synthesis, the rate of protein synthesis inside the cells, the rate of water accumulation inside the cells and under membranes on the one hand, and the rate of extracellular matrix synthesis, which cannot keep up with the previous two parameters, synthesis of cell components and water accumulation on the other hand. This conflict leads to excessive overstretching of both individual cell envelopes and the whole fascia of the entire muscle, which experiences the same excess pressure but only group 1 from all the cells enclosed in it, which themselves experience excessive pressure on their envelopes from within, due to the fact that the extracellular matrix has no time to expand as quickly as an increase in the size and volume of the internal components of the cells themselves requires. This conflict situation gradually causes a quiet and sluggish inflammation of muscle cell envelopes themselves and the envelope of the entire muscle group as a whole. This inflammation, in turn, plays a role in the occurrence and gradual increase of cell resistance to a decrease in the permeability of the envelopes, both of each cell and the entire muscle. Therefore, most AAs after you take them for 6 weeks or so cease to have pronounced effects and require either an increased dosage or discontinuation of their use. But athletes call this receptor clogging. Although, as you can see, the point is absolutely not in some mythical receptors, either androgenic or some other ones. And when you think AAS stopped working after 6 weeks of taking them, this is your subjective opinion and feeling. Actually, they do not stop to work. They still keep on giving commands to protein synthesis and continue to do so, otherwise the bridges between the main AAS courses would not make sense. But the cell stiffness and resistance accumulated over the first 6 weeks of the course due to systematic overstretching causes the beginning and increasing ischemia of muscle cells, which nullifies further growth of myofibrils and other cell components. Roughly speaking, the habitat of the cells is no longer able to expand at the rate necessary for the further synthesis of additional proteins within the cells. Usually, in the 5th or 6th week of taking AAs, envelope resistance starts to increase when the synthesis of proteins inside the cells, provoked by AAS, is no longer able to systematically stretch the envelopes. And this is when AAS stops to influence the visible progress in muscle mass growth and hypertrophy. Due to the inflammation caused by this process, there is a strong decrease in the sensitivity both of individual cells and the entire muscle to macro and microelements, other substances and influences. Moreover, there's not enough insulin produced by your body to overcome this barrier. Such a decrease in sensitivity can be called insulin resistance. Since a decrease in the elasticity and permeability of cell envelopes is actually natural insulin resistance. Thus, the excessive and intense synthesis of proteins within cells, provoked by androgens and anabolic steroids, always eventually causes different degrees of insulin resistance. After you stop to take AAs, cell envelope inflammation starts to dominate and influence the subsequent processes. Again, the effects become very similar to inflammation after a workout accompanied by muscle soreness, but now they are painless. I will not go into the details of mental suffering from biceps contraction and last longer. But at the same time, they are tireless. The synthesis of proteins started by AAs stops and the inflammation of cell envelopes, and the entire muscle does not go away. But the protein synthesis that breaks the muscle from the inside caused by AAs is gone, and the revenge begins. A reduced concentration of sex hormones suppresses the activity of corticoid hormones and provokes their increased production due to prolonged inflammation of connective tissue in the muscle structure. Excess level of cortisol begins to help repair cell walls, muscle sheaths, tendons and ligaments. Cortisol is known to be catabolic, and new proteins developed with such difficulty and damage to health during the course of taking AAs are at least partially destroyed. And that's just a part of the fight. Too rigid cell envelopes, which reduce the degree of their permeability, and too rigid entire muscle envelope as well, begin to intensely and diligently suppress internal processes in cells. That is, too rigid envelopes just don't let enough quantity of blood with oxygen and other useful components and nerve impulses reach both the entire muscle and to each cell. You notice a catastrophic decline in muscle tone having completed AAS course. Even the muscles get pumped during the workouts much worse than before taking AAs. This is exactly IT, and ischemia increases this whey protein breakdown when your cortisol level is too high. This colossal protein drain and breakdown will stop only when the inflammatory process in the cell envelope stops, their permeability increases, and systematically high cortisol level drops to normal. The problem is that the growth of extracellular matrix and the expansion of muscle cell components habitat is a very slow and long process. Accordingly, in order to keep at least some stable results after a steroid course, this course must be too long-term. This is necessary for additional proteins to have enough time to get synthesized within the first 6 weeks, and afterwards for already synthesized proteins just to be maintained until a new additional structure is formed in the cell envelopes and the entire muscle and inflammation of extracellular matrix go away. The length of the course is directly proportional to the magnitude of the negative consequences and side effects of AAs. But all sorts of different bridges between the main courses of AAs are connected and used to keep the accumulated proteins and muscle mass until the moment when connective tissue gets adapted to new volumes of intracellular proteins. Hypothetically, it is possible to maintain the gained volume of proteins and muscle mass, but to do this, you will have to be on AS for too long, because you will have to wait until the outer cell envelopes and the entire muscle envelope have time to adapt to the new volume of proteins contained inside them. And meanwhile, you will have time to gain a huge number of side effects. And this is where growth hormone and the hormone insulin get activated. They are used by professional athletes to progress in muscle mass growing. The matter is that somatotropic hormone contributes to an accelerated synthesis of various components of ECM. Somatotropic hormone allows the extracellular matrix structure, cell envelopes and envelopes of all muscles to accelerate recovery processes and avoid an intense inflammation process. It does this since growth hormone helps to accelerate the synthesis of collagen, elastin and other components of the extracellular matrix, and IGF produced with the help of HGH increases the permeability of envelopes and membranes. But 1GH is an inadequate stimulation of the recovery and synthesis of extracellular matrix. It has assistants. These are thyroid hormones. Therefore, when using non-therapeutic doses of GH, the thyroid gland starts to get gradually depleted because to work well GH requires thyroids, and the gland begins to synthesize more of them. For the synthesis of connective tissue with the use of growth hormone to get no consequences for the thyroid gland, exogenous thyroid hormones are used. In fact, often sufficient amount of thyroid hormones, especially T3, is much more important for muscle hypertrophy than high concentrations of testosterone or GH. But that's not all. Insulin added to the cocktail to AAs plus GH plus thyroids completes the package of a really effective but very dangerous anabolic complex. It does not prevent a gradual increase in insulin resistance, but allows you to maintain the proper level of cell membranes and extracellular matrix permeability for all the components necessary for anabolism at the right level. In other words, protein synthesis is provoked by the action of AAs, and protein influences the entire muscular connective tissue. And even when influenced by insulin, connective tissue begins to gradually get resistant at increasingly higher degree, and both GH and thyroids do not have time to accelerate the synthesis of extracellular matrix to the rate myofibril protein is synthesized. And still insulin helps to keep the permeability of cell envelopes. At this time, insulin is used for this purpose, for even inflamed cell membranes and other connective tissue structures to keep on being permeable at a certain degree in order to maintain the intensity of contractile protein synthesis in muscle cells. The influence of this -4 on the synthesis of contractile proteins, and more importantly on the synthesis of connective tissue, explains the increase in many professional athletes' muscle mass that is unnaturally intensive, too fast even for the use of AAs alone. There is another detrimental property of AAs, and, in particular, testosterone-like substances. If you consider them separately, regardless of the use of growth hormone, insulin and thyroid hormones, and just take the substances like the hormone testosterone or its synthetic analogues alone, you can see one of the factors that also gradually weaken the effects of these substances' intake. The hormone testosterone itself can minimize its own effects over time. This happens as follows. Testosterone has one property that is often not taken into account by athletes. Testosterone affects the stiffness of connective tissue and the lumen of blood vessels, especially the one of cerebral vessels. An excess amount of testosterone, higher than the physiological norm, gradually leads to coarsening of connective tissue structures and narrows lumen of blood vessels. And these in turn lead to depletion of blood supply to both the brain and all other structures of your body. In fact, the higher the level of testosterone than the physiological norm is, the more rigid the connective tissue structure gets and the more the lumen of the blood vessels narrows, thereby provoking an increase in excessive arterial and intracranial pressure. In both female and male bodies, such hormone as estradiol is also synthesized. It is thanks to estradiol that the female body is characterized by a certain degree of flexibility which is higher than the male one, both of the entire connective tissue, the elasticity of which depends directly on the concentration of estradiol and the cardiovascular system. This explains the common female hypotension due to the increased lumen of the vessels. Clearly, the ligament and tendon elasticity in women is also much higher than the ones in men, which affects strength indicators. Muscles with very elastic tendons are not able to lift as heavy weights as male muscles can do, since the men's tendons are stiffer due to a lower concentration of estradiol and a higher concentration of testosterone. Roughly speaking, estradiol acts as a testosterone antagonist in this case and allows the blood vessels to get dilated by relaxing and increasing the elasticity of the connective tissue structure, while also affecting the connective tissue elements in the walls of the vessels themselves. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether you are on AAS course or not, the balance between the amount of testosterone and the amount of estradiol proportional to it is very important. Athletes who strive for lower estradiol levels in order to enhance the effects of testosterone thus harm their own success and health. They do not understand that a lack of estradiol with an excess of testosterone will very quickly lead to a strong coarsening of the entire structure of connective tissue, to a decrease in vessel lumen with all the consequences up to insulin resistance and excessive blood pressure. Testosterone provokes protein synthesis, and excess of testosterone with a lack of estradiol will stop protein synthesis even faster. Well, let me remind you once again that a mythical clogging of receptors, or a decrease in the sensitivity of some mythical testosterone receptors, the appearance of strange antibodies, which then does not allow AAs to keep on working and stimulate protein synthesis, is nothing more than just an acquisition of increased rigidity and impermeability, both of the cell membranes themselves and the entire muscle connective tissue structure. This can happen due to inflammation, which occurs as a result of excessive protein synthesis inside the cells. A very tough environment arises both for the cell membranes and for the entire extracellular matrix. A tough environment gradually more and more blocks the normal blood flow to the cells, constricting blood vessels, reducing nerve impulses and squeezing nerve fibers. And vessels and nerves ensure the vital activity of muscle cells. This rigidity leads to a strong decrease in the permeability of cell membranes along with a lack of space, where both cell membranes and the rest of muscle extracellular matrix physically can't stretch anymore. As a result, any further effect of AAs on protein synthesis is nullified by a total decrease in the throughput, both of the cell membranes and the entire connective tissue structure. Receptors in this case already play a very minor role. They are governable employees built into the structure of cell nuclei, membranes, and extracellular matrix. Accordingly, When the whole environment got compacted, they have nowhere to go and can no longer carry out their functions. This applies precisely the receptors that are in cell membrane structures, permeating it from the inside out. Or they still can fulfill their tasks, but the effects of their activity and reactions are completely destroyed by the inability of the environment to keep on expanding. And this in turn completely blocks further synthesis of proteins inside the cell. All positive effects to accelerate the synthesis of protein, which creates testosterone, get nullified. Only insulin, growth hormone, and thyroid hormones can help AAS to restore the permeability of cell membranes and extracellular matrix, at least to an acceptable level, and to accelerate the growth of extracellular matrix. By the way, let's talk a bit more about hypertrophy influenced by AAS. Everyone who takes AAS notes several features. First, the longer you train without taking steroids before the first AAS course, the more powerfully your muscle mass grows during this very first course. Second, the first AAS course gives the most powerful response of muscles by hypertrophy compared to all subsequent courses. You will be surprised, but there's one factor that is the reason for these two features: the number of muscles involved in the work. The more you get experienced in working out, the more your muscle fibers get involved in the work. This happens due to the development of the CNS and the ways of delivering impulses from it to muscle fibers. The longer you work out, the more fibers have a chance to get involved when influenced by the training intensity that gradually grows over the years. The increased intensity is expressed in the expansion both of the range of mastered exercises, in expanding the spectrum of influence on muscle groups, in the increase of working weights and the number of sets. All these factors gradually activate an increasing number of muscle cells, and these fibers request additional hypertrophy, and naturally produced hormones can't fully satisfy it. The use of neuromuscular control and its mastering allows you to accelerate the process of building neuromuscular ties, thereby shortening the time to activate the maximum possible number of muscle fibers. So, the first AAS course affects all active muscle fibers at once. In other words, the very first AAS course causes all previously activated muscle fibers to as much hypertrophy as possible. During this first course, fibers hypertrophy as much as they can. No need to think too hard to understand that one day it is hardly possible to hypertrophy once hypertrophied fibers once again to the limit. Therefore, when an athlete is on the second AAS course after 3 to 6 months break after the end of the first one, his muscle fibers hypertrophy very little, for it's impossible for the muscles hypertrophied to the limit to hypertrophy again. And during this short time of training without AAs after the first course, very few new active muscle appeared, and the extracellular matrix used a significant part of its potential to expand more. As a result, all subsequent AAS courses stimulate only new activated fibers to hypertrophy. But since not all athletes are able to somehow activate at least a small number of sleeping fibers within 3 to 6 months, the results of all subsequent courses, starting from the second one, turn out to be minor, compared with the first AAS course. From here, erroneous conclusions appear that the AAS dose of the first course is probably too low for the second one, and the race begins with an increase in dose and the number of taken drugs. This race gets idiotic. But it does not lead to anything other than to the accumulation of serious health problems: water under your skin, glycogen in the depot, and acne on your back. And, as a rule, the swollen muscles at the end of the courses get blown away due to the drain of water and the loss of excess glycogen. And your health is still not restored and gets worse by an increased resistance, which I wrote about earlier. After all, you will not succeed in bear hunting even if you immediately blast the whole forest when the bear is not there. By the way, AAS increases the number of activated fibers. This happens because the synthetic analogues of testosterone and other AAs play the role of neurotransmitters. The growth of concentration of neurotransmitters in the form of additional hormones in the body increases the power of pulses that the muscles receive. An increased power of impulses increases the number of fibers that participate in an exercise. It's obvious that after you stop taking AAS, neurotransmitter content gets reduced immediately, and the power of impulse is reduced at best to the norm, as it was before the use of AAS. At worst, the impulse level gets even lower due to global damage of the system caused by the supplements. A decreased impulse immediately turns off the part of fibers that was activated by AAS. The fibers, which after AAS course termination cease to receive normal impulse during training, quickly degrade and lose the myofibrils built with the help of supplements. The muscle mass is lost after termination of taking the supplements, and if you carefully analyze this information, you will see the main reason for slow muscle mass grown when working out without supplements. At this moment, nervous system develops and adapts slowly to the constantly growing needs of the muscle system in increasing impulse. The main problem of training without supplements is a fairly moderate degree of hypertrophy of active muscle fibers and a great difficulty in activating more and more new muscle fibers because of the moderate number of neurotransmitters and the slow growth of impulse delivery routes from the central nervous system to the muscles. Neuromuscular control and constant work on the development and improvement of neuromuscular ties correct the situation. But this process is also not fast. Although it gives a significant increase in the number of active fibers compared to the training on the principle of lift equipment the way you do and come what may, preservation of protein by carbohydrates, cortisol, insulin resistance. Let's talk a bit more about the factors that lead to a decrease of cell membrane and the entire connective tissue structure permeability and about what increases insulin resistance in a certain degree. This time a compaction roller will go along carbohydrates. Excessive consumption of carbohydrates, both simple and complex ones, will sooner or later lead to a decrease in the extracellular matrix permeability. And again, this happens regardless of the type of carbohydrates. Only the time of onset of the critical state of cell membrane and the rest of the connective tissue structure permeability will differ. This process is developed much faster with simple fast carbohydrates than with complex slow ones. Constant and regular blood sugar spikes to critically high level lead to regular releases of excess insulin into the blood. And regular highest amount of insulin leads to gradual coarsening and, let's say, to sealing of cell membranes and the entire connective tissue structure. The problem is that the system gradually adapts to constant high amount of insulin. Sure, this way carbohydrates help your body to protect the reserves of already synthesized protein in cells and in the whole system. And thus, they play a very ambiguous role, doing a disservice. That is, glucose in the bloodstream triggers insulin release. Insulin is one of the most powerful anabolic hormones. And the problem arises, catabolic processes in the system stop or get very slow for some time, thereby putting the system at risk. Constantly higher insulin level never lets the system renew. To put it differently, it doesn't let the system first of all take apart the protein structures that should have long been taken apart due to their old age and unsuitability. And a very dangerous situation starts to develop in cells when obsolete and insane proteins can start to influence the vital activity of cells. The cells that get crazy as a result of such processes are cancer cells. Therefore, the constant provocation by insulin to increased synthetic and anabolic processes leads to the same effect. The body attempts to protect itself from constant orders to synthesize proteins and other substances. Gradual locking of cell membranes begins and a slowly growing resistance occurs. For this reason, for many people previously prescribed regular doses of insulin have no longer powerful effect and an increase in dosages is required. You need to remember that, in order to maintain the ability of protein structures to self-renewal and to maintain the cell membrane permeability, the effect of insulin should be occasional. This effect should be strictly dosed and short-term. It should not be constant and should not exceed certain thresholds for the system. If insulin levels begin to exceed these thresholds, and the frequency and duration of time begin to exceed the body's normal limits, that is, high insulin level begins to persist longer than it should do, the system starts then to gradually seal itself. The body tries to fence itself off and protect itself from the effects of this hormone, and this leads to a decrease in cell sensitivity and accordingly to all the ensuing consequences. This protection of the system is similar to the safety management system of a ship in case of flooding. All possible compartments in which the impermeability is maintained are sealed to prevent water from entering them and speeding up the sinking of the ship. Only in the body such compartments are cells and cell systems. Another hormone has similar effects but very pronounced catabolic properties this time. It's cortisol. When high level of cortisol excessively long influences the system, processes similar to excessive exposure of insulin occur. Actually, excess cortisol results in excess insulin. As it is a powerful catabolic hormone, raging cortisol leads to a total and excessive breakdown of protein structures, as well as to an excessive breakdown of fats and glucose. These processes entail a double negative effect on the system: acidic pH and a stable chronic increased blood sugar levels. Acidic pH entails a gradual total coarsening of the connective tissue in the whole body, and a systematically high blood sugar level leads to consistently high insulin level. Such a double blow leads to a total sealing of the system and to a stable and powerful decrease in the system permeability. So, chronically high cortisol gradually leads to an increased insulin resistance and excessive fat. Cortisol has another property, a resource-saving effect for the nervous system. Cortisol is able to stably or occasionally maintain high blood sugar level. As it's a stress hormone, concentration of cortisol is naturally increased after some emotional negative experiences and a chronic emotional negative state that can last from several weeks to several years. When experiencing such collapses, the nervous system requires a constant certain level of proteins, glucose, and fats in the blood. Of course, when being in a constant excess tension, the nervous system stimulates the constant secretion of cortisol, which in this case works for it. On the one hand, by maintaining high level of protein, fats and glucose in the blood, which is necessary for the nervous system, cortisol gradually leads the rest of the system to decline and sealing, thereby increasing insulin resistance. On the other hand, insulin resistance does not allow cell membranes to restore permeability to the required normal level, which leads to metabolism decrease, lower anabolic processes throughout the body, hormonal and other physiological disruptions. But at the same time, the needs of the nervous system are provided with a sufficient amount of energy and elastic resources. But sometimes, even the nervous system starts to suffer from this vicious cortisol-insulin cycle, receiving less glucose due to the lack of normal permeability of the environment. This process requires simple carbohydrates. Thus, a person with a high cortisol level in his body starts to eat much easily and quickly digestible food, which causes even higher insulin spikes that seal the system. With low permeability of the entire system, hyperglycemia leads then to another detrimental result. The processes of glycation intensively occur, the processes of chaotic and uncontrolled effects of glucose on connective tissue proteins, collagen and elastin. Chronically high blood sugar leads to erratic contacts of glucose with collagen and elastin molecules. As a result, collagen and elastin change their structure, get inappropriate, and acquire the ability to stick together. Due to the sticking of collagen and elastin threads, the entire connective tissue structure starts to lose mobility and permeability. This entails another reason for coarsening process of the entire connective tissue structure in the body, up to the appearance of old age signs on a still young face. Moreover, blood vessels suffer from glycation, their walls coarsen, thus increasing the traumatism of the inner lining of the blood vessels, followed by further cholesterol, injuries, patching with progression to atherosclerosis. There is such a term as glycated hemoglobin. When you do a blood test to determine this parameter, its results then can show the scale of the glycation process throughout the body. Therefore, no matter who and what they tell you, but sugar is evil. What happens to connective tissue when an ordinary person ages and when you stop bodybuilding? Sarcopenia. In fact, muscle decline and degradation of muscle tissue are very similar for both. A bodybuilder, impressive muscles, who abruptly stopped his competitive sports career, and for an elderly person who has never been a bodybuilder. Both ones are haunted by the same process called sarcopenia. Just the speed of this process will be different. You will be surprised, but sarcopenia in an ordinary elderly person who has never played any sports will progress slower than in a bodybuilder who has been building muscle mass all his life up far beyond the initial genetic capabilities of his body, and then dramatically stopped both competitive career and training activities. Sarcopenia is a gradual death of the active part of muscle tissue, actin and myosin. This happens because the production of nitric oxide by the muscle system gradually decreases, and accordingly, the delivery of both the blood and oxygen to the active part of the muscle tissue to the cells decreases. Besides, there is a degradation of motor units from centers in the cerebral cortex through motor neurons in the spinal cord to the muscle cells due to banal physical inactivity, which progresses over the years. Glycation processes also contribute significantly to the development of sarcopenia. Active muscle tissue, which mostly consists of myofibrils, must regularly, or at least at a certain frequency, receive a certain amount of oxygen. This is necessary to maintain the activity of the part with actin and myosin and the mitochondrial apparatus. Their life is supported by a certain level of oxygen in the tissues with an additional blood flow, which allows to maintain the elasticity and resilience of the muscular connective tissue structure at the required level. Besides, of course, regular production of nitric oxide during physical activities is necessary. It also, to a greater extent, maintains the elasticity and permeability of the connective tissue structure and maintains cellular permeability. All these factors lead to one thing: they keep the active part of the muscle tissue, the contractile myofibrillar part, in a capable active state. The efficiency and the functioning of the active muscle part supports its own vital activity and the ability to keep on functioning. Movement is life, as one wise man said. The immobilization of the active part, either sharp and fast one but leading to a long downtime, or a smooth, gradual and prolonged one, leads to the same result, to the degradation and death of the active muscular contractile part. They just start to choke, and the higher and more intense physical exertion and muscle tension used to influence the connective tissue structure during lifetime, the more powerfully the muscle structure was pumped with blood, oxygen and nitric oxide, the faster will be the rollback and increase of sarcopenia when you are not physically active for a certain long or short time. The muscular parts that begin not to get the minimum required blood, oxygen and nitric oxide begin to lose their active part of actin and myosin. But, as they say, a sacred space is never empty. The body does not tolerate emptiness. After myofibrillar part dies, the cell volume is filled with a certain composition of connective tissue components, in particular collagen. Fibrosis, collagenization of the muscle fiber occurs, which gradually turns into a thread of connective tissue, loses the ability to actively contract and lengthen. The voids inside the common muscle fascia are also filled with fat, which are formed as a result of the degradation of muscle fibers and a decrease in their diameter. Enlarging sarcopenia increases the number of such pseudomuscular cells, which just turned into thin veins threads of collagen, having lost the ability to receive and process oxygen, having lost the ability to strain and contract under the influence of the incoming impulses. Of course, as more and more cells are attacked by the fibrosis process, this leads to gradual decline of the ability of the entire muscle to generate nitric oxide, thereby robbing the still living muscle cells from its supply. Further, this process goes in cycles and becomes an avalanche. A muscle, accustomed to functioning normally, begins to depend more and more on its degraded parts. It produces less and less nitric oxide inside itself. Accordingly, the processes of degradation and fibrosis and lipodystrophy get faster and faster. More and more muscle cells get less blood and oxygen for the myofibrillar part until it completely disappears. This happens due to a gradual but inexorable increase in coarsening of the connective tissue structure, a decrease in its mobility, vasoconstriction, along with compression of nerve fibers, and a decrease in membrane permeability. But, since a cell must continue to exist and occupy a certain place, its vacated volume is filled with collagen and other components of connective tissue. As each cell loses a certain amount of myofibrils, it gets much thinner, filled with connective tissue components. A muscle fiber does not get its previous volume and cross-sectional size back. It keeps it as small as possible and just turns into a thread of connective tissue or a thin vein. Thus, there are risks in complete atrophy of the active red tissue of muscle and the transformation of the entire muscle into a mere clot of connective tissue or into one thick vein covered with fat. You can notice this process in various people who have suffered some specific injuries, the result of which was the shutdown and immobilization of certain muscle groups. Gradually, because of the loss of innervation, these muscles turn into just a sinewy fat lump. Sometimes only surgery can bring such muscles to an active life. A surgeon cuts the muscles in the longitudinal direction along the coarsened fibers. This is how the muscular connective tissue structure is destroyed with a scalpel, thereby triggering an inflammatory process in it and blood flow in the form of spillage through the tissues. If not everything is lost yet, this process allows you to at least partially restore the active part of the muscle. In the places of wound and excision, the active part begins to get formed again with constant attempts to strain this muscle. But this is not always the case. The process called sarcopenia or fibrosis, together with lipodystrophy, develops gradually in an ordinary person, slowly progressing from year to year and thereby forcing the owner of this muscle mass to move less and less. And a decrease in motor activity, in turn, provokes an increasing development of muscle tissue loss. Complementing and nourishing each other, these processes turn into a snowball that develops into an avalanche. The main metabolic is muscle tissue. It provides a sufficient level of metabolism, blood circulation, and nitric oxide generation. And most of the senile diseases develop primarily because muscle tissue loses its functions necessary to maintain the life of the entire system. The whole environment gradually reduces its permeability and mobility to the values that begin to adversely affect the health of the whole body in general. A bodybuilder who has met his muscle mass building target to a size far exceeding the genetic capabilities of his body risks complete muscle mass degradation in a short period of time. During the entire bodybuilding practice, every time an athlete works out, the connective tissue structure of his trained muscles is subjected to constant critical loads, which lead to permanent injury and disruption of the extracellular matrix structure. And only the constant production of nitric oxide, with its beneficial effect on the connective tissue and the supply of a large amount of blood and oxygen to the active muscle part, do not allow the connective tissue to take over, to shrink and turn into a dense, hard lump. But by growing muscles to a greater volume than it is genetically determined, a bodybuilder accumulates a debt to the extracellular matrix. Since the body strives for balance, and the connective tissue structure is always waiting in the wings to repay these debts. It is waiting when it can get its genetically conceived size, shape, volume, and degree of tension back. And the moment when a bodybuilder decides not to train anymore in his life becomes a fatal mistake. The process of muscle tissue degradation, which takes about 1,020 years for an ordinary person who has never been a bodybuilder, will be completed in 2 to 5 years for the one who used to continuously injure his extracellular matrix for 20 years and then stopped bodybuilding completely. I followed Dorian Yates and his physical appearance very closely after he finished competing in Mr. Olympia. To his regret and mine too, Dorian not only stopped competing, but also stopped training in the gym. He stopped pumping blood throughout the muscle tissues, respectively, stopped to supply them with the necessary oxygen and nitric oxide. Moreover, he has not been working out at all for about 2 years or even longer, having stopped to compete. During this time, his connective tissue structure decided to fully and completely repay the debt, that is, to get its previous volumes and sizes given and conceived genetically or close to them back. The thing is that, according to the laws of supercompensation, the connective tissue no longer wants to be injured so much as it used to be earlier during workouts, experiencing destruction and damage both in the longitudinal and transverse structures. Accordingly, the process of fibrosis and accumulation of collagen in muscle tissues develops rapidly, and the bigger a muscle gets that its genetic parameters, the faster and more intense there's the rollback in it. This all starts with a very rapid coarsening of the muscular outer fascia. Because of this, a muscle globally loses its ability to be normally elastic, to normal throughput through the vessels and nerves inside its structure to the fibers. Further, the process of coarsening gradually but inexorably quickly reaches each muscle fiber. As a result, very quickly the whole muscle begins to suffocate. Because of constant sluggish ischemia, a muscle begins to very quickly lose its active part, located in each cell that until recently used to work to the fullest. An avalanche-like degradation of the myofibrillar part starts to develop until it almost completely or completely disappears. Afterwards, since the active part of the muscle cells more and more degrades, hypoxia develops more in these same cells and in the entire muscle. And it would seem that just yesterday you worked out for the last time, but your muscles look like the muscles of a 90-year-old, although in fact you are only 50. This process is especially clearly visible on the skin. By the way, the more a muscle was at risk of getting a real injury or was really injured, I'm not talking now about microtraumas in the connective tissue structure and cell membranes, but about real tears and ruptures, the faster it will shrink into one fibrous lump as soon as it will be given an opportunity to be inactive. The bodybuilders who, having completed their competitive career, do not absolutely stop their training activity act very wisely. For example, Jay Cutler. These bodybuilders do not train at the same intensity as before, but they do not stop it completely. Thereby, they save their muscles from total degradation and accumulation of collagen, and moreover, they save their lives and health. A degradation of muscle tissue, which used to consume nerve impulses and large volumes of blood through large and small vessels, naturally leads to a degradation of the entire connective tissue structure in the muscles and, first of all, to a degradation of the active part of a muscle, the main consumer of impulses, blood, oxygen, and nitric oxide generator. All these processes, as I described earlier, lead to a strong decline in both the nerve and blood supply. Since the connective tissue structure is compressed too tightly, thereby squeezing both the pathways of the nerve fibers along large and small blood vessels. Dorian Yates may have realized his mistake, but it was almost too late. I suppose that even mentally and psychologically, he did not want even to touch either the barbells, the dumbbells, or any equipment. I can only guess what real fatigue from constant peak impulses and muscle tensions has accumulated in his psyche over the years of over-intense training. Therefore, for the global squeezing of the extracellular matrix not to rapidly turn his body into a dry board, he took up yoga. Well, yoga will not save the active part of the muscle tissue in any way in individual muscles, especially in Dorian's case. It can only slightly slow down the degradation processes. But yoga has the feature that I believe Dorian appreciated. He decided to keep the flexibility and plasticity of the whole body, this time by teaching it to relax, in contrast to previous years of training, when he used to teach his body the opposite process, over-tension. Fortunately, at the time, when I'm writing these lines, Dorian was still able to take degradation of his body and muscle tissue under control. The problem is that the total degradation of the active part of the muscle tissue, that is the myofibrillar part, and the total decline in the physical activity of the muscle tissue alone leads to a lack of movement and gliding in the extracellular matrix structure. This in turn leads to a decrease in the fluid reserve in the connective tissue structure and to a decrease in the reserves of hyaluronic acid. Further, the mobility of the entire connective tissue structure of the body is reduced completely, which additionally stimulates degradation processes. A professional bodybuilder spent his entire sports life training not a single muscle, but the muscles of the whole body. In the absence of training after the end of the career, the processes of degradation and sarcopenia develop at a crazy pace globally in all muscles that were previously subjected to excessive trauma and stress and now have ceased to work regularly at least at half of their former capacity. Accordingly, when not being trained, the muscles enormously degrade. This entails a total decline in the synthesis of nitric oxide, in the production and reserves of hyaluronic acid, fluid reserves in the connective tissue structure, thus leading to a complete coarsening of the entire structure of the body. Moreover, the permeability of the entire structure of the body globally decreases up to each cell, which leads to a decrease in overall metabolism. A person, roughly speaking, turns into a dried crust with very low elasticity, low mobility, and high rigidity of the system. All these acquired qualities absolutely do not prolong life and strengthen health. On the contrary, any areas in the connective tissue with reduced mobility and elasticity are always provocateurs of a disease. Do not forget that supercompensation processes can develop both in one direction and in the opposite one. By the way, the process of contraction of the extracellular matrix occurs at an uneven speed, if talking about the whole connective tissue system of the body together with blood vessels and the skin. It happens that the extracellular matrix gets contracted, and large vessels do not have time to degrade in their lumen and stiffen before they are squeezed by the connective tissue sheath. Remember that there is a lot of collagen and elastin in the walls of the arteries. And the larger the arteries, the more of these proteins are in the structure of its walls. As a result, I assume, the arteries accumulate too much collagen very quickly due to the constant need to harden under the high pressure of training. And after an athlete finished bodybuilding, they fix their excess volume formed to the constantly growing blood volume, which was needed to ensure the growing volume of muscle mass. After a bodybuilder stops training, the need for the former increased blood volume drops sharply, and its amount begins to decrease as the muscle mass and volume decrease. But the diameter of the large vessel's lumen and the increased area of additional skin do not have time to shrink to the new standard due to the sharply reduced permeability of the entire system and the unexpectedly low production of nitric oxide. As a result, there is too much skin, too large diameter, too rigid arteries for a small amount of blood. Outwardly, there is a senile skin, internally heart failure. There is another reason for such a rapid degradation of a former professional bodybuilder's muscles. This is the inhibition of the capillary network, which supplies muscle fibers with oxygen and other substances. Only the essence of this process is not so much in the behavior of the extracellular matrix, but in the degradation of the vessels and capillaries themselves. And the reason is that while constantly, year after year, striving to increase training weights, a bodybuilder more and more reflashes intermediate muscle fibers into fast glycolytic ones in terms of their functionality and carbohydrate metabolism. The trouble is that the denser the fibers are located to each other, the more they stifle their own capillary network. The permeability of fibers for glucose directly depends on an extensive capillary network. The more capillaries supplied by the fibers, the less insulin is needed for glucose assimilation by these fibers. Posture fibers and slow oxidizing ones require minimal amount of insulin to assimilate glucose. Inulin gets into them through a huge capillary network. Glycolytic fibers have a very weak capillary network and require considerably larger amounts of insulin to get their portion of glucose. When most of the fast oxidative fibers undergo hypertrophy due to systematic strength training, 6 to 8 reps or less, this mass of fibers gets then ischemic or fast glycolytic 1 due to atrophy of their own capillary network, and their need for higher doses of insulin increases. The increased number of fast glycolytic fibers gradually provokes insulin resistance, since a huge army of fibers already requires excess insulin for the absorption of glucose. Such rewiring of the fibers also makes a huge contribution to the gradual sealing of the system and the decrease in permeability. As a result, the athlete who abruptly quits training loses most of the fibers very quickly because these fibers already long time ago got fast glycolytic ones, and without training targeting to restore the capillary network, they have no chance to survive. It is with fast glycolytic fibers that the senile degradation of muscle tissue begins. They are the first to get destructed. But for an ordinary person, everything goes on as usual because he does not have so many fast glycolytic fibers, and the main part of his fibers are fast oxidative ones. But in a bodybuilder's body who abruptly stop training, there are much fewer fast oxidative fibers, since a huge part of these fibers get fast glycolytic ones, and together with shrinking extracellular matrix, the process of muscle tissue degradation becomes an avalanche-like one. And let's put some information in the same piggy bank, but about the bones. You know that bones become more fragile with age. You may think the reason is that the bones begin to lose a certain supply of calcium, but there is a certain amount of errors and misconceptions in this thought. Namely, excess calcium always leads to an increase in the fragility of the elements which contain it. That is, if there is too much calcium in a bone, it will be too hard. Accordingly, it will be too fragile. It will lack flexibility and elasticity. With age, bones get more fragile because they get stiffer and lose elasticity, firmness and flexibility, qualities that are associated with the normal amount of collagen and connective tissue elements in the bone structure. Indeed, actually, the main structural element of a bone is primarily connective tissue and, in particular, collagen. So it turns out that with age, the rate of collagen synthesis slows down very much. The connective tissue structure gradually shrinks, dries up, loses fluid reserves, and gets less elastic. The correct proportion between collagen, fluid, and calcium is distorted in favor of calcium, and the bones get more fragile and brittle. Children have very soft, flexible bones, especially newborns, and this is precisely due to the fact that there is not as much calcium in their bones as in an adult's ones. But they contain excess elements, much less than calcium, of very fresh connective tissue, which grows and develops. Postural muscles and superficial ones. Their conditional division in work into positive and negative phases of movement. As I mentioned earlier, the muscular system is globally divided into two large segments, although I suspect there may be more of these segments. The very first main segment is the postural muscles. They are already in our body even before birth. This is the muscular system that winds right along the bones. It is located very deep and for the most part hides from our eyes. Therefore, when we look in the mirror, we practically do not see the muscles that make up this system, with rare exceptions. The main task of this muscular system is to provide reflex movements, perform simple motor functions such as walking, picking your nose, changing posture, maintaining balance while fighting gravity, and maintaining the posture in which our body is located. It is completely subordinate to signals from the reflex system of the spinal cord and brain. In very rare cases, in some people, it can still obey commands from the conscious part, that is, commands from the cerebral cortex, which the owner himself can consciously give. But when the postural system contacts the consciousness, the human psyche is exposed to risks, because whether you want it or not, your consciousness is forced to process a bunch of feedback signals from the postural system, and this is a huge load because you have to process the work of muscles that always function. Many who have a clear, direct and feedback relationship between posture and consciousness have mental disorders of varying severity. The function of the muscular postural system is to be primarily responsible for maintaining balance and stability of the body, which can be called an anti-gravity function. This is the primary muscular system that ensures the movement of a person in space, and it is the very first one that comes into play when you perform various movements. It consists entirely of slow oxidative fibers. The distinguishing feature of this muscular system is that each of its constituent muscles controls only one joint, although the back postural layers are a separate issue, since the connections between vertebrae to each other and ribs to vertebrae are separate joints. The superficial system often duplicates the functions and biomechanics of the posture muscles with its separate muscle bundles. The postural system has a very simple but very effective structure. Most of the muscles of the postural system connect basically only two bones that form one joint. And the most important thing in its work is that it completely obeys the reflex control of the reflex arc, which is mostly managed by the spinal cord and cerebellum and is not controlled by the consciousness. It responds very well to attempts to stretch a muscle. Its work is controlled mainly by the reflex system's spinal cord and cerebellum because a very short response path is needed from the moment of irritation to the moment a muscle gets activated. Because these muscles are primarily responsible for balance, and for them to function correctly, very fast and synchronized reactions are needed, responses to stretching. Therefore, the motor functions and the motor control of these muscles depend primarily on a shortened path of innervation, because in critical situations, even a fraction of a second of delay can be fatal for the whole body. In such critical situations, of course, the fast surface muscles are also involved. They get active reflexively at the moments when very fast movements are needed in response to, for instance, strong stimuli. For example, you forgot that the iron was on and touched it with your hand. You will sharply and reflectively withdraw your hand. Just now, fast fibers of the surface system will help to perform the movement, but the basis of the movement and balance at this moment will be performed by the deep system. The second example, you slipped. Sharp movements for an emergency transfer of the center of gravity are the reflex activation of fast superficial muscle fibers, and stabilization throughout this process is the work of the deep postural muscles. By the way, aged people are often no longer able to make such sudden movements in emergency situations, and they fall down. The atrophy of the superficial muscles is to blame, with which the general adulated degradation of the muscular system generally begins. But let's continue. The postural, deep muscular system is the primary muscular system that is responsible for our most elementary movements. These muscles allow us to sit, lie down, and perform the simplest actions without expending a significant amount of energy and without involving the consciousness in the process of movement. This system functions reflectively, and while qualitatively performing its work, it does not distract the owner at all. Imagine what would happen if, before taking each step, you had to control the work of the muscles with your mind in order to rearrange your legs, not to mention control over the work of the upper body at that moment. Of course, with such principles of work, the postural system is not designed to perform some powerful global strength tasks alone. When it is given a task of lifting heavy weights or forming some kind of sharp, fast, powerful accelerations in body movements, it works, of course. It will not avoid this work, although it will try to fulfill only its duties, for example, stabilization in the joints and ensuring smoothness. But very often, excessive efforts, which it is not designed for, lead to its imbalance, the accumulation of inflammation of individual muscles, spasms, and the appearance of various triggers and distortions in the geometry of the skeleton. This happens when the superficial muscles don't work properly, and mainly the postural muscles are working with the entire load of the weights you have taken during an exercise. This muscular system is also responsible for the symmetry of the skeleton and for the correct arrangement of bones relative to each other, because it is the primary controller of the movements of bones relative to each other and their location. Most of the distortions of individual joints, the spine, the pelvis and the whole body depend precisely on either hypertonicity or on the off state of individual muscles or their chains of the postural system. The problem is that they consist of slow oxidative fibers, and, having once experienced excessive stress, they can then be in a spasmodic, inflamed state for days, months and years, not even letting the owner know about this. And these spasms don't go away, because some muscles of this system can, on the contrary, be inactive and not respond to reflex attempts. We don't feel physically most of the spastic phenomena of this system, most of the triggers and inflammations in it. This is exactly the danger of the postural system, in its connection and control precisely by the spinal cord and a shortened path of activation and reaction. But this is a necessary step. In some cases, there is long-term overexertion, chronic overexertion, inflammation of the separate muscles of the postural system, leading to overcompression in the joints controlled by these inflamed muscles. This eventually leads to damage of the joints themselves and the surfaces of the heads of bones. Moreover, such pinched joints often cause injuries of the surface muscles or ligaments that control them. Naturally, such constantly pinched joints cause arthritis and arthrosis. Such diseases primarily arise due to the hypertonicity and spasm of the muscles of the postural chain. Disorders of one posture muscle lead to the entire vertical chain disorders, from the heels to the top of the head in which this muscle is located. Postural muscles respond primarily to stretching, and they react to this stretching very quickly. But, since they consist of slow oxidative carbohydrates, their parts can tense up and relax without developing tension on the consumption of all or nothing. Namely, a superficial muscle has these properties, and their rapid reaction develops slowly anyway, but effective. So many gym goers and the ones who do other sports can't distinguish between postural and superficial muscle systems. They mindlessly copy a technique of various movements and exercises, not realizing that exceptionally postural muscles do some or all of the movements and exercises in their case. And if at the gym your goal is to change body contours and muscle composition, the vast majority of movements must be performed with an absolutely another muscle system. Superficial one, and obligatory with the target conscious tension in the muscle you need to train neuromuscular control. Often, the pressure that a lower postural muscle exerts on an upper superficial muscle is perceived as tension in the target superficial muscle group over the intensively working postural muscle, especially when the postural muscle starts to burn. This sensory illusion misleads the athlete and does not allow him to properly assess the situation in which he found himself during training. For this reason, you can bend your arms with dumbbells, barbells, or other equipment for years and at the same time be surprised that your biceps do not grow an inch from year to year. And you more and more increase weights, thinking that the matter is not heavy enough weights. But in fact, this fruitless ordeal only says that an arm with weight is bent to a greater extent by the brachialis and brachyradialis muscles, that is, parts of the postural muscular system and the muscle of a forearm. But the biceps during the exercise only acts as an assistant, not working at full capacity. With such introductory data, biceps will never respond properly to your attempts to hypertrophy it. But the athletes erroneously understand the burning in the area of the elbow joint and under the lower part of the biceps, but not in the biceps itself as its activity, and keep on thinking that the workout is effective. In fact, burning in the postural muscles is evil for these same muscles. Whenever you do many reps without conscious neuromuscular control over superficial muscle groups, you, first of all, stimulate the postural muscles to work. Due to excessive tension, which is not its characteristic, it begins to choke itself, and the work of the superficial muscles remains mediocre as it'll do because of the lack of normal neuromuscular connections. The exception is the genetic unique athletes, whose superficial muscles are initially perfectly connected to the nervous system and from the very start of training already reflectively work as they should do. Due to excessive and unbearable tension, the posture muscles block blood flow through small vessels to each of its working muscle cells, and, accordingly, the oxygen exchange in it begins to slow down. In response to this, a lot of hydrogen ions begin to accumulate in it, thus leading to the burning problem. Many perceive the resulting burning sensation in the muscles as a positive signal about the qualitative work of the muscles when performing an exercise. In fact, the burning sensation comes more from the postural muscles. They, actually, do not have such opportunities to hypertrophy as the superficial muscles and do not have the same visual effect with an increase in volume as the superficial muscles do. But they suffer at the moment of severe burning due to hydrogen ions. Excessive accumulation of hydrogen ions harms the postural muscle fibers, especially at the moments when the burning becomes unbearable. The accumulated excess of hydrogen ions can damage the internal structure of these fibers, and it takes much time for them to recover after such loads. Also, an excess of hydrogen ions will lead to coarsening of the connective tissue structure of the fascia chains that form these muscles. This will further slow down their recovery so much that it can lead to temporary or permanent spastic phenomena or to a sharp decline in strength indicators. My experiments with the myograph showed me a very interesting regularity. With good neuromuscular control, that is with conscious tension of the target superficial muscle group, postural muscles undergo less load. Postural muscles keep on working as synergists, but at the same time, they do not get too tense to lift weights, providing exactly what they were created for: joint stabilization. The surface muscle is mainly loaded. This is its task. This happens due to the braking system, the power of which depends on the degree of tension in a superficial muscle. The higher the tension in the target superficial muscle, the more its impulse will dampen and reduce the power of the work of the deep and superficial antagonist muscles and muffle the work of its deep synergist. But I'll tell you about these nuances a little later. The superficial muscles are shock absorbers and are intended primarily for performing strength, shock-absorbing, sharp and fast work. For this they are given pronounced tendons, those parts of the muscles that are almost invisible in the postural muscular system. Superficial muscles consist mainly of fast glycolytic fibers FGF and intermediate fibers fast oxidative fibers FOF in a very conventional proportion of 1/9. Intermediate fibers are the ones that are something in between slow oxidative fibers and fast glycolytic ones and are called fast oxidative fibers FOF. According to various data, the potential for hypertrophy in FGF is 6 to 8 times, in FOF is 2 to 4 times. An approximate proportion of the number of all different fiber types throughout the entire human muscle mass looks like this. Slow oxidative fibers SOF about 10% of the total number of fibers, fast oxidative fibers FOF about 80%, and fast glycolytic fibers FGF approximately 10%. Naturally, these are average data, corresponding to the basic settings of a body, which can differ from person to person depending on his genetics, sports experience, adaptation, etc. So, according to the function performed, intermediate muscle fibers IMF can turn for a while into both slow oxidative and fast glycolytic ones. Everything will depend on the systematically and regularly repeated training and its objectives. But basically they retain their structure and function in the form of fast oxidative fibers. This is enough for them in most cases. They just undergo hypertrophy and continue to qualitatively perform their work if, of course, they are consciously well connected to the nervous system. And now let's talk about a movement itself, or about its phases, positive and negative ones. When you separate the negative and positive phases of a movement of the bones in joints during biceps curls, you will see one interesting thing that myography confirmed. In the positive phase, with good neuromuscular control, it is the superficial muscle called the biceps that will get tensed the most. But in the negative phase, the biceps will have to relax very much to lower the weight. And it is precisely thanks to the reflex arc and the reaction to stretching in the negative phase that the brachioradialis and brachialis will be very strongly involved in the work and control the lowering of equipment. Accordingly, it is the postural muscles that will mainly control the entire negative phase. For this reason, to help the postural flexor muscles, understudies' postural layers are always located under them because the flexors most often consist of FGF and FOF that perform glycolytic function. Although it would rather be correct to call namely the superficial muscles the understudies of the deep layers, since the postural system is primary, but the extensors do not have such understudies if talking, of course, about the obvious more or less large muscles. They have separate heads that function as postural muscles. Why is that so? Firstly, because all the fastest reflex movements are performed first of all by flexors, biceps and back muscles if it's necessary to pull your hand away from a hot iron. Secondly, because to a greater extent, the extensors should provide smooth work on depreciation, and they contain many intermediate fast oxidative fibers, FOF. Therefore, it is enough to single out the function of the postural system only for a separate but large part of the most superficial muscle, and in that way not to create an excessive array of different muscles around the joint. For example, the triceps has 3 heads, lateral, long and medial. The medial acts as a postural muscle. It is the intermediate head of the quadriceps that primarily performs the same role of the posture. Although, in this regard, the medial head of the quadriceps can also be considered postural. But let's get back to the phases of the movement and the transfer of control over movement between muscles from different layers. Sometimes a very big problem arises associated with cheating and the jerky pace of performing repetitions during an exercise. When a too heavy weight for a postural muscle is too quickly lowered and too abruptly stopped, this often leads to hypertonicity and inflammation with the formation of triggers in the postural muscles. They are not designed for such speeds of work with such weights. They cope with this work, but sometimes it harms them much. I'm talking about the negative phase of the movement with an attempt to maintain control over the speed equipment is lowered, which still turns out to be too heavy. Under these conditions, the superficial muscles often do not withstand, tendons get injured. Naturally, when in the negative phase the command comes to lower the weight, the whole system relaxes and does not receive excessive stimulation in an attempt to stop the fall. I think you can wonder, why can't the superficial flexor muscle normally accompany the movement in the negative phase, unlike the extensor muscle? It's simple. In the extensor muscles, intermediate fibers dominate that function as oxidative ones, and they are specifically laid diagonally. This is done for the tension to get smoothly transferred from one fiber to another one when, depending on the point in the movement trajectory, some fibers should relax, while other ones tighten, keeping control over the speed of movement. In addition, many softs have a segmented structure. This is especially common in the posterior muscles, when a fiber gets divided longitudinally into segments that can independently tighten and relax, regardless of neighboring ones. This is similar to the principle of a telescopic fishing rod, when there is a smooth contraction when individual segments of the fiber get tensed one after another, and the same elongation when they are relaxed one by one. But for the flexors, everything is worse in this case. The laying of fibers in parallel with and along the bone, as well as FGF and FOF with glycolytic function, completely subordinates each fiber and the entire muscle to all or none law of tension and relaxation. Accordingly, the fibers cannot smoothly transfer the load to each other in turn. They can either pull, fully tensing and contracting along their entire length, or release tension, completely relaxing and lengthening along their entire length. To ensure a smooth negative phase with the surface flexor, you will have to consciously quickly relax and tighten. and this will create a stepped movement with visible stops and accelerations. The same biceps is either able to contract well while tensing or stop the movement at any point in the negative phase. Again, when totally straining, it cannot smoothly lower weight or the shoulder muscle. If you carefully observe and study the superficial muscles, you will see what their depreciation function is and how it is implemented. Most of the superficial muscles have at least 1 to 2 heads in their composition, which control the work of not 1 but 2 joints at once. Even the biceps brachii controls 2 joints, the elbow and shoulder ones with both of its heads. This allows balanced loading of both joints when you bend an arm with a weight, avoiding overload and excessive compression in one of them and distributing pressure on 2 joints. In the work of the postural system, this effect cannot be achieved because bending an arm with postural muscles will be performed by the muscles that control only the elbow joint. Accordingly, when flexing a muscle while holding a weight, only the postural muscles will have excess tension and pressure in the elbow joint. Such kind of transfer of the whole muscles or their individual heads in the superficial muscles allows you to balance and evenly distribute pressure in those joints controlled by these muscles. And in cases when effective cushioning is needed, this allows the load to be evenly distributed on the joints that are currently participating in the shock-absorbing movement. Also, this fastening relative to 2 joints reduces the negative factor of excessive compression, which can lead to their damage. Moreover, this transfer of the whole muscles or individual heads through 2 joints helps to better connect muscle chains into complex movements, thus ensuring the work not in one single joint to complete the task, but in 2 joints at once, thereby involving the whole chain of muscles through fascial connection and providing a smooth and optimal trajectory. In this case, the system does not need to resort to full amplitude contractions or muscle lengthening. Although, of course, such a work of the system is very disturbing in bodybuilding when, on the contrary, it is necessary to separate the work of a target muscle or its separate part from the work of other muscles in a concentrated manner. An example of such a biomechanical trick, I mentioned this earlier, is the flexion of a biceps with a dumbbell or a barbell and the displacement of a shoulder blade towards the rising bones of the forearm. Let's go into a little more detail. A biceps in the region of the shoulder joint is attached to the scapula with both of its tendons and below with one joint to the bone of the forearm and with aponeurosis to the fascia of the forearm. Tension in a biceps creates traction immediately at its both ends. Below, for example, you are holding a dumbbell in your hand. You are starting to lift it. But imperceptibly for you, at the moment of bending the arm in the elbow joint, the scapula begins to shift up along the back and forward, while protruding from the ribs and pulling at least the anterior dentate. Thus, a condition for cheating in biomechanics is created. The scapula acts as a movable fastening for the biceps, which will complete the weightlifting phase by nullifying the part of the flexion in the elbow joint and the one of the tension in the biceps alone. When moving towards the forearm, the scapula takes the most important phase in contraction away from the biceps, the maximum tension in the most stretched position, because the displacement of the scapula nullifies the maximum stretching of the biceps. Further, when lifting a dumbbell till an elbow is completely bent, the serratus muscle begins to pull the scapula back to the ribs. Thus, it provides a swing moment for the shoulder bone and allows the dumbbell to pass the peak load point for the biceps without dynamic contraction of the biceps itself. And it is enough for the biceps at this time to be in a tense static position. When passing this point with a dumbbell, part of the load already subsides due to change of angles, and the biceps needs only to pull the dumbbell to the shoulder. That's all. The same happens when lowering a dumbbell, but in the reverse order. First, the dumbbell is lowered due to the release of the serrated blade from the ribs, and then the process of lowering the dumbbell ends with an incomplete lengthening of the biceps. As a result, the biceps in both phases was never able to work out with its maximum tension throughout the entire amplitude of its lengthening and contraction. Moreover, such a shortened work of the biceps over the years leads to its real physical shortening, which in turn leads to a shift in the normal position of the scapula. With the relaxed arm lowered, the scapula begins to bulge constantly because it is pulled upward by a short biceps. All this leads to excessive stretching and lengthening of the serratus anterior, with a gradual loss of its ability to strain and pull the scapula to the ribs. And then the problem persists. A pectoralis minor muscle shortens, the shoulders fall forward and inward. The pectoralis major shortens and hello and welcome, excessive kyphosis of the thoracic spine with excessive cervical lordosis. As a result, the biceps do not get a chance for hypertrophy at all, and for the most part starts to work just like a static ligament between the shoulder blade and the forearm. And all you had to do was to initially perform biceps curls, pressing the serratus anterior scapula against the ribs and fixing its position at the normal point of its location below. But you want to reach the peak contraction of the biceps relative to two joints, and this is a fatal mistake. By the way, the scapula should be anchored and fixed by the serratus muscle the same way when training the back delta or along head of the triceps. One of the ends of the target working muscle should be securely fixed, thus allowing it to stretch and to contract normally under load along its entire potential length. But let's get back to the original topic of the chapter. Most of gym goers have no idea that their superficial muscles are not normally connected to the nervous system, that is, there are no normally created neuromuscular connections. For the most part, they have been overtraining the postural muscles for years, and then they are surprised that they don't get stronger, and their muscle mass is not built. Postural muscles are very hardy, and if necessary, they can get considerably strong, but at the same time they undergo minimal hypertrophy. And apart from excessive joint compression and their wear and tear, gym goers who do not develop conscious neuromuscular connections do not accumulate any results from working out. Good involvement of the superficial muscles in the work requires painstaking conscious work. Besides studying the biomechanics and techniques of various movements and exercises, an athlete must learn to precisely control the muscles with the help of his mind. After all, the reality is that, for example, when bending your biceps with dumbbells, you need not to just bend your arms with dumbbells, hoping that the biceps will be working at the maximum possible power and allow you to lift the dumbbells. You should manage this process consciously. At the very beginning of the positive phase, it is necessary to tighten the biceps and bend an elbow with a tense biceps, while carefully and with concentration continuing to control and maintain tension in the biceps throughout the entire amplitude of the equipment movement, as well as to fix the shoulder blades with serratus muscles. Of course, an attempt to tighten a biceps so hard that it can bend the elbow with a dumbbell in your hand nullifies the feeling of the weight of the dumbbell itself and completely immerses the athlete in control over the tension of the biceps alone. Even the weight of the dumbbell at this moment will get completely secondary and imperceptible. But it is precisely this specificity of the work that allows, with the help of consciousness, to involve the maximum number of fibers that can be involved at the moment, with the help of the nervous system to complete the task. For this reason, most athletes lagging muscles, despite the fact that they work out them day after day and year after year, are victims of precisely the lack of conscious control over their work and the lack of a good neuromuscular connection of the central nervous system with the muscles. One technique of various exercises visually, technically, and biomechanically correctly performed does not solve the problem. It is the attempt to consciously reach out to a specific muscle from the surface ones, while tensing it even without weights, that allows you in the future to teach it to already reflectively react to the exercises. With conscious neuromuscular control, you rewire and correct both the algorithm of activating various muscles and muscle groups to work, and the performance both of ordinary exercises and the ones to improve your coordination. Just at first, it will take a huge amount of your strength and energy, simply because the cerebral cortex will always be highly involved in work. The cortex will look for the best ways to activate the necessary zone in the muscular system for which you generate the requirement. Often, a muscle group that has difficulty getting activated has a congenital pathology of the neuromuscular innervation mechanism from the neurons of the cerebral cortex along the entire path of command transmission to synapses on the muscle fiber membrane. In this case, our conscious demand will trigger the mechanism of creating a parallel, additional center of control and innervation in the cerebral cortex and in the segments of the spinal cord, which will generate impulses to this muscle of the force that you require from the nervous system. But this process will take much more time than just awakening an already existing innervation center and path. Gradually, as a muscle is more and more powerfully taken under control, it will respond better and better, even to stretching with its own reflex large-scale tensions, and will take less energy and other resources from the conscious command part. But for some athletes, it can take a month to develop these skills or a week, and for some ones, it can take several years. The initial state of the nervous system, the conductivity of the nervous system, and the quality of the connection of muscle groups to the nervous system are completely different for everyone. Moreover, various distortions in the structure of the skeleton and damage to its individual bones or entire nodes have a bad effect on the connection of superficial muscles. With incorrect geometry of the joints or bones, incorrect biomechanics of the joints or entire segments of the body, the nervous system tries to protect them from damage when overcoming systematic moderate or situational high loads. Accordingly, only the postural muscles keep on controlling their movements and adjusted for the correction of the degree of innervation of these muscles, taking into account adaptation to the new incorrect biomechanics. And the surface power shock absorbing muscles that control movements in incorrectly moving segments of the body are, if possible, switched off from work to the maximum so as not to damage improperly functioning joints with their tension. In terms of the ability to innervate target muscles, the state of the vascular and capillary network of the brain also gets into the same piggy bank. With oxygen starvation of neurons, it is unlikely that any significant impulsation will be achieved. The postural muscular system is very strongly connected together. If talking about the specific work of individual muscles of this system, each muscle does not get activated separately from the other ones. Each muscle, in one way or another, affects the activation of neighboring muscles. In general, the system works as a complex and well-coordinated whole, while shifting the degree of reaction to stretching and reciprocal stresses along the segments of the body. Let's discuss such a habit, a reflex as clenching of the teeth, when it's necessary to develop excessive muscle efforts during various exercises with heavy weights. Clenching of the teeth, clenching of the jaws, is a reflex tension of masseter muscles, chewing muscles. The masseter muscles themselves are innervated by a part of the trigeminal nerve and several more sources of impulses: cerebral cortex, midbrain, cerebellum, medulla oblongata. And a separate point is the nerve plexus from these four sources, which can give commands autonomously without the participation of the higher four centers. Chewing muscles have a huge impact on the activation and functioning of the muscles of the neck, the entire spectrum of muscles of the spinal column, shoulder girdle, and lower extremities with the pelvis. The position of the head and lower jaw then sets certain algorithms for the work of the postural muscular system of the body. There is a direct relationship between posture and the position of the lower jaw, in the same way as between posture and the position of the feet. And here is an interesting regularity. Clenched jaws always lead to an increase in the impulses of both the postural muscles in the first place and the superficial ones. This is due to the fact that the jaws compressed with the utmost force are the maximum tension of the masseters at the moment. It automatically leads to a large-scale and powerful activation of all postural muscles, which provide a certain rigidity of the skeleton structure and stabilization of the joints during overexertion in the superficial muscles. A correct work of postural muscles for stabilization in a working joint always leads to an increased strength of the superficial muscles, which provide movements under a heavy weight in this joint by pushing back the reaction of the Golgi system. The Golgi system primarily protects the superficial strength muscles and their tendons from damage. As a result, the better the stabilizer's postural muscles work, the further the Golgi response is pushed back and the stronger you are. Many do not understand the essence of stabilization in the joints and have no idea what muscles are actually meant. It often sounds like some mysterious muscles when it comes to working out the stabilizer muscles. Many cannot name the muscles that they are working on at this moment and do not understand that the name muscles stabilizers is nothing more than another name for the postural muscles. So, strongly compressed jaws are definitely the maximum possible conscious activation of the chewing muscles. Chewing muscles transmit this effort by sending feedback to the centers of their impulses, to the muscles of the neck, then to the muscles of the entire spinal column. Naturally, this force spreads throughout the entire postural chain, which makes it possible to stabilize the position of the bones and joints at the time of doing exercises with extremely heavy weights. Try to squat with maximum weights with your mouth open and the muscles of the lower jaw relaxed. For example, when running, a relaxed jaw position is encouraged and supported in every possible way. This is primarily due to the fact that compression-tension of the entire postural structure is contraindicated while running. This compression and tension lead to enslavement of the body, a decrease in free mobility in the joints, and an increase in energy costs, while reducing the efficiency of the work of the superficial muscles, which will have to spend part of the effort on overcoming the rigidity of the skeleton structure, but not on increasing speed. When running, your relaxed lower jaw indicates a moderately relaxed postural chain. This moderate relaxation allows you to have certain and necessary speed of joint and body mobility while running and maintain the correct running technique while shifting the main load, especially at sprint and stair distances, to the superficial muscles. Compared to running, weightlifting needs the control over stabilization degree during a movement. When snatching or pushing a barbell till the moment equipment is fixed above your head, high speed and whip are also needed just like when running. With excessive stabilization, you will find it difficult to pull the barbell up. Therefore, in these sports, the specifics of both stabilization and the efforts of the superficial muscles are trained separately, and dosed use of neuromuscular control during the training would be very useful. Things are completely different in bodybuilding and powerlifting. The technique and speed of doing exercises without neuromuscular control introduces its own specifics and drives the work of superficial muscles into complete dependence on the degree of joint stabilization. Therefore, when you don't use neuromuscular control, the strength of superficial muscles in these two sports will directly depend on the quality of joint stabilization. For this reason, often with poor neuromuscular connections of superficial muscles to the central nervous system, postural muscles are excessively stressed, thus leading to their overload and spasms. The use of neuromuscular control partially or completely eliminates this problem by teaching the superficial muscles to qualitatively and fully perform their tasks. But the constant use of NMC for a long time reduces strength when doing exercises in bodybuilding and powerlifting because it decreases the participation of stabilizing layers, and the use of speed and whip in these two sports is contraindicated. Therefore, there must be a balance in the involvement of both muscle layers in the work during the training. Basic multi-joint and isolation exercises. Their functions: neuromuscular control. Now let's talk about such concepts as a basic or multi-joint exercise, although this is far from always the same thing. But in the context of this book, multi-joint exercises will be mentioned as the basic ones, and isolation ones or single-joint exercises. Many of those who try to talk about the benefits of certain exercises and the futility of other ones are not fully aware of what functionality is actually hidden in various exercises, what functions basic multi-joint exercises perform, and what functions insulation ones single-joint ones perform. Because of this misunderstanding, athletes incorrectly distribute exercises during the training and misuse certain exercises for certain purposes in general. I will describe the functions of basic and isolation exercises based on the information I gave earlier about fascial chains and the connective tissue structure. I will also tie it all primarily to building muscle mass and only indirectly to strength training. So, multi-joint basic exercises are ideally designed primarily for the superficial muscles. Just because they involve several joints at once in the work, at least 2 or even 3, and they should ideally involve those muscles, each of which controls 2 joints. But our nervous system, unlike our wish list, manages everything its own way. As I said earlier, with poor connection or lack of connection of certain superficial muscles to normal impulses, the basic movement does not normally involve the superficial muscles. Accordingly, it greatly overloads precisely the postural muscle groups, each of which controls mainly one joint. You should not forget that the postural muscles are also responsible for the stabilization of these tense joints. The wish to work out with heavier and heavier weights during basic exercises almost always leads to the same result: damage to both joints and their ligaments. Damage occurs in cases where there is no normal neuromuscular control over the superficial muscle. That is, when only the postural system works to its fullest and the surface system only accompanies a movement. But the postural system is clearly not created to fight with heavy weights on your barbell. And now postural system, which is clearly not ready to lift these weights during basic multi-joint movements, begins to gradually distort the position of the bones in the joints with overloaded stabilizers and, accordingly, grind the joints themselves. It begins to over-tighten and unbalance the tension of joint ligaments because all the time its muscles are subjected to various spastic phenomena due to overloads during training, and it is simply not ready to deal with very heavy working weights. It will never be ready if it works alone. The postural muscular system is the system of joint stabilization, resistance to gravity, and a system of balance. A basic multi-joint exercise is a tool exclusively designed for the depreciation system, that is, for the superficial muscles. By itself, the principle of involving several joints in the work during basic exercises pushes you to the idea that it is the superficial muscles that should exert the maximum possible effort during these exercises. After all, each superficial muscle, or most of them, control two joints with at least one of its head bundles. Moreover, basic multi-joint exercises are often short-range ones for the joints and their controlling muscles. None of the joints involved in the work works at the entire available amplitude of bone displacement, contraction, and lengthening of muscles. A base movement is often just a cushioning movement, and here the neuromuscular control, or its absence, conscious control over the work of one or another superficial muscle, begins to play a very important role. In bodybuilding, a multi-joint movement turns out to be effective for a specific muscle only when an athlete is able to single out this particular muscle to work with his own consciousness. Or, with the help of neuromuscular control, he's able to eventually train the muscle to reflexively get activated as much as possible when stretching during this exercise. Let's analyze bench press, for example. During the bench press, many people try to grow the pectoral muscles, but really, they train the medial head of the triceps and the anterior bundle of the deltoid muscles just because there is no necessary normal connection of the pectoral muscles to impulses from the nervous system during this exercise. In this case, of course, the main work is done by the medial head of the triceps and the delta muscle, short muscles compared to the pectorals, which control one joint. That is, the work is done first of all by those parts of the synergistic muscles which function and structure are very close to the postural muscles, although actually they are parts of the superficial ones and which, in principle, are easily activated by the nervous system due to the reflex arc. This is especially true for the specific deep biceps and triceps muscles. In case with triceps, this applies primarily to the medial head. Hence, over time, problems arise precisely with an elbow joint, since too strong, too powerful medial head of the triceps, with a constant excessive tone due to overload, begins to simply grind it. It is loaded the most along with the delta muscle, without the normal participation of a large, powerful and strong chest muscle during, for example, heavy bench presses. The delta muscles, which are not designed for such tenses during bench press, similarly begin to grind control joints and distort the position of the humerus in the shoulder joints. Accordingly, besides the problems to the elbows, problems with the shoulder joints begin, and the largest and the strongest muscle, pectoralis major, for which this exercise is designed, and which should work and get tense to the fullest during it, actually works 20% of its potential at best. I will already say nothing about the problems of the shoulder joints due to too wide spread apart elbows and the lack of compensation for the load on the shoulder joint from the chest. When shifting the whole responsibility for the movements onto our nervous system and not caring about the conscious tension of the target muscle group during a basic multi-joint exercise. In most cases, we don't succeed in growing muscle groups the way we would like to. As a result, synergists grow and overload while causing damage over time to controlled joints, and the target muscle stubbornly does not respond to training. Although, why would it react if it almost does not work during training? Basic multi-joint movements are very good for hypertrophy of the target muscle groups. I'll tell you a bit later why. But it is necessary to diligently and constantly learn to involve exactly the desired muscle group in work during one or another multi-joint exercise. Many will find it very difficult to do this because during a basic movement, whether we like it or not, several large and smaller synergist muscle groups are activated. It is difficult to develop neuromuscular connections with the help of neuromuscular control because you will consciously need to break through feedback signals from well-connected synergist muscle groups, which are automatically involved in work by the nervous system. You need to send impulses and commands to the target muscle with your own consciousness in order to shout out this cacophony of feedback, which is directed from the working to the fullest muscles to the nervous system. With unconscious activation, the feedback system is the first to include the muscle group in work. The reflex arc begins with muscle stretching, and only then it starts to actively tense and contract. This is a response process to stretching. True, the stretching itself can be provoked not only by bones, but also by fascial layers, which are thrown over entire chains of the muscle groups. Moreover, the main function of basic multi-joint exercises to train both the fascial chain and the connective tissue structure is the power stretching of the connective tissue structure. That is, each of these exercises activates the whole chain of muscle groups that perform work one after another and are located sequentially along the tension chain. Accordingly, each muscle group activated in the work and tensed at the moment is ideally playing the role of an activator of neighboring muscles and is stretching the connective tissue structure of neighboring muscles. This is partly how the muscles located next to the working muscle get activated. The main working muscle stretches the fascia of the neighbors and their structure of the extracellular matrix, thereby forcing them to send feedback signals, in response to which the neighbors receive direct impulses of the required frequency. The difference of basic multi-joint movements from isolating ones is that no single muscle participating in the chain and performing work is reduced or stretched completely, but only by 30 to 50%. Although many of the muscles in this chain can be almost completely stretched to the extreme position favorable for tension. That is, in this circuit some muscles will not contract or stretch to the fullest, that is, to a full range. But at the same time, many muscles from the chain will get stretched under heavy weight, almost to the limit. During basic multi-joint movements, all the muscles activated in the working chain of force transmission work not to a full range, but to about 30 to 50% of the maximum possible. And often for many muscles in such a working position, this range is even less, about 20% of the possible stretching and contraction amplitude of a particular muscle. Let's analyze, for example, the same bench press. Neither the pectoral muscles nor the delta ones nor the triceps during the bench press are fully stretched in the negative phase. But, with the right technique to influence specifically the pectoral muscles in the negative phase, both pectoral muscles alone and delta muscles will get almost completely stretched. But the triceps at the end of the negative phase will be far from full stretch. In the positive phase, when you lift a barbell with your arms fully extended, both pectoral and delta muscles will not contract to the fullest, but the triceps will get completely contracted. For each muscle from this chain to start working to its full range, you will have to separate their work with isolating exercises. The same way, during a basic multi-joint exercise, each working muscle in the chain, I'm not taking yet into account the flaws in the technique, is ideally in total constant tension. Due to the limited range of motion and muscle work, in most cases, the muscles of the working chain are in a stretched position and stretch, contract and strain also while stretched or half-stretched. This way they are working as long as the set lasts. Thus, the muscles that participate in this chain longitudinally stretch the structure of their own connective tissue and neighboring muscles. This is how the entire structure of the connective tissue of the entire chain stretches. But there is one problem. Due to the limited amplitude, the main pulling factor, that is the fascial chain of each muscle that works in this chain, can be stretched only longitudinally. That is, the main stretching occurs exactly longitudinally along the bones. Due to the limited amplitude, there is practically no excess transverse stretching of the superficial fascia and of the fiber envelope structure. Accordingly, the heavier the weight you use during a multi-joint exercise, the more you accustom the connective tissue structures when doing basic movements to stretch and strengthen in the longitudinal direction. Due to this, the strength of the chain of the muscle groups during this movement gets increased. But you will gain little muscle mass because there is no transverse stretching of both muscle fiber envelopes. The envelopes of muscle bundles and the entire muscle groups, that is of the entire muscle extracellular matrix of the working chain. But there are also powerful urges to the longitudinal stratification of the extracellular matrix structure. Let's remember the poor turkey. Thus, basic multi-joint exercises prepare the connective tissue structure very well for the subsequent isolated impact on the muscle. That is, multi-joint exercises, when done with the weights close to the utmost limits, warm up very well and lengthwise stretch the muscle and muscle cell envelopes before you do an isolating exercise. Additionally, a multi-joint movement paves the way for the nervous system to maximize muscle activation during isolation exercises through powerful feedback from all the muscles working during base movements in the chain. Both basic movements, with such a combination of factors as sufficient weights and sufficient time of work, with the sufficient weights longitudinally trigger the dissection of the extracellular matrix structure between the fibers. And now, after this exposure, the isolation movements let the muscles stretch well in diameter, thus creating excess transverse pressure in the muscle due to the concentration of impulses and an increase in the amplitude of contraction. And this in itself will complete the full cycle of exposure to the muscle during the workout. To put differently, a basic multi-joint exercise creates excessive tensile pressure and impact on a muscle. And an isolating movement will create excess pressure in width for the muscle that was working during the basic exercise. The pressure will be created due to the fact that during the isolating movement, you can use the work of the muscle throughout its entire amplitude of lengthening and contraction. And it is precisely the peak contraction with powerful tension during the isolating exercises that will allow a muscle envelope and all its small envelopes up to muscle cells to get stretched to the maximum in diameter. Moreover, it is the isolating movements that are the most important for developing neuromuscular control and creating a neuromuscular connection with a particular muscle. Isolation movements help your body avoid the cacophony of sending feedback signals from the synergists, which were working with it during a multi-joint basic exercise. And there are fewer active synergists at this moment. Isolation exercises contribute very well to developing neuromuscular communication and neuromuscular control. But isolation exercises also have a detrimental side. The dominance of isolation exercises will be the factor for a muscle group that will provoke its physical shortening if you abuse peak maximum contractions for it and neglect stretching with weights. Shortening is also always degradation and a decrease in volume. Based on the foregoing, the classic distribution of exercises for building muscle mass will be precisely first basic exercises and then isolation ones sequence. The base will prepare the extracellular matrix structure of specific muscles for work, stretch and delaminate them longitudinally with heavy weights. And isolation with lighter weights will achieve maximum pressure in the muscles precisely in width, creating excessive stretching of the connective tissue structure across the axis of muscle tension and filling it with maximum blood and oxygen. Thus, by combining first basic multi-joint exercises and then isolation ones for a specific muscle group, you work it out as much as possible in all the necessary directions and planes, both in length and diameter. And this way you achieve the maximum stretching effect for the envelopes of both cells and the whole muscle group. As a rule, stretching of the extracellular matrix to the limit under load and tension leads to dissection of myofibrils hypertrophy, and dissection between the fiber envelopes themselves, thus creating the base for hyperplasia. That is, basic multi-joint exercises are rightfully considered the ones for building muscle, but isolation exercises stretch muscles in diameter and create a good pump, thus stimulating hypertrophy by increasing capillary blood flow and effects that form precisely the structure of the muscles and provide depth and separation. For this reason, mid- and late 20th century methods for gaining mass were divided into mass building and structure-forming muscle periods. But one point is very important. During both isolation workout and especially multi-joint one, you should have good neuromuscular control and be able to single out a specific target muscle as a dominant during a multi-joint exercise. You shouldn't hope that the nervous system will do everything right by itself. It won't. It will do everything in a convenient, profitable, and the least energy-consuming way. If you bench press, working out the pectoral muscles, then you should be able to isolate the pectoral muscles to precisely bench press as efficiently as possible. This also applies to all other basic multi-joint exercises. Surely, good neuromuscular control is also needed during isolation exercises afterwards. Even when pumping the biceps, for example, when bending an arm with dumbbells without brain control over the biceps itself, you will bend your arm with the help of the brachialis and brachioradialis muscles. I already mentioned this earlier, but what will happen if you do isolation exercises before basic multi-joint ones, for example, a dumbbell fly before you bench press? This is, in fact, the principle of advanced fatigue, which Mike Mentzer wrote a lot about. Look what will happen. Isolation of a muscle with the development of good neuromuscular control before working out this muscle during a multi-joint exercise will quickly train this muscle to work to the limit during a joint exercise, while already working in a muscular chain. The background tension of this muscle after the isolation exercise will let it send more powerful feedback signals during a multi-joint exercise, which will allow it to receive more powerful direct impulses from the central nervous system. In other words, isolation exercises before the base ones is a good tool for teaching specific muscle groups to work powerfully during multi-joint exercises that are designed to work out specifically for these muscles. In general, training according to Mike Mentzer's recommendations and techniques to grow muscles is an efficient thing only for those athletes who genetically have good neuromuscular connections with the superficial muscles. Too short and infrequent workouts do not allow non-gifted athletes to develop good brain-muscle connections because of few and not frequent workouts, as well as rare attempts to tighten the target muscles. Isolation exercises are more considered formative ones, but, as it turns out, they are also the final factor for the prerequisites for hypertrophy. Actually, when doing only base exercises without isolation ones, you strengthen, develop and stretch muscle chains precisely in the longitudinal direction, which coincides with the direction of the tendons in these muscle chains. Accordingly, you train these muscle chains primarily to work, and in particular, to work under load. Accordingly, it is in these directions that the strength begins to grow. Moreover, thus you lay the prerequisites for the longitudinal dissection of the extracellular matrix and the already existing myofibrils. To hypertrophy to the fullest, they often lack only the maximum filling with blood and oxygen, along with the maximum pump for transverse stretching of the connective tissue structure during multi-joint exercises. But also during basic multi-joint movements, you can increase your strength indicators with the help of neuromuscular control by identifying weak links. For example, when you bench press, you need to increase strength of the muscles, and you begin to understand that the pectoral muscles are not being clearly developed enough compared to the front deltoid muscles and triceps. But with the help of neuromuscular control and teaching the chest muscles to work more efficiently during the bench press, you can increase their strength. Since in the triceps, deltoid muscles, pectoralis majors chain, the pectoralis majors begin to get more active, and therefore this triple circuit will be able to lift a heavier weight while working reflectively. By the way, the rule of fixing the shoulder blades during the bench press didn't fall down on athletes' heads out of a clear sky. Bringing the shoulder blades together and fixing them at the spine creates a double benefit for the results during the bench press. The shoulder blades brought together and fixed will lower the shoulder joints below the axis of the chest, which will lead to a good preliminary stretching of the chest muscles and potentially powerful reflex stretching when stretched under weights. The shoulder blades, brought together and fixed, will be a good mount for stretching a long head of the triceps. It will be able to show its maximum abilities when it works exclusively on the extension of the elbow joint and is not able to pull up or move the shoulder blade to the elbow. If the shoulder blades float, then much strength potential of the long heads of the triceps will be used precisely to their displacement, but not to extension of the elbows. For these reasons, the ability of such muscles as the rhomboids, serratus anterior, and middle trapezius to hold the shoulder blades is very important. Although, it would seem how the bench press and the back muscles are connected, right? Well, it's not for me to give recommendations to those who bench press and other athletes, so let's get back to hypertrophy. Barbells, dumbbells, and equipment as auxiliary crutches during workouts. Statics, cheating, and ballistics. Why do muscles decrease after high-rep training? Considering all the previous information I've given up to this point in this book, I want to talk about such ways of doing various exercises and each rep during a set as cheating, which can include inertia and ballistics, and statics. cheating, which basically embodies the laws of physics designed to save energy and minimize muscular activity due to the same physical laws, ballistics and inertia, is designed just to lift the weight from point A to point B. In itself, the use of cheating greatly reduces the participation of specific muscle groups, and such their active part as actin and myosin during the work, and includes a whole chain of muscle groups, more precisely, several chains that start to control fascial tension almost throughout the body. For this, they use the elastic force of stretched fascia and tendons as the main tool to fight against weights. Even lifting a dumbbell during biceps curls with one hand can be performed mainly with the biceps by using its muscle fibers and their active part to the limit. You can also perform it with the whole body. I already wrote about the tricky participation of the shoulder blades and back muscles during the hack work when pumping the biceps. Now I'm taking about another thing. In this case, you can even sit on the bench, but the legs will also take an active part in bending the arm. An example, this is not about leg work. You can sit with a dumbbell in one hand and bend this arm, straining your biceps, while holding the other hand on top of your thigh. Thus, you will get one result when doing 8 reps, for example. And then, after you rest, you will take the same dumbbell in the same hand and put the other hand not on the thigh, but grab, for example, the bottom of the bench to create tension from the hand, which supposedly is not participating during flexion, to the hand with the dumbbell. The tension from the hand that is holding the bench will be transferred along the entire shoulder girdle to the arm that will be bending with the dumbbell at that moment. In some magical way, which is not actually magic, the strength capabilities of the hand with a dumbbell will increase dramatically. This will happen due to the tension of the entire fascial chain that is passing through the shoulder girdle and due to the increased elastic force of the shoulder girdle chain because of the appeared preliminary tension. By itself, bending of one arm with a dumbbell while is holding the bench, which creates additional tension with the other one, will no longer be isolating for the biceps of the arm with the dumbbell in the ideal way we would. Even miserly cheating will be even greater deception of you when you will help the working limb quite a bit, unnoticed by others by swaying your body. This way, you imperceptibly launch a whole wave of tension and stretching of the fascial chains throughout the body, which ultimately create the effect of a whip and allow the working limb to do the work with even less tension of the target muscle than you would need. This creates the illusion that the heavier weight, just by the fact that it was used, allowed the muscles to work harder. In fact, everything happened quite the contrary. By performing repetitions with cheating, you simply teach your body exactly the nature of these movements, to save energy and strengthen fascial chains, make more elastic and rigid, that will throw the weight. The influence on the active muscle part, myofibrils, in terms of the degree of their participation in weightlifting, will be minimized and will be reduced just to creating a pretension of the same fascial chains. Accordingly, cheating will never be one of the most effective ways to build muscle mass from those that will actively stimulate hypertrophy. Rather, it will stimulate the development of strength in certain muscle and fascial chains by increasing the elastic force in connective tissue in general and in tendons in particular. The ones who do not have good neuromuscular connections, and there are more and more such people every year due to general and total physical inactivity since childhood, and do not have normal neuromuscular control, use barbells, dumbbells, and other equipment more like crutches. They believe that namely equipment will allow them to activate some muscle group during the work. But, as I said earlier, when you don't think that you activate a specific muscle group during the work with your consciousness, you leave the movement to the mercy of the nervous system. And in most cases, it acts its own discretion, because its task is just to make a movement and move equipment, but not strain specific muscles. And it already chooses itself the way, and with the help of what muscle group chains this movement will be performed on the basis of the reflex patterns built earlier. Therefore, when working with heavier and heavier equipment, you hope that when having finally reached some weight limit, you will be able to activate the desired muscle group. But this is an erroneous path that most often leads to stagnation in training results and to injury. First of all, you need to develop your neuromuscular control and the ability to consciously, with the help of your own brain, strain a specific muscle group that you want to activate during a specific exercise, regardless of whether this is a basic multi-joint movement or an isolation one. In other words, the rule of doing each rep during each set is as follows. Tension in the target muscle leads to a movement, but not vice versa. You should be doing a movement till the very end of each set due to the tension of the target muscle. That is, tension in the target muscle and control over it should not be lost and stopped until the end of the set. Naturally, you will have to weaken this control in the negative phase, since to lower the equipment you need to slightly relax the superficial muscle. If you keep its tension with which it lifted the weight in the positive phase, you will simply fail to lower this equipment. But the postural muscles will be already controlling the negative phase to a greater extent, because at this moment they will start to stretch, reflexively contract and relax with their individual fiber segments to ensure the smooth movement of equipment. But this does not mean that in the negative phase you need to drop the weight. The consciousness will have to slightly release the tension in the target superficial muscle, and its participation in the negative phase will be reduced, thus allowing your body to do the movement in the negative phase under control. The reason for the tension weakening in the superficial muscles during the negative phase is in the arrangement of the fibers of these muscles. Most often this applies specifically to the flexors. Their fibers are tensed at once along their entire length like telescopic fishing rod, not being able to work like postural fibers, which mostly consist of segments. Each their segment can, independently of neighboring ones, tense and relax according to the principle of a telescopic fishing rod, in which each of its segments is also a separate telescopic structure. Such arrangement of postural fibers allows them to perform very smooth actions, both in the process of contraction and in the process of stretching and relaxation. And now let me tell you a bit more about cheating. When using cheating, you imperceptibly engage in self-deception. You deceive yourself not only due to the short tension of the muscle chains, which create stretching in the fascial chain and in the entire structure of the connective tissue of these working muscles, but you also deceive yourself due to the fact that you perform a movement in the positive phase according to the principle of a bow and an arrow by using elastic force of the fascia and tendons increased during accelerated, fast, negative phase. This minimizes the impact on the active myofibrillar muscle part and activates a large body segment to a greater extent to raise and lower equipment by using the economical laws of body physics. In fact, this is the best way for our body to work because it allows it to save a huge amount of energy. But this is the worst way to build muscle mass and strength as well, because jerking back and forth along with constant jerky movements, especially with heavy weights, can sooner or later lead to injuries. Why? Well, everything is simple. Cheating in itself is a technique that forces a muscle, albeit minimally, to strain to lift equipment in the positive phase at the moment when there is still acceleration to stretch the extracellular matrix and tendons in the negative phase, but equipment still didn't completely stop at the bottom point. This leads to excessive microtrauma to the tendons and the entire extracellular matrix of the working muscle fascial chain because equipment continues to pull the connective tissue down and the fibers are already straining to pull it up. The remaining inertia to lower equipment leads to this key, detrimental and inflicting microtrauma on a colossal scale, overstretching of the extracellular matrix. Such global micro-injuries accumulate much faster than the muscles have time to recover between workouts throughout the depth of their array. This under-recovery leads to a gradual coarsening of the extracellular matrix, tendons and their compression, which in its turn leads to a decrease in elastic properties and increase in rigidity and fragility. As a result, an athlete overtrains. And if at this moment he does not understand that he should recover well, then further a too rigid system will fail and something will definitely crack like an old, already obsolete car tire on the next bump or in a hole. I already mentioned such an element of training technique as a static hold of equipment. Again, if you use neuromuscular control, then with a high probability you will perform a static hold with a target superficial muscle, which, with its total tension and this property of the fibers, is able to hold or lift weights. Well, with the entire array of the superficial muscle fibers, the weight that it is able to hold by connecting fast glycolytic fibers will not work for a long time due to the glycolytic energy exchange, which is inherent in almost all cells of this muscle. It will quickly get numb and turn off. And it doesn't make sense to hold a lighter weight by trying to activate the maximum number of the superficial muscle fibers. It's better then just to create maximum tension in it with the help of posing and consciously keep tension without weights for as long as possible. But if you do static exercises without neuromuscular control and set yourself the task of just hold the weight at a certain point in amplitude, in 90% of cases you will hold this weight with the help of postural muscles. And it is the burning during static training that will indicate that it is the postural muscles that do the maximum possible work to hold equipment. Burning is the formation and accumulation of a large number of hydrogen ions because mitochondria in overstressed postural oxidative fibers lack oxygen and fail to quickly utilize these ions. As a result, hydrogen ions begin to destroy the fibers of the postural muscles, thus damaging both the cell envelopes and the entire extracellular matrix of the postural muscles that suffocate because of tension. By the way, you can feel this burning very well and experience a gag reflex because the postural muscles are covered with nerve endings that connect each segment of each fiber. This greatly increases the sensitivity in these muscles. Therefore, burning is a signal of excessive work of the postural muscles and insufficient work of the superficial ones, which do not convey a burning sensation, but just get numb because of the accumulation of glucose breakdown products or due to the depletion of neurotransmitter stores at synapses. If you stopped doing a set because of a burning sensation, it means your superficial muscles are not sufficiently loaded and the postural ones are overloaded. A sign of an effective set for the superficial muscles is a stop because of loss of control over its tension, numbness, with a burning sensation that is barely perceptible in the depths of the muscles. Excessive exposure of hydrogen ions to the postural muscles has a destructive effect on their muscle fibers, which leads to a temporary loss of normal ability to stabilize the joints. For this reason, after an intense period of training till the burning, strength indicators collapse sharply. Therefore, bombing with hydrogen ions leads to severe wear and tear, along with the fatigue of the stabilizing muscles. With the lack of good stabilization in the joints by the posterior muscles, the Golgi receptors in the tendons of the superficial muscles get active too early and block the impulses. A regular strong burning sensation in the muscles is an enemy of strength and muscle mass, as well as balance exercises always lead to increased strength gains. But sometimes a burning sensation occurs in the superficial muscles even with a good neuromuscular control during a set. This suggests two scenarios. Either in this case, an athlete's large part of the fibers of this superficial muscle group really consists of fast oxidative fibers that steadily perform the functions of slow oxidative ones. This often happens in the extensors. Or the neuromuscular control over the tension in a muscle is still very weak and is not possible to develop a powerful tension, which entails the work of the same oxidative fibers in this muscle without the normal participation of glycolytic ones, which still lack the strength and frequency of impulses to get active. Moreover, different heads of superficial muscles can indeed have a different percentage composition by fiber types and differ significantly in these types from each other. For example, 2 of 3 heads of the triceps, the lateral and medial ones, may be stably oxidative, while the long head may be more glycolytic. But most often, this distribution is the result of adaptation to the type of systematic loads, but not a genetic factor, if talking about the ratio of fiber types in the muscle as a whole. But let's continue. In order to statically hold a weight with a target superficial muscle, you will have to consciously tense it and control this tension till the end of the set. But, again, statics can be different. Let's talk about the amplitude point for static holds. You are accustomed to fixing the tension in a muscle during a static retention in its completely shortened or almost completely shortened state, like during dumbbell or barbell static retentions while training the biceps. As a rule, you flex an elbow 90 degrees, and while tensing the biceps to the fullest, although very few people do this, I mean conscious tension, you begin to hold equipment in this position. The problem is that at this moment, the biceps is in almost its shortest state, and thus you provoke it to shorten in the long term. Stated differently, the muscle regularly works hard in its shortened, contracted state, as well as it does not work powerfully and dynamically, and doesn't get stretched to the fullest. Because of this, it does not receive a powerful incentive to lengthen and stretches itself only in diameter. This way of influencing a muscle group to achieve its real hypertrophy is crooked and miserable enough, for there is no point in training it in its strong amplitude points. The stimulus for hypertrophy is muscle weakness. Having realized this, I used the method of static retention, which allows you to create the maximum possible pressure in a muscle both in the longitudinal and transverse directions at once. At the same time, this pressure can be maintained sufficiently long that will be unambiguously greater than during classical statics and even with a heavier weight. A muscle can stay long under a great load and be tensed to the fullest in its weak position. In any case, this will provoke dissection both of myofibrils and connective tissue layers of the entire muscle structure and, at least, will lead to increased number of myofibrils. And I would like to believe that this technique also provokes the release of satellite cells, because when holding a sufficiently heavy weight, the technique will longitudinally affect the muscle, forcing it at the same time to tense to the fullest for such a stretched position and involving the maximum possible number of fibers in work. Naturally, a muscle itself is unlikely to reflectively work to the fullest in its weak position, and its tendons, posturals, and ligaments of the joint can get greatly loaded. This is how the technique is dangerous. But you can completely avoid this and involve the active part of the muscle in work as much as possible with the obligatory neuromuscular control of the work of this muscle. That is, it will not be enough to hold the weight with an almost completely stretched muscle. You will need to necessarily tense it with your own brain during the entire time you are holding it. I think you already guessed that I began to imitate the load each muscle of the turkey's legs was experiencing when the bird was hanging upside down. During this technique, the feedback system from sensory fibers located in the muscle signal the central nervous system about submaximal stretching, and the maximum pressure between the fibers in this position will also play a role. This in itself will force more and more fibers to work in this stretched static position as the first muscles that started to hold the weight get tired. What can protect both the tendons of this muscle and the ligament of the joint? When using neuromuscular control, you will not be waiting for the reflex connection of the fibers, but will force the entire muscle to immediately start working with all its fibers, which the nervous system is currently controlling. The longer you maintain this stretched position of the muscle with tension and resistance to the weight of equipment, the more longitudinal bundles the entire muscle structure from myofibrils to the extracellular matrix will get. I am talking now about almost completely stretched position of the muscle, which is accompanied by its total conscious tension as much as possible. For example, when lifting a barbell while squeezing and contracting the biceps, you can statically hold the barbell by your elbows bent 90 degrees and your biceps almost completely shortened and reduced, having contracted it to its strongest and most advantageous position. Or, having lowered the barbell about 150 to 160 degrees, you can squeeze the biceps and retain the weight in this position, accompanying this retention with complete control over the biceps and over their tension like I did. And don't forget to control the correct position of the shoulder blades pressed against the ribs. In this position, the biceps will be almost at the limit of their stretch, being totally tensed by your own brain. And the longer you hold the weight in the stretched and at the same time tense position of the target muscle, the more you will provoke precisely the dissection and longitudinal destruction of the connective tissue, structure, and myofibrils. These dissection and destruction will provoke both the release of satellite cells and the growth of new active parts in each muscle cell. Thus, you can at least achieve hypertrophy using this technique. My experiments with my muscle groups only confirm this. It is the static retention of a stretched and totally tensed muscle from 30 to 90 seconds long that provokes the involvement of the maximum possible number of muscle fibers in work and their total squeezing with tension, which in any case then provokes hypertrophy. I just didn't go further in time, although Tom Platz, when talking about his calf training with the help of this technique, mentioned retention of a muscle for a longer time. Such stretched statics can be used at the very end of training the muscle when it is pumped to the limit with the previous exercises and reps. This pump will create additional pretension, and by the time of such a static retention, the tendon and ligaments will be already warmed up to the limit. Moreover, after such a retention, having used only conscious tension without any weights, during squeezing, the muscle begins to tense up very actively and greatly. This indicates that much more fibers are eventually included in the retention than you could involve in work just by using the old static trick or normal dynamic work. Another trick, thanks to it by the way, POF trainings work for many, is to consciously pump a muscle in shortened amplitude for the most of the workout. Like this, you accustom it to shorten in the short term, and at the end of the workout, to load it with the most squeezing exercises and retentions in a squeezed position. But for many with insufficient elasticity and length of the tendons, this way can be quite traumatic, and you will have to consciously prepare the muscles to this trick for a couple of months, systematically squeezing them. In any case, you should experiment with combinations of short and long amplitudes and retentions. For each of you, the order of arrangement of shortened amplitudes and stretched retentions during training can be different. Do it up to the point that, when holding the weight with a stretched muscle, you can try to perform very small contractions of this muscle, creating a micro-amplitude movement of equipment and providing low-amplitude movement between the fibers and the myofibrils themselves. By the way, in the light of the information about the tearing a muscle under load and its extracellular matrix, the results of the Colorado experiment, once carried out by Arthur Jones and Casey Viator, no longer look so wild. The basis of their training, according to Jones, was negative reps with very heavy weights. And what is it, if not tearing the structure of muscle groups under load? But for maximum safety of this technique, very effective and powerful neuromuscular connections and very strong and developed neuromuscular control are required. But, as for me, Casey Viator was that genetic unique with the necessary data. Come on, all this is a theoretical calculation, although it fits well into my principles. Up to this day, only its participants know the truth about the experiment, but they took it away with them, and I can only speculate about this. I will talk a bit more about postural muscles. If during any static pretension, both during extended static pretension and normal one, you do not keep tension in the target superficial muscle group with the help of neuromuscular control, you will be holding equipment then mostly with postural muscles and, as a result, will only get an unbearable burning sensation. Burning is evidence that an excess amount of hydrogen ions has formed, which oxidative, slow fibers in the postural muscles cannot cope with. The reason is that these fibers have become too tense due to excess tension and have squeezed the pathways vessels of oxygen supply and additional blood flow. If a superficial muscle would undergo the most loads, then the postural muscles, which at this moment were stabilizing the working joint, would be able to properly utilize the breakdown products of glucose. And as the superficial muscle gets tired, you would feel more and more increasing numbness with very slight signs of burning. Often these hydrogen ions just destroy the muscle cells of the postural muscular system because the latter are not able to cope with their utilization. Of course, destruction is conditional. It's just that the damage to the structure of slow oxidative postural fibers by hydrogen ions turns out to be too great, and their recovery after such a bombardment takes a longer time. But long-term impulses higher than 10 to 20 Hz are very harmful for motor neurons of oxidative fibers. Because of high-speed impulse, these motor neurons can actually be severely damaged. And this will further prolong the time for slow oxidative muscles to recover after training. It is precisely due to this under-recovery of postural fibers that after multiple training to the limit or after the same static pretensions, without neuromuscular control, you begin to feel very strong fatigue in the muscles, exhaustion in the joints, and in the area of the tendons of the superficial muscles. As a result, neglect of neuromuscular control and passion for too frequent static retentions in the classic version or during multi-rep training lead more to a decline in strength, a decrease in innervation and exhausted muscles, to the point that the muscles visually begin to decrease in size. Muscles decrease from multi-rep training in two cases. The first case is when an athlete who has never paid attention to neuromuscular control suddenly decided to worry about it. He learned it, took the work of superficial muscles under a good control with his consciousness, and began to perform each rep qualitatively squeezing and contracting a muscle. With such multi-rep training, the muscle will gradually squeeze out excess fat and water from the intercellular space and from under the superficial fascia. This fat and water accumulated in it to form precisely certain ballistic properties and elastic force in the extracellular matrix structure, which provided elasticity. Due to such squeezing of excessive fat and water, the muscle will become more expressive, more rigid, more defined, and of course, it will slightly decrease in size because everything unnecessary is squeezed out of it. But it will look much better. This effect always accompanies the transition from usual training without neuromuscular control and participation of consciousness in muscle tension to training with total control by your brain over the work of superficial muscles and high-quality performance of all exercises, sets and reps. The second case of muscle reduction because of high reps is when, not having used neuromuscular control earlier, an athlete begins to perform high-rep training and systematically experiences crazy burning sensations in the muscles during training to the limit and thinking that this is how he needs to stop the muscle work. This suggests that without the use of neuromuscular control over the work of the superficial muscles, most of the work is done by the postural muscles. These muscles turn out to be excessively tense due to poor participation of the surface muscles in the work. These surface muscles, instead of working with the main load according to the residual principle, are the source of lactic acid and hydrogen ions formation. The postural muscles that have strangled themselves with their own overstrain at the moment are unable to cope with lactic acid and hydrogen ions. Due to the excessive and frequent accumulation of hydrogen ions in the postural muscles, muscle cells and the extracellular matrix of these muscles begin to degrade just because they don't have time to recover well. Accordingly, the postural muscles, which are like a substrate under the superficial muscles, begin to decrease in volume and even less and less repel the superficial muscles from the bones. The superficial muscles, as a result, begin to lose their bulge, thus creating the effect of reducing the volume of the superficial muscles. But the surface muscles also suffer from excessive accumulation of lactic acid and hydrogen ions, which just do not have time to be processed well by postural muscles. This greatly increases acidic pH level in the working superficial and deep muscles. Acidic pH causes long-term damage to the permeability of the entire extracellular matrix structure of working muscles, causing it to contract. This contraction leads to a visual reduction in acidified muscle groups and to a feeling of lethargy and exhaustion in them. I talked about this earlier. In general, 6 to 8 or to 10 reps are mostly better for building muscle mass. Doing a moderate number of reps with the weights appropriate for this number. There is no such generation of waste products of oxygen-free energy exchange of muscle cells, and there is no excessive compression of connective tissue and cell envelopes as a result of strong local acidification and increase in body's acidic pH level. Additionally, low-rep training still creates more pressure between the fibers, especially when they are stretched to the limit at the end of the negative phase but not at the beginning of the positive one, which entails dissection of at least myofibrils over time. But those who are fond of high-rep strength training, about 3 to 5 reps for a long time, have another problem. Due to the gradual change of many fast oxidative fibers, intermediate ones to fast glycolytic ones, the degree of capillarization of these same fibers decreases. Decreased capillarization leads to permanent ischemia of these fibers. Moreover, the permeability to glucose in these fibers is greatly reduced, and they become dependent on the production of enough insulin in order to properly absorb glucose. Thus, an increase in the number of fast glycolytic fibers leads to the appearance of insulin resistance, and excessive fat starts to get accumulated under the skin. If you didn't know, I'll tell you that slow oxidative fibers are also called capable ones of absorbing glucose, and fast glycolytic fibers are incapable ones of absorbing glucose. This means that the extensive capillary network of the circulatory system of slow oxidative fibers contributes to the easy transport of glucose in them, almost without the participation of insulin. But fast glycolytic ones, in which the capillary circulatory network is depressed, need to produce insulin, which helps them absorb this glucose. It can happen that intermediate fibers don't adapt to the state of fast glycolytic ones, but retain the permeability of their blood capillary networks for glucose. In this case, they are more slow oxidative ones. Therefore, not to get insulin resistant, you still need to maintain the functioning of the capillary network of intermediate fibers. And for this, you will have to periodically switch from strength training to multi-rep 1. Training with lighter weights and higher reps is less likely to create the same mechanical stimuli, even if you use neuromuscular control, for it can't create such conditions when a muscle is squeezed under load. Naturally, training up to 10 reps, no more with neuromuscular control, will be the maximum stimulus for hypertrophy for most muscles. After all, in addition to the maximum pressure in a squeezed position created by the resistance to weighting, an additional increased pressure will be formed due to the forced involvement of the maximum possible number of fibers in work with the help of neuromuscular control. But if you do not follow the technique, and do not nullify all the auxiliary factors of movement such as inertia and ballistics, then 6 to 8 or to 10 reps training will lead to a much longer recovery period for a muscle, its extracellular matrix and tendons, which will nullify all the benefits of heavier weights than during a high rep set. And then I remembered about the expanders, and that my subscribers asked me if the elastic bands and other spring expanders are an alternative for pumping muscles. So, due to the lack of maximum pressure and maximum stimulus when squeezing a muscle, training with expanders is most inferior to gym workouts and free weight exercises. When working with expanders squeezing a muscle to the limit under load, an expander creates resistance to the full. The expander alone provides minimal resistance in comparison with other points of the trajectory of a limb during this exercise. But with the maximum contraction of a muscle, the expander creates maximum resistance. All this suggests that training with expanders is good only as a tool that creates additional muscular bulge and sharpness with maximum impact on its cross-section. Expanders are great for peak contraction and are absolutely not suitable for stimulating the highest pressure in a muscle at the moment of its full squeeze. But you should not train with an expander too much. When squeezing a muscle, it works to the limit only during contraction, and with the lack of maximum resistance, it will systematically receive an impulse to shorten. For these reasons, expander exercises have a very low potential to stimulate muscle hypertrophy. You shouldn't forget that the speed, scale of muscular hypertrophy and separate individual muscle fibers, not to mention hyperplasia, are greatly contributed by the longitudinal dissection of the myofibril structure. It occurs with the maximum possible elongation of the fibers, which are in the maximum possible state of resistance to stretching and load. It is namely this squeeze that is the parameter that puts the muscle and fibers at weak disadvantage, which entails damage to the Z-discs and longitudinal dissection of the myofibrils. First of all, a muscle undergoes hypertrophy in its weak position. Secondary hypertrophy occurs with an excess volume of the muscular extracellular matrix with the formation of additional free space between the cells. Gymnasts are a confirmation of my words. None of them have poor genetics of upper body and shoulder girdle muscles. This does not mean that only genetically gifted guys do professional gymnastics. Absolutely not. Their muscles are just constantly exposed to maximum tension at the extreme points of their maximum lengths, with strong squeeze, excitability with this increased tension, working hard on rings, bars, horizontal bars. It is a hard work. And strong muscular tension is often possible even without neuromuscular control, just because, for example, when working on bars or rings for a very long time, you cannot strain at half strength because then you will just fall down together with equipment. For this reason, muscles with very powerful potential for hypertrophy are very well connected to the central nervous system. And the girls who have been dancing on the pole for several years have such muscles. Super slow training. All the time up to this point, we have been discussing the involvement of the superficial muscles with the help of conscious neuromuscular control in work at those muscles that ensure bodies work during increased physical load. But what about the postural penetrating muscles? In fact, these muscles are the primary flexors and extensors, as I said earlier. The same brachialis located under the biceps begins to bend the arm earlier before the biceps starts to do this, if talking about unconscious training and unconscious movement. In the same way, the medial head of the triceps is the primary extensor, and it is it that begins to extend a completely bent arm. The remaining part of the lateral and long heads of the triceps performs the movement already at the moment, when the arm is extended more than 80 to 90 degrees. And many of you will wonder, how, then, if we already know how to purposefully activate the muscle fibers, is it possible to turn off, or at least minimize the work of superficial muscles and activate exactly the postural muscles to work them out? How is it possible to train postural muscles so as not to activate much superficial ones? As an answer to these questions, I will offer a comparison with Qigong. Many of you saw these various movements done in a very slow, smooth and careful way by older people in a Chinese park. These movements form various amplitudes that cover absolutely the entire possible range of movements of all joints and limbs in the body. The benefit of these movements and postures is that they constantly challenge the body to maintain balance. Qigong alone is one of the concentrated and targeted training of muscle fibers. It's not a real workout. In fact, it looks more like a warm-up and a slight training. That is, the target of the slow, smooth movements and a high range of amplitudes is to activate as many postural muscles as possible for a balanced work and for them to be able to manifest themselves, not working so much physically. Activation of exclusively postural muscle fibers during the work, while not activating superficial muscles, depends primarily on the level of impulses that comes from the nervous system to the muscles. You know very well that as the impulses that come from the nervous system increase, more and more high-threshold motor units are connected. That is, at the lowest impulsation, it is the postural muscular system that is the first to be included in work. And when the impulsation begins to increase and gets higher than the impulsation for the postural muscles, first intermediate muscle fibers in the superficial muscles start to get included to help them. And at peak maximum impulse values, many athletes' fast glycolytic fibers from superficial muscular system start to get included in work. Thus, ideally, at the highest levels of impulsation, all three types of muscle fibers work at once: slow oxidative, fast oxidative intermediate, and fast glycolytic ones, as well as both muscle systems. Naturally, if you want to work only with slow oxidative fibers that are located in the postural deep muscles, you will have to limit the intensity of impulsation, that is to fix the level of impulsation, which will not exceed certain values, and which will not be enough for the complete activation of surface muscle fibers. You can also do this with the help of your consciousness, but you will have to directly control not the degree of muscle tension with your brain, but the pace, speed of execution, and trajectory of movements. At the same time, you need to completely remove neuromuscular control over the superficial muscle groups. For example, you can completely bend an arm with a dumbbell in 1 second, that is, the positive phase lasts 1 second, or you can be bending the arm with a dumbbell from 5 to 10 seconds or longer, that is, the positive phase will last 5 to 10 seconds or longer, and completely without the neuromuscular control. Precisely the limitation of the movement speed will be the indirect conscious control that will force the nervous system to reduce the impulse. According to the feedback principle, you will slow down and thus will jam the connection of higher threshold fibers. For example, you can do a barbell curl in 1 to 1.5 seconds positive phase, while consciously controlling the tension in the biceps. Like this, you'll sure connect both slow postural muscles and superficial ones, biceps, with neuromuscular control. But when not tensing a biceps consciously but just controlling the slower speed of bending the arms during 5 to 10 seconds or longer in a positive phase, you'll be working almost only with the postural muscles. Such work will be done by the muscles that make up the posture of a forearm and the shoulder. The brachioradialis muscle and brachialis will be working. You cannot completely turn off the biceps. The lowest threshold fibers in it will work and will respond to a low level of impulses. But nevertheless, the fibers of the postural muscular system will do the main work. Conduct an experiment. Choose the weight of a bar that will let you bend your arms 6 or 8 times the way you usually do this during 1 to 1.5 seconds in a positive phase, and try to perform at least 1 to 2 reps with this weight during 5 to 10 seconds in a positive phase. The slower you perform the movement, the harder the bar will seem, because all the work will be done by the low threshold fibers of the deep muscles, and you will begin to be disturbed by an obsessive desire to tighten your biceps with all your might, or increase the speed so that the weight begins to somehow move up. Moreover, you will begin to experience first a slight tremor and then a strong one. This will be a signal of an overload of the postural fibers, which have to pull an unbearable weight for them, even without a break. They will need time to pause to take a breath, so there will be concentrated portions of the rhythm of the impulses that will cause a shake. You experience similar shaking when you try to cope with the maximum weights during basic multi-joint movements, and the superficial muscles just do not have enough strength to overcome the resistance of equipment. The stabilizers cope with the entire load, thus causing such a tremor effect. Well, you experience the same tremor when you are cold and the postural muscular system begins to warm you. Why do you need the workout exclusively postural muscles? Why is it necessary to work them out separately from the superficial muscular system? You easily perform all simple movements and walk properly due to exclusively postural muscles. These are narrow amplitude or wide amplitude movements and the work of the muscles that is not subject to your consciousness. It doesn't control them. Technically and biomechanically correct walking is one of the most common effective types of health and fat-burning training. Similarly, slowing down the speed of movements up to 5 to 10 seconds or longer in the positive phase and up to 5 to 10 seconds or longer in the negative phase can be considered health training. The postural muscles contain a huge number of blood capillaries and vessels, which is a multiple of the number of the same organs in the superficial muscles. Accordingly, by isolating the postural muscles into work, you cause a huge influx of additional blood to the postural muscles. The active work of the deep muscles without extra effort provokes a very active movement of the lymph, since the postural muscles are a certain reservoir of plasma. When they begin to work actively and synchronously, they start to move an additional volume of plasma into the systemic circulation, thereby increasing pressure in the lymphatic system. Lymph begins to actively move through the body and through the lymph nodes, which are filters of the lymphatic system. There are the athletes who used to have a congested lymphatic system, and when they start super slow training, this is how I call this type of training, they begin to be covered with a certain amount of pimples on different parts of their body within the first week of such training. As the lymph is cleansed by its increased pushing through the lymph nodes, the skin gets also cleansed. By itself, making a rather passive lymphatic system move actively is not the only healthy effect of super slow training. A huge number of vessels and capillaries draw a huge amount of blood to actively working postural muscles, and thus the body gets greatly warm. Simply put, the deep muscles, when working actively and concentrated, generate a huge amount of heat. Due to the attachment features, the postural muscles, which are thrown over the joints by their active part, create an additional thermal effect on the bones, joints and ligaments, while actively warming them up. This is very beneficial for trophism in bone and cartilage tissues, while accelerating and intensifying regeneration processes. Remember that connective tissue loves heat very much. Also, part of this heat is transferred to the superficial muscles, thus accelerating their recovery. By the way, pump after a super slow work with muscles lasts from 10 to 40 minutes. It is important to understand that the weight with which you can work out the deep muscles during super slow training should be very moderate so as not to cause hypertension and self-suffocation of the postural muscles to avoid the accumulation of a large amount of hydrogen ions in the deep muscle fibers and the muscles alone. You need to choose such a weight of equipment, if it is needed at all during a particular exercise, which will allow you to spend at least 1.5 to 2 minutes when working out the muscles during 5 to 10 seconds for the positive and 5 to 10 seconds for the negative phases and almost not feeling pain. Often, during super slow training, you can gradually feel increasing tremor. This is such a very clearly visible trembling of the whole body or limbs that are working. You can especially feel this phenomenon doing such multi-joint movements as deadlifts or squats. Try to squat down and up without weights for 10 seconds in each rep, or deadlift in the same way with a barbell bar without weights. After a few repetitions, you will feel the tremor I am talking about. You will begin to feel very strong vibrations of your body, which will be followed by very powerful tremors. The reason for this is that postural muscle fibers get very slowly involved in work and get slowly relaxed during super slow repetitions. This leads to the fact that the transfer of forces from one fibers to other ones starts to coincide with the frequency of the received impulse and very obvious transitions of the entire structure from a relaxed state to a tense one along the entire trajectory of movement, especially in the positive phase, when the fibers need to be tensed. Additionally, as the postural muscles get tired, the magnitude of the impulse tries to get increased to involve more high-threshold fibers in work. But you deliberately do not allow this to happen when holding back the speed. As a result, the active motor neurons of the postural fibers receive excessive impulses for too long, which leads to their short-term blocking with the help of the system with Renshaw cells. This way, motor neurons of postural muscles protect themselves from burnout. This is another reason for tremors. All the causes of this tremor I have described now and earlier only complement each other. Interestingly, you will see that the frequency of this tremor is approximately 5 to 10 Hz. That is, your body gives out about 5 to 10 vibrations per second, which coincide with the typical frequency of postural muscle fiber impulses. This tremor manifests itself as a signal of increasing fatigue of the postural deep fibers in all deep muscle groups that are involved in the performance of a super slow set and gradually turns into a kind of epileptic seizure. This is a signal to you to stop doing the set because the fibers are already too insistently demanding a break and their motor neurons are actively suppressed. As you remember, excessive exposure of hydrogen ions and hypoxia is fraught for postural muscle fibers with severe damage and a long recovery period. Moreover, the wear and tear of their motor neurons is also a slow process during recovery. When doing super slow movements regularly, the timing of the shaking will move further and further away from the start of the set as the slow deep fibers and their containing motor units adapt. What else is super slow training useful for? Its most important quality is to involve a concentrated huge array of postural muscle fibers in work, forcing them to strain well but moderately. A qualitative tension of the fibers in accordance with their abilities always leads to their qualitative relaxation. Like this, super slow training will lead to balanced tones of the working deep muscle groups. This quality is especially important for the spine. Also, this training can involve previously conserved trigger places and areas of postural muscles in large-scale work, which will force them to get rid of triggers and relax completely due to massive tension and increasing hypoxia without excess weights and speeds. Besides, swollen postural muscle groups noticeably begin to push out and warm up the tendons along with the active parts of the superficial muscles located above the pumped postural ones. This pushing out creates a preliminary tension of these superficial muscle groups, forcing them to react more reflexively with tension to the load. Super slow training is a must in the first place for rehabilitation purposes. It can also be used as an activation warm-up technique before a qualitative working out of superficial muscle groups. Well warmed up and pumped up postural muscles will first of all hug the joints more actively and tightly for a stabilizing function and protrude the superficial muscles from the bones, creating pretension and thereby stimulating their more powerful reflex response to the load. How to increase working weights the right way, how many sets you should do, and how to determine that the muscles already shouldn't work out today anymore. But let's get back to the usual pace of doing reps. Let's try to put all the points over I's. How to determine, for example, if a muscle and its tendons have recovered after a workout. How long will it take to restore the entire extracellular matrix? In general, in the light of all the above information, how many sets and exercises should you do during your workouts? How to understand that today the muscles already got trained and they shouldn't work out today anymore. How to increase working weights the right way. Let's try to figure it all out, at least conditionally. My further conclusions will be especially theoretical, multiplied by my practice and my wards 1. Due to the fact that I have not personally worked with many wards lately, it is difficult for me to talk about the 100% probability and consistency of what I will describe next. But still, I will try to do this, and further conclusions will come from the practice of those who will decide to personally test these recommendations. I will not talk about any values of one-time maximums. This is already a matter of specific research. I will only mean that a muscle in one way or another failed or almost failed to work during any type of training. Let's start with the signs of complete muscle recovery after a workout. You already know well the signs of fatigue. But what are the signs that a muscle completely recovered? How can you understand whether the muscles have recovered or not without biopsies and other physiological measurements? As for me, this is a matter of personal feelings and the ability to observe your body and read its signals. Anyone who has been training for at least 6 months, in theory, understands the degree of flexibility of his whole body and individual joints. Meaning, I know exactly my feelings during stretching and the abilities of certain muscles and their tendons to stretch at the moment when they have not participated in either isolation or multi-joint exercises for at least 2 to 3 weeks. And I can accurately determine, precisely by the degree of elasticity of a particular muscle and its tendons, whether it has recovered or not. In fact, the day after training, the elasticity of the muscles and their tendons will begin to decline catastrophically. This process will start after a few hours after training, after most of the myofibroblasts respond to a local pH change. And the process of roughening of the extracellular matrix and muscle tendons after training will last for another couple of days, depending on the scale of the connective tissue damage. The workout that causes muscle soreness will induce roughness for even longer time. Actually, due to soreness, the process of development and the presence of excessive rigidity will last 3 to 5 days. And I dare suggest that after the inflammation in the extracellular matrix subsides, the process of relaxation of the connective tissue will last as long as the process of coarsening. In fact, the full recovery of the extracellular matrix after training can take from 7 to 15 days, according to my observations. And the former elasticity of the entire structure of the muscles and its tendons will be restored after a complete recovery. Therefore, a banal stretch at the beginning of a workout can, with a high degree of probability, make you understand the degree of its readiness for training. It is clear that all these things are very subjective and at the level of sensations, but mathematically they can't be precisely determined in any way. An athlete must learn and to be able to correctly read and hear the signals of his body. Mathematics in this case is just a way to derive average data. By the way, the recovery time of the extracellular matrix of the active part of a muscle within 7 to 15 days fits perfectly into the recovery time of ligaments and tendons after traumatic sprain, which is called trauma. After all, it takes ligaments and tendons about 2 to 3 times longer time to recover after this injury due to poor blood flow to them, about 30 to 60 days. And the fact that the extracellular matrix surrounding muscle cells, which create both the temperature regime and blood flow, recovers 2 times faster, fits perfectly into the overall picture. Both fully recovered muscle and its tendons will regain their full elasticity, and you can clearly feel it when stretching. These timings fit perfectly into the training frequency for each muscle group that Mike Mentzer wrote about. But there is one but here. Such a rare training in most cases will only lead to some difficulty stretching the extracellular matrix during training and to its full return to pre-training volumes after the muscle is completely recovered. In other words, according to the principle of 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Therefore, between very active workouts, which give the maximum incentive to stretch the connective tissue, you should pump these muscles slightly. This way, at least periodically, you will remind the muscle of the need to expand the space of the extracellular matrix and stimulate its speedy recovery due to an increase in temperature and blood flow to the muscle. Additionally, such recovery training will help to maintain the condition of the capillary network of fibers. Therefore, the frequency of training is still more important than its intensity. Naturally, this primarily concerns training without supplements because, when using them, the enhanced synthesis of proteins inside muscle cells daily stimulates the cell membranes and the entire muscular extracellular matrix to expand the environment. I already wrote about this earlier, and the muscle will completely recover within 1 to 2 weeks only if you do each rep without inertia and ballistics. Otherwise, the tendons will be excessively injured and the recovery time of the entire organ along with the muscle and the tendons will last at least another week. Since the tissue and structure of the tendons that are not fully recovered will not let the Golgi mechanism pass the entire impulse that the active part of the muscle is able to cope with. This long recovery time concerns namely extracellular matrix. It takes the muscular myofibrillar part to recover much faster, within 2 to 3 days after training. Well, and of course, that the time of complete recovery of the extracellular matrix will depend on the size of the muscle itself. The larger it is, the longer the recovery time of the ECM. Now let's talk a bit about the increase of working weights. Here my thoughts will practically not differ from of Joe Weider's unshakable postulates, except for the moment that I will still completely connect this process to the neuromuscular control over the muscle. The very first important and key task of an athlete who builds mass and corrects muscle volumes is to build good and stable neuromuscular connections. This is the first thing you need to take care of at the very beginning of training. The main thing is to develop conscious control over the work of each superficial muscle, each one. And, in fact, the process of this development will not stop and should not stop for a day during the athlete's entire training practice. Remember that a muscle that has changed in size in diameter will immediately change the biomechanics of the joint that it controls, and it will change the biomechanics of its own work. This will change the strength effect on the tension of the tendons of this muscle. And automatically all this will affect the quality of its innervation. Therefore, the task of developing and maintaining high-quality neuromuscular control is a must every time you train, even when your mass and professionalism increase. The loss or decrease of neuromuscular control quality will immediately lead to a stop in progress. Therefore, when doing sets, you should use only the weight that can be maximal for the target rep range, while maintaining neuromuscular control. If, when working with some kind of weight, neuromuscular control weakens even a little, this means that you took too heavy weight. And for this reason, it is worth increasing the working weight only when the muscle already got used to the previous working weight and does all the planned sets and reps without misfires, while still keeping neuromuscular control. And increase in the working weight in this case will be much less than 20% and even 10%. It will be great if a small muscle group manages to cope with the previous working weight heavier by 5% and at the same time to maintain the quality of neuromuscular control while doing fewer reps and sets. And only then you can again increase the working weight. You should remember, an increase in strength is the result of an increase in the number of innervated fibers or muscle volume, but not vice versa. That is, the muscles get stronger because they get bigger, but that is not all. The total isolation of a muscle group for a long time has a very bad impact on its progress as a functional link in the whole muscular chain. None of the muscles, even being maximally isolated during work with the help of brutal neuromuscular control, will work exclusively alone. Synergists will still help it, since this is how the body's biomechanics works. But total systematic isolation can affect the work of the entire chain. It can inhibit the functional abilities of the chain, which in turn will later lead to a halt in the progress of a carefully isolated target muscle. This will happen because underdeveloped synergists will not let the main muscle progress further as a result of the increasing skew in the tension of the extracellular matrix. Therefore, during each workout and each exercise, having done the planned sets with neuromuscular control, I do one more set without this control at all. Like this, I allow the entire circuit to work out enough in accordance with its balance of connective tissue tensions, and also allow synergists to still receive a portion of the load necessary for their development. For this reason, most athletes won't manage to fully exhaust the potential of muscle development during isolation training without at least periodical multi-joint basic exercises. So, the tightness of the muscular chains of the connective tissue must still be balanced. That's exactly why the skew in the development of the biceps, anterior delta, and pectoral muscles always stops the further progress of these same muscle groups. The reason is that the skew in tension that these muscle groups create leads to a chronic change in the usual position of the humerus and scapula. The humerus moves forwards and tends to the sternum, and the scapula creeps up the back and shifts outwards and protrudes consequently. This displacement of the scapula leads to the habitually shortened state of the pectoralis minor, pectoralis major, anterior delta, and biceps, which, having shortened on a permanent basis, fix the wrong position of the scapula. Consequently, these same muscles then cannot normally stretch in the negative phase to obtain a real stimulus for dissection and hypertrophy, since when stretched, they constantly tighten the scapula. Moreover, all these lead to disconnection and chronic overstretching with non-functional lengthening of the middle and lower sections of the trapezius, serratus anterior, posterior delta, along with long head of the triceps. These muscles also cease to respond with progress to loads due to their poor involvement in work during training because of incorrect position and movement of the scapula. So, to maximize the effect of training the biceps, triceps, deltas and pectoralis major muscle, you need to take care of the correct constant position of the scapula in everyday life and to fix the scapula in its correct position when exercising these muscle groups. The example about the scapula is just a particular example. Now imagine that such errors in the work of key nodes are scattered throughout the body and affect all muscles. But this is a topic for another book. Here I want you to get the point. Let's move on. How many exercises per muscle group should you do? For me, in general, everything is simple in this matter, if considering that each individual muscle head is a separate muscle. Therefore, the principle of building my workout routine looks like this. I do one exercise for one muscle head. You need to do such an exercise that will accurately work out the target muscle head more than all the other ones. According to this principle, do at least 2 exercises to work out biceps, at least 3 exercises to work out triceps, 4 exercises to work out quadriceps. You can have questions on the deltoid, trapezius and pectoral muscles, for example, but here everything is not difficult. You are used to dividing the deltas into 3 conditional sections, therefore you can do at least 3 exercises, although, taking into account the fact that the front delta overworks, you can do 2 exercises to work out the middle and the back parts of the deltas. Muscles of the chest are also conditionally divided into 3 parts, along with the ones of trapezius. However, there are the upper, middle and lower sections. Accordingly, I do at least 3 exercises to work out these muscle groups. I can talk separately about the latissimus dorsi because usually they are conditionally divided into the upper and lower parts. But given the size of these muscles, I still tend to do at least 3 or even 4 exercises to completely work out latissimus dorsi. If talking about the number of sets, everything is much more interesting here. In fact, you need to achieve the maximum possible stretching, tension and pump inside a muscle during a workout. And here the main thing is not to overdo it, since if during each subsequent set the pump does not increase but continues to decrease, you will face the problem of excessive exposure to both microtrauma of the extracellular matrix and a strong local acidic pH in the muscle, which will only prolong the recovery time. Moreover, having achieved the maximum pump, you will no longer be able to keep on expanding the extracellular matrix. But at the same time, you will continue to spend the resource of the nervous system, continuing doing the sets. The conclusion is that everyone needs to observe the state of the trained muscles when each time working out. In fact, you can plan 3, 4 or 5 sets during an exercise, but having done the first 2 sets, you can already understand that you have reached the limit in inflating the outer fascia. At this point, I would recommend ending this exercise and doing the next one, if the exercises are done consistently. And how can't you remember Mike Mentzer with his 1 working set? But each new exercise will still affect only part of a muscle with maximum tension, no matter how hard you try to kill the entire muscle. So, 1 exercise will not be enough for a global impact on the muscle group, especially if taking into account the fact that it is still necessary to comprehensively develop neuromuscular connections for each muscle. As a rule, the first set is just trajectory debugging and a rehearsing to connect the muscles with the nervous system. Therefore, nevertheless, as practice has shown, I can pump individual heads or sections of muscles to the limit with an average of 3 sets per exercise. Large muscles and their bundles, such as the latissimus dorsi, quadriceps or gluteal, as a rule, require more sets, from 4 to 5. Exactly for this reason, when working out back muscles or quadriceps, many professional athletes end up with a huge amount of 20 to 30 sets for 1 large muscle group. So, you need to master your neuromuscular control over work of the muscles and train your brain to totally activate a muscle during each repetition. Only under these conditions will the process I described above work. If you lack good neuromuscular control, you may need to do more sets. But in any case, even if the technique of a large number of sets for a small muscle group is correct, this will be beneficial for building neuromuscular connections and will definitely not be superfluous. I would not work out to failure because failure causes excessive damage inside the active parts of the muscles. And the damages are absolutely not connected with extended dissection of myofibrils and extracellular matrix. Failure will just prolong the recovery time but won't in any way accelerate hypertrophy processes. The reason is that when a superficial muscle is exhausted, postural muscles undergo excessive load. While an athlete is trying to lift super heavy equipment for a couple more seconds, these stabilizing muscles experience a colossal impulse, which their motor neurons are not designed for. Ultimately, these neurons just temporarily stop working, for they feel comfortable when transmitting the impulses at 10, 20 Hz but not at 50 Hz and higher. Motor neurons of the postural muscles start to experience such impulses at the moment when a superficial muscle gets deactivated, but it is still necessary to cope with the weight. The activity of the superficial muscle limited the frequency of impulses from the postural motor neurons through the Renshaw cells. But without the work of a superficial muscle, postural ones are not able to cope with such weight by themselves. And when the athlete still demands to resist, the postural muscles then get frozen for a second or two in static tension. At this moment, they are experiencing wild impulses from their motor neurons, and nothing can block them. At the moment when postural muscles get frozen for a second or two, the unfortunate motor neurons of delayed oxidative fibers are literally burning themselves out. Of course, after such a stupor, it will take much more time for both the entire muscle node involved in the work during the exercise and its strength capabilities to get restored. After all, until the normal impulsion chain of the postural muscles, starting from the motor neurons, is not restored, their joint stabilization function won't be restored either. And until this function is restored, Golgi system won't let superficial muscles get activated to the fullest to overcome the weight resistance. When a superficial muscle gets more and more active, the stronger impulses are then released from Renshaw cells to inhibit the activity of slow motor neurons of postural fibers. 10 to 20 Hz is the comfortable and safe frequency of impulsion for slow motor neurons. And the primary task of Renshaw cells is to maintain this frequency. So the process is the following way. A superficial muscle gets deactivated, Renshaw cells get deactivated. Impulsion of the motor neurons of the postural muscles are no longer limited and burn out. The normal impulsion of the postural stabilizing muscles is disturbed. Not all athletes work out using neuromuscular control and normally involve the superficial muscles in work. For this reason, their postural muscles need to cope with the entire load, and it often takes more time to restore their strength indicators. For the same reason, it is very difficult to combine real strength training with weights, designed to develop strength or build muscle mass, with Alexander Zass's isometric training protocol. The lack of neuromuscular control over the superficial muscles when doing isometric exercises according to Zass's methods will kill the motor neurons of the postural layer as well. And this, of course, will increase the recovery time of strength and contractile abilities of both postural and superficial muscles. The mechanism of oppression is the same. So it goes. By the way, because of a strong longitudinal tension for the shoulder girdle and back muscles, the deadlift is rightfully considered a good exercise for building muscle mass of the upper body. While holding a very heavy barbell, the shoulder girdle muscles experience strong internal tension. At this time, they are extremely stretched and receive powerful impulses to longitudinal dissection of both myofibrils and the extracellular matrix. Summing up, I will say that the number of sets and reps you do is the result of especially your own observations of how your body responds to training. And it will be different for all of you in the end. Work with the body is generally an individual process. You need to learn to hear and read the signals of your body and deeply analyze the data you receive. And you can build your workout program based on the results of the analysis. But the development of neuromuscular connections and the neuromuscular control will be always at the forefront. And the better these two parameters are developed, the fewer sets and exercises you will have to do to achieve the necessary effect for the muscles. But at the same time, the resource of the nervous system will also be spent faster. So, many athletes may gladly use more Mike Mentzer's recommendations. At the end of the chapter and the book, I'll say it once again, hypertrophy and hyperplasia are the result of longitudinal dissection of myofibrils and the structure of the muscular extracellular matrix. This dissection is possible only with critical and significant tension inside the muscle at the moment when it is still able to stretch to the fullest while still being able to tense. Significant and critical tension is possible only with good neuromuscular connection and powerful neuromuscular control of the brain over muscle tension. The final nuance in the stimulation of hypertrophy is the transverse stretching of the structure of muscles with the delivery of the maximum amount of blood and oxygen. All this creates a reserve both for expanding the free space in the structure of the muscular extracellular matrix and for the growth of the surface capillary network. Some muscles can all the time steal the load from the target muscle groups. And I was often asked in the comments under the video about myography, why don't these muscles grow when the non-growth of a target muscle can be explained by the lack of normal neuromuscular control and normal necessary innervation? The answer is the same: insufficient stretch under load. That is, you perform bent over row without neuromuscular control to work out latissimus dorsi, for example, but the latissimus lats do not respond with hypertrophy. As a result, moreover, it seems to you, or it is really so that the rear delta works to the fullest, but it also does not grow in the issue. Why both of these muscles don't gain in this case? What's the reason? It's simple. None of these muscles either get stretched to the fullest while being tensed to the fullest, or its critical number of fibers does not get great necessary tension. Such tension is able to create the necessary tension in the muscles and start the process of dissection of the structure of myofibrils and the extracellular matrix. That is, when there is no good neuromuscular connection and neuromuscular control, all the muscles involved in work will receive their portion of innervation at the point in the amplitude at which this will be required by the calculation of the nervous system based on the biomechanics of the movement. And the impulse will be dispersed among all synergists for execution of movement and resistance to weights. But, as a result, not a single muscle will have enough of these conditions for hypertrophy. Even if one of the muscles gets pumped more than the rest, this does not mean that it has received a real impulse to hypertrophy, and all the necessary physical conditions for this have developed. So it goes. Perhaps, at this half word, I will finish the presentation of my thoughts. As for me, for the first book this is enough. Finishing writing. Once, a couple of years ago, one of the subscribers of my YouTube channel wrote a comment: if your goal is to pump muscles, the only thing you should pump then is the extracellular matrix. And then I was waiting for a week, if at least someone answers to this comment. But the miracle didn't happen. Nobody reacted. And then I thought that there were only two of us of the entire 40,000th audience of my YouTube channel who really understood the essence of muscle and bodybuilding. And, on the one hand, I was glad about this because I understood that the book I had been already planning to write would be unique in its kind. And on the other hand, that comment showed how really exclusively biochemical basis of the theory of muscle growth is dominant in the people's minds. Please forgive me for not providing any training schemes or training methods in this book. I just didn't know where I should have placed them, and I doubt it's needed here. Having understood the logic of my reasoning and the things I described here, you can do some short experiments, and afterwards you will be able to independently build your own algorithm for the exercise order, the number of sets and reps with static retentions in a stretched position and muscle work from a fully stretched position to the middle of the movement, amplitude of equipment, and pump along with super slow training. If it is necessary, I will give specific examples of methods in the next book. By that time, I will have the necessary amount of experience in usage of all the information given in this my first work. Pump your brains, sirs. The muscles sure will follow them. I express my sincere gratitude to my close people, relatives, friends and subscribers who helped and supported me in any way they could do while I was writing and publishing this book.